It's nice to stick to your guns. I'm almost at the end, marathon 28. I'm going to do a gig now, do a stand-up gig, and look at this. Da-da-da. People say, oh, you must love the running. I love the stopping. It's not a body thing, it's a mind thing. It's so good to be here. Goes to charities that make humanity great, because they do wonderful things out there.
We'll be strong.
I'm going to kick it off right now, and let's get this going and get the first marathon in London going. Cheers, see ya. Boys. I have just finished in Portugal. There you can see the Portugal flag. Got a train, night train, from Lisbon to Spain to Madrid. So I'm going to start running right from the station. Italy now, yes, there we go. Italy. Running through the streets in Malta, in Valletta. Is it the 6th marathon? Nicosia in Cyprus, which has had its own problems of separation, division. In Greece, in Athens, Sofia, Bulgaria, day 8. Here in Bucharest, in Romania, running in the snow. This is Hungary. Hungary is in Budapest. The February 11th and 11th marathon, you see it all ties up. And this is Slovakia, Bratislava in Slovakia. Off to Vienna. Each one I get up and I'm thinking, Zagreb, Croatia. Here we are. Slovenia. Ljubljana. Is this marathon 14? I think this is, when I've done this, it'll be the halfway point. Thank you for supporting. So, I'm in Prague, Czech Republic. I think it's the 16th of February. In Warsaw, Warszawa. So in Vilnius, which is in Lithuania. In Latvia, Riga, about 10k to go. Running in Tallinn and Estonia. And I'm not running, as you can see. I'm staggering. Finland, Helsinki. Almost finished marathon 20, thank you. Just finishing in Stockholm in Sweden. Here in Copenhagen, there we go, the UNICEF. This is the biggest warehouse, humanitarian warehouse in the world. Berlin, Germany, capital city. In Brussels, Belgium, Luxembourg. Marathon 25? Yeah, 25th marathon. It's 25 days. Sounds insane. February 26, marathon 26. Out of 28. Netherlands. Amsterdam, it's canals everywhere. Canals. So, this is it, 27th. 28th is tomorrow. And been running through Ireland to Dublin. So I'm in France, I'm in Paris. Let's get the French flag in there. There we go. And 28th marathon, 28 days. I said I'd do it, and I have. It looks like I'm going to do it. So that's nice. It's nice to stick to your guns. I'm almost at the end, marathon 28. I'm going to do a gig now, do a stand-up gig, and look at this. Da da da. People say, oh, you must love the running. I love the stopping. It's not a body thing, it's a mind thing. It's so good to be here. Goes to charities that make humanity great, because they do wonderful things out there.
All will be strong.
Good afternoon. Today we're running at Ljubljana in Slovenia. And we are off. It's 12 noon in London. Just took the knee there for Black Lives Matter, because Black Lives Matter. And we must never forget that if we're going to make humanity great again. So, Ljubljana. I find, as a dyslexic person, the J's throw me in Slovenia, but I did do a travel man there with Richard Iowadi. Very funny guy. Very witty guy, I should say, rather than funny. You know, I was competing with him on the wit front doing that gig. So, out here running with the blue team, setting off. And, yes. So, am I talking to Ari straight away? Today, Dave, is that time right on my screen?
Start time, just check. It's at 12:30. That's
at 12:30. I said 12:30. I'm talking to Ari Eldjan, who's a comedian from Iceland. We're having a chat with him. I've met him before. And at 1:30, I'll be talking to Anna Maria Sports. Now they're going to get my pronunciations wrong. Who's a fan? She's a fan from Ljubljana, Slovenia. She can tell me how to pronounce it, but Sportsik. The CAC at the end. It's got little accents on, and I'm not sure how to pronounce that. So I will ask Anna Maria when I talk to her. 2:15, talking to BBC Merseyside. So that'll be an interview. 2:30 Times Radio, having a chat with them. And 3 o'clock, Catherine Lewis, fan from. Nice to know where Catherine Lewis is from.
Yeah, I'll try and find out for you.
Thank you. Social media questions. 3:30. I think we did it last time. Maybe that's becoming a thing. 3:30 every day. From probably Twitter and who else? Why don't you? Can we get Sarah on the screen?
Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube will be
Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube.
where we'll take questions from.
There we go.
So yes, 3:30 today,
3:30.
London time.
And at 4 o'clock, Holly Bradshaw, talking to Holly Bradshaw, Olympic pole vaulter, sports Olympian. Sky News interview at 4:30. 4:45, Jenny Falconer. Love to have a little more details on Jenny, if I could, as well, Dave. And then Matt Lucas, a distinctly talented man. Matt Lucas, 5:15. Be talking to Matt. So we're starting off on this day, kind of grey. Bit wet outside. I think it was raining all night here in London.
Hi, it's Ian here.
Hi.
As I get more information, I'll update as I
Yeah.
get it.
It'd be good to, for those opening ones, it'd be good to have a little more details on
Yep.
people.
Completely
Otherwise,
understand. I'm just waiting for it to come my way, and as soon as it does,
I know
I'll
it
pass
might.
on.
It just might need prompting beforehand, rather than waiting and think, "Oh, let's see what happens." It'd be nice to look at it. If you see it and it doesn't have it, please just send a message through. Can we get a little one-liner on them for the start? That would be nice, just to give me an idea. Thank you, Ian. So, I've only started. I've been going 4 minutes, and I need the loo. It's always my way. Maybe it's the same with everyone. Hello, people on Zwift. People running. If you're running on Zwift, I'm on Motopia on a big circuit. I think this circuit is about a marathon long in length, so it'll be one time round. Or it's over a marathon long. People are choosing to wear blue shirts, the blue team, as we run along for humanity there. With the blue hat, the hat, make humanity great again hats. And shirts and masks as well. All available. Go to eddieizzard.com, you can scroll down, you can see there. All profits to charity. I'm doing a gig tonight. It's 7 p.m. London time, as every night. Tonight is in English. They're generally all in English except for 2 days ago I did my show in German for Vienna. On the 23rd I'll be doing my show in German for Berlin. And on the 28th I'll be doing it in French for Paris. So that's where we are, that's how we're rolling at the moment. So I think I'm gonna get to 10 past and then run down. Any got any facts and figures?
Yeah, let me look them up. I've got to go slow on my internet right now. I think we're melting the internet, but let me have a little look on my data on my phone. See if I can bring it up. What was it? Do you remember the name of the island you were on when you did Travel Man with Richard Iowadi?
No, I don't, I'm afraid.
Oh no, it was a lake, wasn't it? Was it Lake Blod? Lake Blod? I'm gonna look up stuff. So I'll try and find some nice facts for Ljubljana specifically, and also Slovenia. Here we go.
Yeah.
Here's a website, justfunfacts.com. I think we've looked at them before, so let's see how accurate or dubious these facts are. I'm sure they're correct. So here we go. Ljubljana is the capital and the largest city of Slovenia. And it is located in a natural depression surrounded by high peaks of the Julian Alps.
Julia.
Population of Ljubljana is 300,000 people approximately.
There we go. And I've done a Travel Man there with Richard Izzard. If you go on, is it Channel 4? Well, if you just
It's Channel 4.
search online, say travel around Eddie Izzard, Richard Izzard, you should come up with Ljubljana. The J's are pretty silent, I think, particularly the first one, because I tend to go Ljubljana. If you go Ljubljana and make that second one into a Y if you're English speaker, it seems to work. I think I'm roughly getting it right. We will check. Yes.
And yeah, some more facts. Let's see some interesting ones. There we go, yes. After World War II, Ljubljana became the capital of the Socialist Republic of Slovenia, part of the Socialist Federal Republic of Yugoslavia. And then in 91, when Slovenia gained its independence, Ljubljana became the national capital. There's a castle called Ljubljana Castle, funnily enough. On Castle Hill. It's very logical. And that's above downtown Ljubljana. It was originally a medieval fortress, and I think it was probably constructed in the 11th century, rebuilt in the 12th. Then it got overhauled in the 15th century. It's like a whole history of this castle. Overhauled in the 15th century, and then the majority of the buildings are the 16th and 17th. Okay, so it's like most castles, gone through a few versions.
Makeovers. Oh, right foot's doing weird things. Everyone on Zwift. Scott Gardner said, "Is Eddie in here?" Yes, I am here. I got the pink. Now they're all in blue. It's a little tricky to find, but I had the pink running shorts on as opposed to the red leggings. I have the ponytail and no holds barred. Said, "Who is Eddie?" Well, I'm just someone who's running along. If you happen to be running with us, you just happen to be running with a group of us who are running to make humanity great again. There we go. Thank you, Scott. So, no holds barred, just go to eddyizzard.com. You can find out all the stuff on there, and Wikipedia, I suppose, and all that kind of stuff. So, yeah, running along here. Now, guys, sorry, no, maybe I can make it to 1:15. No, full stop. Sorry everyone, full stop. Taking an early loo break. Okay, sorry guys, I'm just gonna take a loo break. Apologies, this just happens to me. Might be something to do with running a 2-mile marathon. Back in a minute. I will have penne alla arrabbiata.
Yeah, well, you want to try.
Do you know who I am?
All the money goes to charities that make humanity great, because they do wonderful things out there. Make Humanity Great Again is a title that came into my mind. I don't know where that came from. Maybe it was a play on something or other. All the money goes to charities that make humanity great, because they do wonderful things out there.
NTD. It's not terribly descriptive. Needlessly tricky denomination.
I am back. I'm so sorry everyone at the Swift. So sorry, full stop. Back running. There we go. Clive Fenimore back with us. Thank you, Clive. Is Stephen with us? Stephen Cousins is usually in there. Let's come in. Richard Mellick is down. Cheers, thank you. Thank you. Feel more confident now. People at the window. There we are at. If you stay COVID safe, you can come down and wave. I might be in the middle of a chat. Oh, I feel so much better having gone to the loo. Oh, maybe there's endorphins in going to the loo. Going to the loo. Anyway, we're going to talk to Ari Eldjan. I think. I'll check if I'm getting pronunciation correct at 12:30. And this is kind of Sarah back on, please, Dave. Tell us about Ari. Can she know about Harry?
Yes, Harry. Yeah.
I've met him a couple of times, haven't I?
Yes, yes, and the stream show, the international showcase show.
Yes.
Harry did as well, which was a showcase with lots of international comedians, all online. This was when we went into the first lockdown here in the UK. It was sort of March, end of March, I think, time.
Does he have this special out? Was that?
Yes, yes, yeah. Ari has a Netflix special out, and yes, and Ari's great, incredibly well, as all many Icelandic people do have incredibly good English, and I think there is a strong English TV. Kind of crossover in Iceland, so Ari sort of knows slang and phrases that surprises me, which is kind of brilliant.
Hang on just there in the middle there, because we'll come back to that. Just going to talk to people on Swift. Jason Mitchell, hi Clive, thank you for welcome back. Jason, you've got some very nice, and Amanda Moore, you've got Team Humanity, that's great on there. Our initials for our group, Jason, are just MHG, so that we don't get confused with something else. So make humanity great. But again, and now, and always, and that's kind of our thing. So we're the MHG group, just 3 letters, to make it simple. If you wish to have that moniker, just if you could adjust that, if you wish. If you don't wish to, then no problem at all. Just telling you we're the Make Humanity Great group. And yes, thank you everyone. I always have to go to the loo when I start, but today more than ever. So now.
So yes, no, Ari's brilliant. So yes, Ari's Netflix special. It's an English language special as well, and it's called Pardon My Icelandic. If anyone wants to look that up, you can see Ari's latest show.
Which should definitely be available in the UK, and because I know as you change countries with Netflix, they change copyrights, but it could well be available all around the world. So have a check. Yes, if you just look up Ari to Ljubljana, and yeah, you will have it.
And Ari's done the Edinburgh Fringe 2019, I think Ari did, yes. And yeah, very funny guy.
There is what? Oh, sorry, yeah.
I was going to say, it's weird with Netflix that there's sort of differences with countries, isn't it? I don't know.
No, but that's understandable. You have copyrights, and that's good, and that protects the artist. So if you've sold the rights, like my specials of often my video albums, whatever we call them, have been sold to different rights owners. They've got the rights to distribute it in different territories. So that's why if you move around, interestingly, you could move and then just get the ones from your own country, but they've arranged it so that you get the ones, I think it's a Netflix thing, that if you go to France, you get everything that is available to everyone in France under that. I think in Germany the same, and in America, and the States, Canada, so it just shifts. It just shifts. Quite often now they go for world rights, so they're all available all the time. Now,
okay, that makes sense.
Quickly, we should do an opening video. Dave's that ready to go? I'm going to do an introduction, but just like to know it's lined up.
Yes, it is.
All ready to go, very good. So this is, as you may know, I ran through 28 cities of Europe back in February of last year, 2020. So I'm doing exactly the same cities, being powerful, reaching out, making connections, even stronger than before. And we're doing that, running a virtual marathon for Ljubljana, Slovenia, today. So that's what I'm doing. So here is the video, the first one. I used to put out 3 a day, sort of more, first one, middle, because the first one was usually very early, and this will be the first one on Ljubljana from the 14th of February. It's now the 14th of January. That's exactly 11 months ago. Roll VT. So, this is Slovenia. Ljubljana. Is this marathon 14? I think this is, when I've done this, it'll be the halfway point. It is 4 in the morning. As you can see, packed with people. 4 in the morning. Whew. This is the hardest time when you're just going, oh, couldn't I rest? Couldn't I just sleep in? There's going to be a point where I get a lion, and that's when everything's finished. I think if you have a normal week, you probably think, okay, the weekend I have a lion, a bit of a lion. You just don't get, you know, I got up at 2 and I'm running at 4. And if I think about the first 21 kilometers I'm going to run, that's not great. So you've just got to power on. And also, yeah, achy, and my knee went a bit, and so it made my, what is it, something on the other side, my Achilles, something, yes, the Achilles tendon on the other side is pulled. So I think it's going to work itself out, but it aches, but the more I run, the more heat goes to the body, the more it should calm down. So Let us go. Let us go make humanity great again. In the rain and the cold, not too cold. Getting used to the cold. The faster I start, I mean, you can't run too fast. You run too fast and your legs fill up with lactic acid. Not good. So you have to start at an understandable pace, at a decent pace. Anyway, there we go. All right. More later. That was me with shorter hair. Exactly 11 months ago, 14th of February 2020, and this is 14th of January 2021. And so I'm running. I said it was raining there. And look, I couldn't see it bouncing off the ground, but it's very difficult. It's interesting. Very difficult to see rain unless it's throwing itself down. My new film, 6 Minutes to Midnight, coming out on the 26th of March. Sky Original in the UK, so it'll definitely be available on Sky if you have that. And in America, in the States, it'll be on IFC. They're distributing it, so that's on the 26th of March of this year. But in that film, you'll see, when you see it, hopefully you'll see it, and the great Judi Dench is in there, and the great Jim Broadbent, both Oscar winners, and James Darcy, Kellen Jones, a lot of good people in there. And the scene's done in full rain, and when they do that, they have trucks and a big vat of rain, and they dump it on you, and it has to be big enough droplets so you can see it. So if you notice, to all films where there's rain, it's always very full rain. It's never light rain. It just doesn't show. And that kind of, you feel that's going to be, well, this'll look good, you know, the light bounces off the rain and the street, and you're there and you're all dripping, and you're doing it, it's an action scene. So, but after one, and the scene is, you know, maybe, 30 seconds, 45 seconds, maybe a minute. But after a minute of drenching rain, you go in, you try and, they take the worst out of the water, they put hair dryers on you, stand by heat, and then you go back in again. It becomes miserable. It would seem like fun to shoot in the rain, but it's not. It should be avoided if you can. If a lot of your film is in rain, or your role is in rain, then it's tough. I remember I have changed my mind about the rain shooting, so but it does look pretty good, but it's just pretty miserable to do it. There we go. So, gonna talk to Ari from Finland, from Iceland. Sorry, not Finn. Today, in about 3 minutes' time, 12 London time, bottom of the hour, and then we can have a chat. So, anything else, Sarah? Next few minutes.
Yeah, should we do some more facts?
Yeah.
Let's do some more facts. So, let's have a little look at some more facts. Oh yes, there's the Dragon Bridge. I think you went over the Dragon Bridge when you did...
Yes, I did.
Yeah, Travel Man. So the Dragon Bridge was...
This is in Ljubljana.
Yes, in Ljubljana. Was... Actually, I'm just getting sound bleed from somewhere. Hang on 1 second.
Hi,
Ah,
it's
there
Ian
we go.
Gifford.
Say again?
Sorry.
What did you say?
Go ahead, Ian.
Dave or Ian, say that again, we didn't hear.
Sorry, I pressed the wrong button.
Okay.
It was maybe supposed to come into my ear. Yes, the Dragon Bridge was built in the beginning of the 20th century when Ljubljana was part of the Austro-Hungarian monarchy. As one of the best examples of reinforced concrete bridges and of the Vienna secession style, the bridge is today protected as a technical monument. It's I've never heard of it, a technical monument. That's an interesting term. It says, decorated with the dragon statues on pedestals at four corners of the bridge, it has become a symbol of the city. They're really good dragons as well, there's a picture.
Yes, the dragons were good. It's interesting dragons that they don't seem to have ever lived. Pterodactyl no one in sort of modern civilization can have a memory of pterodactyl nests or one or two hanging around, but the fire-breathing bit, that we pretty much believe that's all just myth. But it caught everyone's imagination. Everyone likes it, and dragons on the Welsh flag. Great flag, Wales.
Yeah, it is weird that we didn't
We
just
don't-
put the dragon on the.
Well, that's because of English imperialism, I suppose, because they were the first who was a racist, essentially, and a hateful person who went around murdering. And he murdered left, right, centre, and he murdered a lot of people in Wales. But a lot of murder was done in those days. I don't know if that detracts from the amount of murder he got up to. But, yeah, that's what happened. And,
Oh, this is an interesting fact.
yeah.
Sorry, I just suddenly saw this. About Slovenia, it says the country where 1 in 20 people keep bees.
There you go. 1 in 20 as a percentage. That's 5%. 5% of people are beekeepers. I don't know quite. We need comparison figures. So.
Yeah. This is from the Telegraph.
All right.
Well, there you go.
United Kingdom. Only 4.5%. 50% of people.
Everyone.
80% of people.
Yeah.
In fact, bees keep humans.
Wait, where is it? Is it New Zealand? where
Hi,
there's
John
more sheep?
scored here on Zwift. Afternoon to John saying hi. Sorry, just interrupt you now. We're going to go to...
Yeah, is it New Zealand where there's more sheep than people?
Not sure.
Might be.
But, yeah. I'm ready.
There will be a slight delay with our...
Okay.
Yes, here we go. There are around 90,000 beekeepers in a population of just 2 million.
Right.
That's a lot of beekeepers. Oh, it even has a distinct strain of the insect, Carniolan bees, which are valued for their non-aggressive nature and team ethic. That's that's fantastic. I'm going to look these up more. Oh, how lovely as well. The annual Peace Index says the world's, which is the world's leading measure of national peacefulness, puts Slovenia in 7th place out of 163 nations.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Oh, that's lovely.
Okay. Right, running. Back running. Jason Mitchell, MHG. Thank you, Jason. My daughter did a 10K with Eddie the other day. I'm still in shock. That's great. You're in shock, I think, she doesn't normally do a 10K? Well, excellent. Tell her well done from me. Thank you, Neil Dawes. Saying I'm inspirational. Well, Neil, I'm trying to inspire myself. That's my trick. If I can do stuff that makes me go, well, that seems all right. Who's that? Oh, that's me. That's my sort of getting out of myself. And,
I have Ari for you.
ah, Ari. Hi, Ari.
Hey, how are you?
I'm very good. How are you doing?
Good. How far are you in this particular round?
Just started. I started 12 noon London time. Are you an hour ahead of us, or are you same time as us?
Same time now, but we
Yeah.
do change once a year. I think there's an hour difference, but yeah, same time now.
Yeah. Well, me move in the summer as well. So, but maybe go different ways. But yeah. So I've been going. Was it 3 kilometers? I don't know if you can see my screen above my head.
Yes, I can.
It says in the middle. It says 3.42 kilometers. So that's what I've got, and I have to get 42.2 kilometers, 42.18 to be precise. So,
Yeah.
so that's what's going on here. And yeah, how are you? How are you in Reykjavik?
Yes, well, nearby, Seltjarnarnes, very close to Reykjavik. And yeah, we're doing fine.
What's the COVID situation with you, yourself, and also the country of Iceland? How are you getting on?
It's pretty good at the moment. There are very few active cases, and
Oh, wow.
People have managed to socially distance adequately through Christmas and New Year's. But it's been like 3 or kind of 4 waves, really. So
Oh, wow.
it comes and goes.
4 waves, because we I suppose we consider ourselves just 2 waves, but yeah. But did your government go hard and fast? Because we took a long time to do lockdown, and Boris Johnson's government was trying to wait and I think see it out or something, hope the economy could get going. But how did you do it in Iceland?
It was relatively fast. I think it was the 13th of March last year when they did the gathering ban, the first gathering ban, where they only had like 20 people at one place, and they've eased restrictions since then, and then they've tightened them again. So it's been a learning process,
yeah,
for sure. But, the overall mood here is pretty good. However, everyone seems to be very fixated on vaccine, and for a while there was a big obsession with vaccine being not in good supply. But I think we don't really need to complain about that as long as we don't have many cases. As long as social distancing is working, I think we can be happy.
Well, this is an interesting thing. COVID nationalism.
Yes.
Vaccine nationalism. Certain people saying the idea in a maybe Boris Johnson, any of the right-wing people who are saying, you know, it's all about our country and not anyone else's. And my whole point is it's all about all of us. We can't afford to be nationalistic, and you can bet your bottom dollar that another one of these kind of viruses is going to come. It just will, and if we should be ready next time and not go through all this that we went through this time. I just think another one's going to come. Not necessarily a variation, but yeah. So the vaccine is available, or it's becoming available, or it's slow to get in Iceland.
It's slow to get in, of course, but like. There's 360,000 people here. We need to vaccinate. I think we can vaccinate about 280,000 people to get the so-called herd immunity, or so. I think I have the right numbers there. But Iceland is part of the EU bid for vaccines.
Right.
Even though we're not a member of the EU, we're a member of the European Economic Area. So we're part of the inner market, and we have like 8% of the legislation. So when the news started to emerge that maybe the EU hadn't been the fastest in the world to act to get the Pfizer vaccine particularly, I think that created a big moment for, and I think that internationally creates a big moment for opportunistic criticism and populism.
Well, I think we call it simplistic thinking, because I'm encouraging people. All the populist leaders tend to have a minority vote. Hitler only ever had 30%, and they call him populist, but it's really, these are the simplistic leaders with simplistic answers. So we have to change that language. I believe
opportunist, really.
Yes. Opportunist. There you go.
A fortune knight is an Icelandic word. It's a knight that appears for battle when it seems to be particularly comfortable. But I think like. We're going to get a lot of vaccine. We've ordered way more than we have people, but nobody knows how fast the rollout will be. So that creates a little bit of confusion and unease. But I think we did the right thing by doing it in tandem with like the EU countries, because that just means that you get it proportionately based on your population.
Very good, very good. Now, tell everyone about yourself and about your stand-up career, because you've got a special out there. Yeah, you may as well tell everyone. I'm just going to adjust something here while you're doing it. Don't worry about me, I'll be back in 2 seconds. But yeah, tell us about yourself.
Yeah, well, I'm an Icelandic stand-up comedian, been doing stand-up for 10 years, and almost instantly started doing it in English in parallel. And I have like a special on Netflix now, which is like the greatest hits, if you will, of my last 10 years. And a lot of it has to deal with Nordic countries. But I think the bulk of the comedy in that particular special has to do with Icelanders' view of themselves. And I think that we're way too small of a country to view ourselves as anything like a world leader. However, we are obsessed with being recognized and being respected because I think many small countries can relate to this. We just dream of being taken seriously and playing in the big leagues. So I think a lot of my humor has to do with the inferiority complex that we suffer as a result of being this small Western country.
And do you think that led in a certain way into the Icelandic banking problem? The desire to, understandable desire to be seen on the stage, and so the Icelandic banks, which had been very responsible up to the point where they jumped to that. I'm not quite sure. I saw a documentary on it. I'm not quite sure what the mechanism was, but they started going into that place where the subprime market, where it all blew up. Was that?
Yeah.
I suppose that thinking linked to that. Yeah.
Yeah, the banks basically, there were three major banks and they got privatized, and it took less than a decade before they all went tits up.
Yeah.
At the same time, of course, there was this massive boom and lending bubble happening in the world, subprime mortgages and what have you. But yeah, in the years leading up to the bank collapse, the average Icelander was very happy to see them grow, and we were very quick to attribute the bank's success to our alleged qualities, like we're Viking descendants, we don't overthink, we just blunder. And all of that blew up in our face when it just went bankrupt. So that's when a different kind of atmosphere was created in this country, an atmosphere of absolute guilt and shame over having been so foolish.
Right. Yes. It's well, a lot of people, about half that pizza. Yeah, a lot of banks people got taken in on that. As someone who did, you may not know this of me, I did accounting and financial management with mathematics as my degree.
Yeah.
So I could quite easily, if I just said, you know, my younger years, I was very fascinated, interested in money. Let's make it. Let's just, you know, build up a pile of it. And then I realized I wanted to do this. So in the end, I've sort of chosen the hardest way I can possibly do of making money. It's being a creativist. You know, capitalists make things to make money, whereas I'm a creativist. I make money to make things. I love making things, creating things that weren't there. The comedy, just even this run, which I don't actually get any money from, but just the idea of creating that I love. And so yes. But I am. What's the best word? I feel I really need to know the ins and outs. You know, short selling, The Big Short, the film, The Big Short. Short selling, which if people don't know around the world, is when you bet against a stock. It's when you bet that the stock is going to fail, and then it's in your interest to do that stock down. And if it fails, you win big. And that's a number of people, a minority of people betted against the housing market. And if you watch the film, you can see that some of the younger, have you seen The Big Short?
Yes, I think I've seen. Is that the documentary? Was
Yeah,
that the,
it's got Brad Pitt in it. It's the
no,
film.
I haven't. No.
It's Brad Pitt's working with two younger actors, obviously playing these guys, but they see an opportunity, and they bet against it. They short out the mortgage market in America, and they win big. But as Brad says, his character says at the end, people are losing their jobs. You're making the money on the back of this. It's do not dance, do not be happy, because they're very happy. They've made all this money and they're young, and so it's this curious thing. Why does it exist? Why is it allowed to be legal? This shorting of stocks. There's a number of things in there. When it goes into casino capitalism, in the whole subprime market, there were there were financial packages, financial goods that were being sold that were impossible to understand. You just could not understand. Even the people selling them probably didn't understand how they worked. Bits of one owned by bits of the other, and the other would own bits of the thing back. It was just designed to be so complicated that no one could follow it. And then when it crashed, a lot of people didn't see it coming. And that seems to happen again and again and again and again, and just always into the future. So we're not out of that one. We're not out of nationalism, which happened back in the 30s, and we seem to be going back into it. So as someone who is looking for a seat to be elected to get into Parliament, I'm studying all of this, and I have been over decades, because there must be a better way, particularly in the financial markets. Some of it is good, trading, we understand. Sorry, I'm going on a bit here.
No worries. Happy to listen.
I find it curious, interesting, dispiriting, and I came out as trans years ago. I thought there was a better way to look at trans people and not just say these people are toxic, but say actually these people are part of society, because I was one of them. I thought I'd be honest about that, I'd take that fight on, and that was 35 years ago, and now we're in a better place. Somewhat better, not perfect, but I want people all around the world, anyone in finance, to be looking at better ways of doing things, and we are, but it's slow, because some people just want to make that money, keep that system going. Big banks can't fail, so it just seems to go on. I worry about it anyway. I worry about it. No real question there, me saying what I think. Anyway, let's go back. I've got some more information that's come up on you, so I'm going to read it out to you, and you can tell me anything in here, because I'm going to talk to you till about 5 to... we've got an open thing here, so I can keep chatting to you. So, now, you're down as Iceland's biggest comedian. Is that fair? One of the top comedians?
No, my dad is a writer. He is a novelist and...
No, sorry, it's not your dad. It's you. You're written down as one of the top comedians in Iceland. Is that correct? Are there other comedians in there? Or?
Yeah, there's other great comedians, but I would be in the stand-up division. I would possibly be the biggest. Yes.
Okay, well there we go. And you have a Netflix special. Do other Icelandic comedians have Netflix specials?
Well, I am the first, apparently.
Yes. There you go. Okay, well, now sometimes it happens. If I want to blow my own trumpet, I started improvising back at the end of the 80s, going into the 90s. I was improvising in a lot of gigs, not doing terribly well, but then I took that into my show, and it made my show, the material change over much faster. So I was at the vanguard, at the front end of those comedians who began changing the material over. But I think I was one of the first. I don't know, there were other really good people around there who could also do that, but we hadn't been doing it before. We used to get 20 minutes and sit on it.
Yeah, you stick to that for the next 20 years.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We had a very famous double act here, Morecambe and Wise, and they had a solid 1 hour that they did for, I think, 30, 35 years, maybe longer, and they would never show it on television, so they could always tour and do that and make some money outside, even though they were doing really well.
Yeah.
Now, I'm interested, you mentioned you started doing your show in Icelandic and English pretty much at the same time?
Yeah, like a year later, as a dare, I just went to London and got on stage at all the open mics I could get on, just to try to do something in English. And it was really difficult to do it for the first time, because I thought I should just write new material specifically for England. And I think I fell into a bit of a trap, which was to try to change myself so much that people would see in London that, like, I know what you people are like. I am familiar with British terminology like the dole. I understand your discourse. In the end, it turned out it was way better to just translate my stuff and use my regional quirks as my calling card, if you will.
Yeah. Now there's a thing. There's a rabbit hole we talk a lot of these days about going down rabbit holes and what rabbits are thinking down there, and all these people are coming around. What are you doing in my rabbit hole? But there is one for which, when I went to France, I did this a bit, but I don't do it now because I'm doing my stuff in French. And you might have done it where you say, I was in France going, now, we British do this, whereas you French do that, and we British do this. And you can do an entire show of that, but it's short term, and it gets you on your feet. But my advice, or maybe our advice to any other comedians around the world, if you're going in a second language or going even from English to Britain, English to America, don't do that. Don't get stuck in it. It's a druggy trap because you'll rely on it. And what you need to say is, haircuts, aren't they weird? Marriages, aren't they weird? Elephant, Donald Trump, isn't he weird? Just talk about things. And would you say, for the material that you write, you can talk about 90% of stuff that you do in ICE, 95, it translates pretty well. It's only references that I find that gets one stuck.
Right, yeah. Usually the material is written in such a way that the gag is pretty universal, but you might need to footnote a couple of things just to explain what this means. However, I found it really interesting that I can do bits that are about like, this word means this in this language, and it means this in this language. I have a lot of bits like that about Icelandic words that mean something in the Faroese islands and vice versa. But it turns out you can actually explain, in Icelandic it means this, but in the Faroes it means this. And you're doing it in a third language, and it still works, because the gag is universal. But I agree with you, it's good to not get completely stuck in one type of shtick. So this special would be like the bulk of my material, where I'm talking about where I'm from and what my region is like. But at the tail end of it, there's like 5 or 6 bits just pieced together that are completely universal. And every time I stumble upon a bit that I understand is universal from the get-go, that's when I get really excited. And every time I see a comedian with a great universal bit, I always get this like, oh, I wish I'd thought of that. I wish I'd thought of that.
Well, this is it. I actually block out things which are not universal. If it comes into my head, there's 2 things there. One, I was talking about dung beetles. I just started talking about dung beetles, and they don't exist in Britain, but we know they exist. The name is known, but they just do stuff with dung, which is ridiculous. They move it around, they bury it, they eat it, they live in it, have baby dung beetles, and just to have a group of dung beetles getting together and having a meeting and saying, what are we doing? I want to see the careers advisor. You see, that can work anywhere, and obviously the word would be different in different languages, but it's still. So what, we're just going to eat dung? No carrots, no breakfast cereal, no, just dung, mainly dung. That's what we're doing. So that was one that does work. And then there's the other one, down the rabbit hole. Now, I don't know if you use that term, going down the rabbit holes, when people get stuck in conspiracy theories down the rabbit hole of this, I take it that terminology might be known to Icelandic people who speak English, but is there an Icelandic equivalent, or is it just known as the English term, or is it not really known?
No, we would use it. We would use the English version. It's so weird that you use this, because I've been listening to yesterday and when I went to bed, and as I woke up this morning, I was listening to Rabbit Hole, a podcast.
Oh wow, there we go. You see, I think it's
division and dissent on the internet. It's amazing.
Well, I think I just realized it's a great piece of stand-up to have a bunch of rabbits going, who are these fucking people? They say that the carrots are going to be made illegal. I don't know, no, that's just because, what are they doing in our rabbit hole? They said they come down the rabbit hole because their minds are gone. They seem very right-wing. Yes, I know. I like the rabbits down the rabbit hole being completely confused as to why everyone's down there. And hopefully if I explain the term and just check out in German, French, the son dans the caverne des lapins. And they say, no, we say down the rabbit hole. They'll probably say down the rabbit hole.
This is great stuff too. Like, I do a lot of bits where I explain how most Icelandic words are very self-explanatory. Like, we don't say cardiologist, we say heart disease curing person. That's what we say.
There you go.
That's a doctor is a curing person. And the subprime packages you mentioned, we call them we call them a debt paper vapningus. Skuldabréfvapningur. That means like you've taken it and wrapped it together and twisted it and turned it together.
Right.
So you can find a lot of material in just explaining to people like this is what we call it and this is literally what it means, and then you can use that word for the rest of the show.
Oh, that's exactly it. I advise any comedian, try not to use the in my country this happens and in your country that happens. Use it very sparingly. It's a safety net. But just say my parents are this and my brother and I met someone who did that and I like the look of fields and helicopters and just talk about stuff because all of that is everywhere. Human sacrifice. There was one. Why did we say my angles? Why did someone once say the weather is bad, the crops have failed, the gods obviously hate us, so we're gonna kill Steve and then that'll be fine. You may say it's a simplistic political answer, but I know because I've got a bone through my nose and I'm talking to the guy right now. Steve, rip yourself apart. You can do it. Do you want me to do it? And Steve's going, what the fuck? No. I'm talking to the guy and everyone goes, hey, Steve, because logically someone would have said, Steve is created by the gods. You tear apart one of the creations of the gods. They're going to be furious. They go, Jeff, you're next. Okay, well, forget about it. Steve, good luck. They obviously were doing political control from way back when. It's quite simple when you look at it. And so even though it's a horrific thing, having this comedic thing, and everyone understands it, the entire world, human sacrifice. What was going on there? Was it the next thing on Trump's list? If he'd got a second term. It's just, so I talked about the curly whirly. Curly whirly is a chocolate and nougat lattice shaped thing. It's a strip. It's like a stick. And it's shaped crisscross. It was around when I was a kid. It sort of went away and I think it's still around.
Yeah, it's from Cadbury's, I think. They sell it here.
Yep. It's sold in Iceland. And once you've explained it, because some countries won't have it, you can say, I love this thing. And then later on, this guy was in the alleyway. He was come up and I got my I hit him with a curly whirly and he went down. And it's great. And you've got a curly whirly as your sword. Come, advance, we curly whirly supporters. So it is what we're doing is story technique. It's basic story technique. If you look at any film set anywhere else or set in another age, Game of Thrones, they have to explain there's a whole bunch of thrones. Lord of the Rings, there's this ring, we've got to put it in a fire. And the question in Lord of the Rings is, why don't they just get on the first eagle they find and say, just nip past that Mount Doom, I'll chuck it in the top.
Yeah.
They could have done that and it would be in a very short film. But no, they had to do the struggle to show that. But anyway, story technique.
And really, one of the techniques you have in your stand-up is, like just now, you were talking about human sacrifice. But it turns out that all the parties involved are called like Jeff and Dave and Steve. It's just such a nice little trick that people have such boring, mundane names.
Well, this is it. If you call them Floodabunch, and and Lord of the Rings gets into this, Grisalda and Slemhola, son of Drimdraven, cousin of Huld, and you're going, hang on. Let's call him Steve. Steve will come, then Jeff will be there, and Siobhan, and Juliet and Kenny, and we will fight them on the beaches. And it's very grabbable. I first did this with in the first Iraq War. I was doing stuff on the million-strong Iraqi forces that were out there. I think it was about 1 million. It's a very big, but they were just conscripts, and they were all sitting in foxholes, and the entire world was sort of arraigned. The first Gulf War, not the second one. They were arraigned against them, and I gave them a Birmingham accent, and they'd say, in cagoules, essentially, go, what are we doing here? These boys are going to come over here. It's not going to be very good, are you? I don't know. I'm not really doing a great Birmingham accent there, but all right. So that's who's out there? It's bloody everyone. I think Saddam Hussein's a dick. Yeah. Anyway, so if you get them real average names, I mean, they're English names, but still, Steve and Jeff, they were kids from school. So I based everyone on that. And some people called Steve have come up to me and said, I'm always getting picked upon, but Steve can be a hero or or the bad guy or an average guy in any of my stories. It's just Steve's and Jeff's. Jeff Vader.
There was also like Mel Brooks had this great bit with Carl Reiner, the 2,000-year-old man. You remember that?
Yes.
They like he's 2,000 years old, and he's like asking him, so who discovered women? Boyney. So there's a guy called Bernie 2,000 years ago.
Yeah.
How did that come about? He said, fellas, there's ladies around. It's like always so anticlimactic.
Yeah, that's how it works. So you were telling us about your dad. Do tell us about your dad, because I was asking a different question. But yeah, what your mum and dad do. Were they happy that you became a comedian?
Yes, very. My mother is a meteorologist. Was the first woman to present the weather report on Icelandic television in 1980, I believe.
There you go.
And it's her dream, her passion, to be a meteorologist. She's always wanted to do it, and she did it, and she lived the dream. And my father is a writer.
Right.
That was what he always wanted to do. So they have always been very encouraging to follow your dreams and do what you want to do.
Which is rare, isn't it? Well, I think about maybe a third of kids get that. 2/3 tend to get, don't. No, you've got to become a taxidermist.
Yes.
I'd like the idea that someone say, I want to be this. They normally say doctor, lawyer, thing. No, taxidermist. But you're not a taxi. I know. But you will be a taxidermist. What? Yeah. What? I want you to stuff animals full of stuff. Sand, mainly. Sand won't work.
Business.
I want you to do Build-A-Bear, but for roadkill animals. Dad, that's insane. It could take off. You do it. I'm lazy. Oh, sorry, I'm doing stand-up.
I just love that taxidermy is such a mainstream occupation. It's like a safe bet. Taxidermy. You don't want to risk anything.
I think if Build-A-Bear reaches meat and taxidermy meat, that's quite a nice bit of stand-up. Please note that down so I can get into that.
Jesus, wow.
I'm noting ideas. So, you got something going on?
Yeah, a raven just flew by my window.
Oh, wow. With a message?
It's a huge one. Wow.
If it's Game of Thrones, that would be a message.
I don't know. It's very it's very Game of Thrones-ish weather here now. Not sure you can see this, but it's raining like mad. But it's sunny too.
Yeah, I can see that. I can see both.
Yeah, my laptop is completely drenched now. And there's this raven who believes that he owns my house. He sits on top of the house, and because it's shiny, the roof, and you can hear him occasionally like.
There you go, with no particular message. Yeah.
No message. Just looking for stuff to steal.
It is weird if there is a god and they invented birds, and they said I want them all to just go or but I want one or two of them to repeat exactly what people say. And pieces of 8, 6.7. Let's go down. Parrots, minor birds. Could you write down minor birds as well? I had a whole piece on minor birds, which was, I don't know what my angle was, but they don't just say little bits, they say entire things. You must go down the road and buy some socks, and then come home, and I will give you extra life.
Oh, that's so good.
I don't know, minor birds. And why they call minor birds, I don't know. Anyway, so pardon my understanding, we've talked about I like the fact you did English and because you obviously saw the benefit, not to work against Icelandic as your language, but you saw that if you're brilliant in Icelandic, you will play to the 330,000 citizens of Iceland. But if you can get English going, you can tour the world, can't you? How many countries have you played in English?
I don't know, 12 or something. It was primarily the Nordic countries for the first 5 years. That's where I really got my training, because I would not speak Nordic languages there.
Right.
Although I can kind of stumble across through some Nordic languages. It was just way easier to do it in English. But I lived in England when I was 7. It was a massive thing. I moved to England when I was 7 for 1 year, and it changed my life completely because I learned English really fast at a very malleable, plastic age.
Yeah.
And then I studied in England later, and I went to film school for a year. So there's always been this connection. So it was never a thought of plan that I wanted to make it big. I stayed away from England like for the first 7 years of my career. I didn't go back after that one time. But it was just a desire I had I just love speaking English. I just love doing impressions. I love showing off my range, as it were. I'm a very simple person. I am still 7 years old, very impressed with myself for knowing how to speak English, because it was actually quite rare when I was 7 in my group of friends.
I've got you. Right. And it does give you...
Later, everyone did it, you know.
And it does mean that you can watch films and TV dramas and comedies in English and get it straight plugged into you as opposed to with subtitles, yeah?
Yeah, but like also just at that little bit earlier age, everyone here really speaks English today.
Yeah.
I mean, most everyone is fluent in English.
Right. Yeah,
But it was like a new world at that age.
it was...
And,
Sorry to interrupt you though. Sorry, yeah, no, it's great. I want to encourage people to do things in different languages. Most people will come into English, I understand that, because there's a career extension in that. I'm going the other way.
Yeah.
But I was encouraged to play in Iceland by Björk. So, Björk,
Really?
yes. So Björk to the world, who is actually Björk, yes,
Yes.
in Icelandic, because there's an umlaut, she has an umlaut in her name.
yeah.
I met her at a giant stadium watching a U2 gig, and she was going that way, and she said, I just saw you on Have I Got News For You? There was a Christmas video back in, I don't know, it must have been early 90s.
Yeah, this is like 93 maybe when she just moved to London, 92, 93.
I was in New York at Giant Stadium when I saw her, and she was just walking by, backstage, and she said, you should play Iceland. You got a great sense of humor. So I said, I will. And so I did. And it just took off. Everyone was great. A great sense, amazing English. So people, and in fact, Iceland is, there's a question of, there must be some mainstream comedians in Iceland who talk about sports stars and things on television. Are they there? I mean, back in the day, or are there still people who talk about my mother-in-law, my wife, my thing, those old, do you have...
I mean, the stand-up scene is quite small and quite new.
Right.
But we've had, like, of course, comedy actors and sketch shows and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, it's where was I going to go with this? But it's if you're an alternative comedian talking about life and my life and sexuality and love and death and human sacrifice and banjos and curly whirlies, you can actually tour the world with that. Because people say very loosely, and they don't really think about this, they say, in Britain, they say, there's a British sense of humour, but if you analyse all the British comedians together, they're all over the place. Some of them are more mainstream, more standard, and some of them are alternative and more out there. And the alternatives will find it much easier to travel around the world, like alternative music compared to pop musics. I mean, both the musics can travel easy because it's sound driven, whereas ours is mind driven. Music is kind of a heart thing, and comedy, we have to play with people's minds. We take them down one avenue and then go down the next. But if you're talking about love, death, sex, families, supermarkets, those subjects will resonate in all developed countries around the world.
Yeah.
So we can go places. I love the idea of people doing that. It's great that you did it, and it paid off. So well done for doing that.
Thank you. Yeah, and I mean, it's unbelievable to see like where some of the people who are enjoying the show are watching it from. There's a lot of people who have seen it in Turkey,
Oh, wow.
in Greece, and Oman.
Yeah.
Like these countries. I thought it was just going to be the Nordic countries and maybe Britain.
Right.
So yeah, and a lot of people from small countries say like, oh yeah, most of what you say applies to New Zealand. Most of what you say applies to Latvia, Estonia.
Okay,
That's fun.
I'm going to ask you an odd question, which is, can you explain, first of all, we'll do the languages of Nordic countries. So, if I say Nordic countries, it is Iceland, Sweden, Norway, Denmark, and Finland, yes? They're all? And Finland's...
And and then the Faroe Islands and Greenland and the Åland Islands as well.
Oh, right.
The-
Faroe Islands, great. Yes, must.
5 independent countries, yeah.
Yep.
Covered.
And the languages are somewhat different, or quite different. And I've heard that most people I've heard that Norwegians, I know that Finnish is out on its own, so that's a separate language, boom, end of story. Swedish is understood by Danish and Norwegians, probably Icelandic people, maybe, because they've got a 10 million population, so it's kind of big, and they put out a lot of television and film. Is that the reason? Do Icelandic people understand Swedish in the films, or not so much?
Basically, they're all the same language, apart from Finnish, which is more similar to Hungarian and Estonian. But yeah, they're all from Old Norse, and Icelandic would be the most similar to the Old Norse,
right,
as much as it still has the complicated grammar. We have like cases and declinations and all that, but we understand kind of Swedish, Norwegian, Danish, because we learn Danish in schools.
Oh, right.
Because
yeah.
Denmark used to rule Iceland, so
Right.
back in the day you would learn Danish to be able to go to Denmark, to go to school there, or not to visit Copenhagen, but the capital.
Yeah.
And so I learned Danish in school, and that's the reason I can understand it. I think if I hadn't had that experience or that education, I would not be able to grab a newspaper and understand much.
Right.
There are many similar words, and the whole it is quite interesting to compare like how similar they are, but the pronunciations are very different between like Norway and Denmark, for example.
Right. But can you speak to those two countries? This thing that I was told, I think from someone from either Norway or Denmark, that they can all those people in those two countries can understand Swedish, but the Swedes can't understand them. Is that true, or do you know?
They can all understand each other.
All right. Okay.
Of course, they have some regional dialects. Norway has a lot of regional dialects, so you might get some dialects that are very hard to follow. But if you look at the way they're written, they're almost identical. Icelandic would be the hardest one to understand for
Right.
the other one.
Okay. Well, here's a weird question. What's the word for rubbish? Because when I played Shetland, they had an official sign for don't throw rubbish. Well, it was Dinner Chuck Brook. Dinner Chuck Bruck. Yeah?
Okay, for us, the official word for rubbish would be rusk.
Rusk. Okay, well, it
Yeah.
wasn't that. So
R-U-S-L.
it might have been Norwegian linked or something, but it was
Yeah.
Dinner Chuck. So dinner comes from do not, but that was in the official thing. It was do not chuck. And chuck is to throw. That's a slang that we use.
Yeah.
Chuck. I don't know if you have chuck or if that's but they come from other languages. And it's obviously from the Vikings. So I was trying to track that one down. But anyway, so it's obviously not Icelandic and therefore probably not Danish either. But
So many words in Scotland are similar, like when they say to ken,
yeah.
you know, that's Danish, for example, kenne, like Kenny do him, do you know him?
It's also German. It's also German canon to know.
Yes,
Yeah.
kenne. It's German as well, and then they have like Bern and
Yeah.
Hus. I mean, this is all the same here. Bar, hus.
So who's his house?
Yep.
Yeah, because I went to speak Old English in a documentary, and there's a thing, because we had the Normans who were overseers over England, as opposed to Britain, and that they were speaking French, Norman French, and all the workers who had been conquered, the Saxons and the Angles, their descendants, they were speaking a Dutch, a German, a Platt Deutsch kind of thing. So we have this interesting thing about the words in the field. The field is felt. That's like German, and the hen is a hen, I think. Cow is a kuh. They're all very close in the field, but when it lands on the plate in front of the Norman gentry, the kuh becomes boeuf, which is beef, which is French, and they turn into French words. So it's not a perfect line, but it does seem to imply what came from
It's
us.
such a good example of how it changes, and English is so weird. It has all these different words for, like they say veal and special words for the meat of the animal.
Right, yes.
We would just say calf meat.
Yeah, I know. It's all kind of crazy. Now, I've just looked at one fact about you, which I didn't know. Your grandfather was Prime Minister in Iceland.
Oh, president.
Oh, President, you were kind of, right.
Yeah, actually, I got a funny old picture of him here that somebody gave me. They found this at the Museum for Photography. So here is my grandfather.
Right, got it.
And here is
wow.
Richard Nixon on a visit to Iceland.
There you go.
And this is like a year after Watergate, a year before he resigns. This is 1973. So a very interesting time to meet that particular person.
Yeah, maybe he was just trying to get out of DC.
Yeah, and apparently he loved it over here. He was like, oh, this is such a simple and honest place. Not complicating things. Like, they only served like 2 types of wine with the food, and one of them was just like vodka and soda. It's like very 70s Iceland. No beer, nothing fancy. And he's like, this is so honest. It's like a working man's meal.
So your grandfather was Prime Minister, and so was President. Is that an honorary President, and there is a Prime Minister, or is that the powerful?
Yeah, it's a figurehead. It's the head of state, but like the Prime Minister will carry all the power on behalf of the President. The President can intervene, though, in certain cases. Like after elections, we typically have a coalition government, so you need a mandate to form the government.
Yeah.
So probably similar to Britain. The person who believes, the head of the party that believes he or she can form the party will get like a mandate from the president. And sometimes they can't form a government. Sometimes they can't form a major coalition.
Yeah.
There's not much of a tradition for minority governments, and sometimes there's a crisis forming a government. So in those cases, the president can appoint a government that doesn't belong to parliament, just an outside government. That's happened once before. That was the government we had when we became independent. And my grandfather apparently was very close to doing that when they spent almost a year of not being able to form a government.
Right.
More or less.
Have you ever thought of going political, or it's not on your radar?
No, I'm not very interested in it. I do have my opinions, but I don't have much. I don't think I have the stomach for working in politics. I just don't find it particularly interesting. Not at this point in my life, anyway.
No,
I mean,
no.
who knows what happens later? But
You're young. Well, I'm going in, and there is a thing that we do in comedy. Comedy is not a good political tool, really, except in a couple of ways. We do analyze. We look for how things work, and then we break them down and point out the sometimes the silliness, the idiocy of things, human sacrifice, one Earth. We try and analyze and get down to its basic things. It was basically mind control, and saying if we kill Steve, the crops are going to pick up. And then you think the people would say, what are the figures on the murder per crop? The crop picking up. We've killed 100 people now, and have we got 100% doubling in crop? Yeah, the figures are hazy at the moment. We got some guys looking at that, but if you just stopped it and they worked on the figures, they would have gone, it's got nothing to do with this. But they were all Donald Trumps back then. But it's good.
fake crop news.
Yeah, so fake crop news. Yeah, so the analysis of comedy is good for politics, and then it's not good for building. In politics, you need to have 3 things. You need to be able to communicate. First of all, you need a world vision that I believe is positive. My world vision in one line is the right to a fair chance in life. A fair chance in life should be the right for every person in the world. The right for a fair chance in life. Everyone should have that. Not a free life, but just a fair chance in life. So that's what I feel we should all be fighting for. Then you need to be able to communicate, understand, talk, listen, and communicate back. And 3, you need to be able to analyze systems, which comedy might help you take things apart, might help one take things apart. So you can look at it and go, that bit works, but that bit is rubbish. We need to stop that bit, that's old-fashioned, and keep this bit, or get rid of the whole thing and come up with a new thing. But you need to analyse clearly and without dogma, hopefully. So, without your, well, my party believes this, so we've got to, what's best for working people, people generally living their lives in your country, your continent, and your world, our world. So those are the three main things. And comedy is really we puncture things. We puncture pomposity. There you go, lots of P's. We tell you things, that is silly because of this. And it's not a builder. Comedy doesn't help you build, it just helps you analyze. So
it sometimes complicates the relationship too when you mix the two. Iceland, after the bank collapse, there was a lot of unease politically, and our best stand-up comedian and comedy superstar and hero of mine, Jón Gnarr, as a total joke, ran for mayor of Reykjavik, and he formed a party called the Best Party, which had many election promises. One of them was to break all the promises, and most of them were just nonsensical. We want a polar bear in the petting zoo, and we want free towels for all kinds of people, and he won, and he became mayor, and he inherited a very poorly financed city with almost bankrupt power company, and he really had to be pragmatic to solve some of the problems. But I believe he was a great mayor. He was not afraid to speak up and say, like, excuse me, I have no idea what that is. Can you explain to me what that is? Like, I think his first session as a mayor, somebody raised to him, like, the European Surveillance Authority wants us to improve this. And he was like, what is that? What is the European Surveillance Authority? Oh, well, nobody could really explain it to him. Right. But he did 4 years as a mayor, and then he didn't run again, and he became an actor, a comedian again. During the time he was a mayor, he really had to let go of his comedy career, really, because he just didn't have the same position. He was a mayor. It's difficult to say.
Well, what you do?
It's good to be an outsider if you're a comedian. He did do a lot of comedy as mayor as well, which is quite funny too.
Well, what you do, what I'm planning to do, is to put my career into hibernation. That's the point.
Don't give it up.
Glenda Jackson, great actress, Glenda Jackson went away for 23 years and then came straight back onto West End and Broadway. And so it can be done. You need to have momentum going into when you go in. So you need to have done enough good comedy or drama. I'm trying to do it on both sides. So that the people say, I like what you're doing here in the drama, I like what you're doing here in the comedy. Then you go away, and then when you come back, people hopefully will remember where you are, what you've done, and come back to it. So.
And I'm very happy ending to his story is that he has since become a private citizen again. For 6 years, he has not held office, and he has been a comedian and an actor and done all kinds of stuff, and he's been great, and he's regained, like, I can't remember that he was a mayor now.
I know, that is a crazy idea. I've got to hold you here a sec, Harry. Dave, I'm happy to talk to Richard. I'm just...
Yeah, we're past our time. If
I know. Dave, talk to me, Dave.
Yeah, we're just waiting for him to join.
Okay, so that's okay. That's all light, because I saw it come up in red and then it went away in red. So I thought, have we lost him down a rabbit hole with all the rabbits?
He's in conspiracy theories now.
Yes, I know.
We're just trying to get him lined up and get through. So.
Thank you. And can you tell Anna Maria that we'll delay? We'll delay her, if that's okay, and we'll just be able to get some time in with Richard. Thank you, Harry. Great to talk to you.
You too, as always.
And keep adding countries on, because we need to play the world, because the more people play the world from more different countries, we'll find out we're all the bloody same, which we already know. We just need to prove to the world that we are all the same, and that comedy is human and not national. It's
exactly.
Yeah, that's how it works. Thanks so much.
Best of luck.
Take care.
You too.
So now, okay. So David, did I do something wrong there? If you've got something, Sarah's got to interrupt me.
No. We were. It was a work in progress, and it hasn't quite worked. So there's a slight delay.
Okay,
on that,
is there a gap there at 2 p.m.? Is there a space?
Yes, before the Merseyside incident.
Okay. Alrighty, so let's line it up. You line it, but if you need to tell me, you're gonna have to break in. Sarah's gonna have to break in. In fact, Sarah, just get Dave to bring you up on the screen and break into the conversation.
Yeah, that's
Because
fine.
I can't have things happen and I don't know about it. It's too hard up here. Alrighty, I'm gonna slow down. I've got to go to the loo again. Loo break. Damn it.
Shockingly, over 2 million tonnes of food a year is wasted within the UK supply chain. FareShare is tackling this problem in a strikingly simple way. We work with farmers, producers, distributors and retailers to save good quality fresh food from being wasted, so we can get it onto people's plates instead. In practice, it's a huge logistical feat, involving hundreds of volunteers working tirelessly to unload the produce, unpack and sort it at any one of our network of food warehouses across the UK. The food might be surplus, but it looks and tastes just like the food you'd eat at home. Most of it arrives well before it would have hit the supermarket shelves. Food becomes surplus for all sorts of reasons: a glut of courgettes from overproduction, or a lack of demand as unpredictable weather plays its part. Incorrect packaging and labelling, wonky fruits and veg, and cancelled orders. Wherever it comes from, with the support of our team of volunteers, we prioritise the incoming food, itemising it for traceability and breaking it down into smaller quantities for redistribution. FareShare gives nearly 11,000 charities access to food, all of whom are onboarded safely and meet all food safety regulations. These charities and groups range from food banks, children's breakfast clubs and homeless centres to small local community groups. Not only does this food save charities thousands of pounds on their food bills, it means they can offer the people they support more fresh, healthy fruit and veg and a wider range of food in general. New innovations like the FareShare Go app have seen direct pickups from the supermarkets, meaning perishable goods like fresh bread and fruit can quickly be redistributed. FareShare is more than meals though. Food brings people together. It helps local organisations tackle loneliness and isolation within their communities, or help connect struggling families with the services that can support them. It's such a simple concept. Food that could have been wasted is instead used for good.
Life is a journey. We set out not knowing exactly where we will end up. It can be tough. It can be hard. Sometimes it takes a "I will." Other times a simple "I do." We take each step with our focus ahead. We have plans and strategies, but they do not always work out. There are times when we get knocked down and doors close behind us. Our hopes can often be replaced by fears. We can lose our direction and struggle with change, become passengers in a life that is spinning too fast. At times like this, we need someone beside us. Someone to listen, to advise and support us, see what is really possible. someone to give hope and to get us over that line, and someone to say why when the job is done. Walking with the Wounded supports ex-servicemen and women with physical, mental or social injuries to gain the skills and qualifications to develop new careers outside the military, reintegrate into society and provide long-term security for themselves and their families. Our programs give vital support to the most vulnerable and hard-to-reach veterans, those who are wounded, homeless or within the criminal justice system. Support more of our wounded to regain their independence.
So, do we really want to do the middle video right? Shouldn't we do it around about 3 or something halfway through rather than in the early part? I can see the middle videos there.
Yes, we'll remove that down.
Yeah, it's good. Okay, thank you. So, Anna-Maria.
I have her ready for you.
Excellent, let's go.
Hi there, Eddie. Can you hear me?
I can. Hi, Anna-Maria. Great hair. There you go.
Hi there. Thank you.
Good colour. Now, does that restrict your lipstick choices?
Well, not necessarily. I've always. That's an interesting question to start on.
Yeah, there you go. Because I think you've got to go
I have a range. I sort of have purple, pink, and red, and it's all kind of within that range.
You've got to have a blue in it, so you got to have reddy blues, because orangey blues I think might bounce around a bit. It's a reddy, bluey reds, as opposed to the orangey reds. Now I'm trying to get my colours in my head to make things work, because with my blonde hair, I can sort of get anything going, I think, but my skin colour's a bit pale, so I can't do it. Anyway, there's my crazy first question. So tell us about yourself. You're okay, I'll read out what I've got. You're in Sweden at the moment, but you were born, raised, and continue to live in Ljubljana.
That is correct, yes.
And you teach in the Department of English at the University of Ljubljana. I've been an active member of the Slovenian LGBT+ community for the last 20 years. Excellent, well done you. And can I start by saying, am I pronouncing Ljubljana correctly?
You are pronouncing it correctly. But actually, you said that there are a lot of silent letters in there, which isn't entirely true. Every time you see a J in the Slovenian language, what you need to do is imagine that it's a Y.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I got that wrong.
It's a Y sound.
Yeah, because what I said was the silent J's, and then I came to the second one, and I think I said this, but anyway, I said, well, actually, no, that second one, maybe I didn't articulate this out loud, but the second one is the Y. So, as you say, the J is a Y sound, and then it's Ljubljana, which
exactly, and that's the same in all Slovenian words. Whenever you see a J, it's actually a Y.
I think L-Y-U-B is hard for English speakers. Ljub. Okay, Ljubljana. Yeah, Ljubljana.
We're very good at putting together consonants and not, placing many vowels in between.
Yes. Gotcha. And so is that correct? Because I would have cut out the first J and just gone Ljubljana, but in fact it's Ljubljana. Is that correct?
Precisely. Yeah, it's
I gotcha.
Ljubljana.
Ljubljana. I have got it now. There you go.
Yep.
Oh, now let's try to do pronunciations on your last name, your family name, because you've got little accents on the C's. So how do
I do. So what you do there is whenever you have a little V on top of a letter, you just imagine that this letter is followed by an H. So my last name would be Sporcic.
Sporcic. And so it's C-H-I-C-H. Chich.
Yeah, it's like S-H, and then at the end you have C-H, and then C-H again. So whenever you have the little V, it's like an H.
Because I would go Sporcic. Is that right?
Yeah, that's pretty
Anna
good.
Maria Sporcic.
Yeah, there you go.
Get
and
there.
you can see the J thing in my name. It's Anna Maria,
So
because
Anna
the J
Maria,
is pronounced
yes.
like a Y.
Absolutely. I just went for Anna Maria because I thought that seems to be where the name was going. But yes, once you make it a Y, for English speakers, it's so much easier.
I was actually given this name by my parents because they assumed that my last name would be impossible for foreigners to pronounce. So they wanted to give me a first name that was international at least.
Very good, very good. And your English is excellent. You teach English. And
I do.
And I detect a soupçon of accent, but I would not be able to place you anywhere particularly. So that's
I'm
great.
from everywhere, and I have a tendency to change my accent depending on who I'm speaking to. So
Right.
now that I'm in Sweden, it gets quite strange because it's a mixture of everything. It's this weird melange of accents.
Right.
I can go quite American, or if I'm speaking to an Irish person or a Scottish person, they think I'm taking the piss because I tend to sort of start sounding like them. It's just a subconscious thing. I can't really control it. It just comes from somewhere. I don't know. It's weird.
Do you speak any Swedish?
I do, yes.
Because I'm interested in the thing. I'm not sure if the Swedes have it as well. I think the Nordic countries have this. And I'm going to go for a Norwegian word, which is Oslo, which seems to be the emphasis on both syllables, Oslo, and that which we don't really do in English. Do they do that in Swedish? Am I getting that right, or did I just make an observation there that doesn't exist?
I'm not sure because Norwegian and Swedish, they are quite similar, but they tend to differ. They're a little bit like Slovenian and Croatian.
Right.
So they are related, but there are still differences. So I would say that Swedish is very sing-songy, and they put stresses where you wouldn't necessarily expect.
Right.
So that's why they can spot you a mile away. They know it's the same with Slovenian. Like they know you're a foreigner straight away, because you will never get the intonations completely right.
Gotcha. And is Slovenian close to other languages? Is it part of a group?
Yeah, Slovenian is part of Southern Slavic languages.
Right.
So the Southern Slavic languages would be languages like Slovenian, Croatian, Serbian. And then you have the Eastern Slavic ones, which would be like Ukrainian, Belarus, Russian.
Right.
And then you have the Western Slavic languages, which are sort of Czech, Slovak. But there's no Northern Slavic languages for obvious reasons.
Right. And
so basically Slovenian comes from, or actually all Southern Slavic languages have a predecessor called Old Church Slavonic. And Slovenian is the closest to it, so it's changed the least in the last millennium, basically.
Oh wow, that's Slovenian specifically.
Which is really annoying for people because that means we've retained a lot of things that other Slavic languages have dropped. For example, we still have the dual, so we not only have singular and plural, but there's also dual.
What is
so
that?
You need different suffixes for that.
What's a dual? Explain the dual.
Well, you know how, like in English, when you have one of something, it's, a telephone.
Yeah.
And then you have 2 or 3 or 4 or 5, and it's telephones.
Yeah.
So the ending is going to be different for the plural.
Right.
But we also have separate endings for when there's just 2 things. two of something.
Oh. That's wrong.
Well, actually, people usually say that it's very romantic, and that Slovenian is a very romantic language because of that.
Okay, you go with the romance, because I'm going to be positive on every country, but I'm very, critical on languages because I'm dyslexic, so that gives me a hard start. I'm trying to learn as many as I can, and anything extra that adds to a thing. If you're going to have duos, why not have triplets? Why not have fours? Why not have five? Why not just, it seems, whoever came up with it, this is my point, it's obviously not the Slovenian people's problem, it's someone came up with it, like the masculine and feminine of words, which you may well have in Slovenian. Do you have that, masculine and feminine? Yeah.
Masculine, feminine, and neutral.
And neutral. Why? Because this is my
we
thing.
also have 6 cases, and then the endings of adjectives change according to the gender of the noun, for example.
You see, I think maybe English and Spanish are the strongest in the world, the most prevalent in the world, because you could say Mandarin Chinese, but that's all in one lump. But it's just, if it is a girl, then it's a girl, and if it's a boy, it's a boy. And it also gets in the problem of, Latino, the whole term for Latino people, which is like, okay, all people in Central America, South America, and Mexico, which is actually Northern America, Latino. But that's just men. What about the Latinas? Okay, Latinx. It gets into this problem. And somehow in English, we accidentally got rid of it all, and it makes it so much easier, I think.
We have a huge problem with that.
Yeah.
Actually, because, sort of trans people have tried to introduce some ways of speaking about themselves in a neutral way or in a non-gendered way.
Yeah.
And it's almost impossible, because as soon as you open your mouth in Slovenian, it's going to be gendered. It's going to be revealed whether you're speaking as a man or as a woman, even when you do it in the first person.
And if people love this, maybe conservative, conventional people, traditional people, they love this idea, I would say in France, and this must be in other countries, all the words for makeup, generally, nearly all of them, are masculine. It's le maquillage, le rouge à lèvres, le mascara. They're all masculine. So what's that about? And then if you want to go to war, la bataille, la guerre, the old Latin, I think, la marine.
Well, it's weird because that doesn't have anything to do with, it's grammatical gender, so it doesn't have actually anything to do with who uses the item or anything like that.
But why have it?
It's fairly random.
I know. So why did someone years ago said, I did this to when I was performing in French. So I go, okay, nous sommes ici. Okay, everyone ready? Okay, la guerre, bataille. Yeah, femina.
I really don't know. I mean,
they're just mad people smoking reefers and going, well, dumb all back to front. Maquillage, masculine, low maquillage. That's good. What? And why not just have, like we have, the makeup, the hairdo, the thing, the battle of that? It's so much bloody easier. And I'm not saying people aren't going to change, but I can't work out why we started with such a lot of languages started enormously complex. And we've got simpler as we've gone on. It's like no one was talking, and then they were talking with nominative, accusative, dative, genitive, ablative, all these endings. And they went through that with the masculine, feminine, and neuter, or a duo as well. And why not just cut to the simple bit? You'd expect to go through simple and get more complicated as humanity went on. But it started complicated. That's the really confusing thing to me. I don't know what you think.
That's true, and I wouldn't know why that is, because I never studied Slovenian historical grammar. We do, when you study English in Slovenia, you do have 2 years, I think, or at least we had 2 years of English historical grammar. So you do learn a lot about how that happened and how that became, more simplified. But Slovenia never became simplified simply because there were no people to simplify it. It didn't change because it was a language of peasants.
Right.
It wasn't a language of nobility. It wasn't written in until the 16th century, pretty much. There's very few written sources from before that. There's one from the 10th century. But basically, yeah, I mean, and we're quite, there's a lot of purists when it comes to Slovenian language. They don't want any changes because it's such a small country, it's such a small language
No, I understand.
that any intervention is sort of frowned upon.
No, I understand. But if it was a language of the peasants, why were the peasants saying we must have a nominative? And then a motion towards, come on, that's dative. Get on with your ploughing. Let's get some of those cows milked. Now let's hear it in the genitive. Now the dative. How could, it doesn't make any sense to me. I want to hear a masculine. That's a feminine. That's a neuter. Come on. Where's your...
Well, see, but English has its own difficulties, right? English is very simple to learn from the beginning, right? Because you sort of, you know, duck, cat, whatever.
Yeah.
But then the more you learn, the better you know English, the more complicated it gets because there's this nuance. You know, English is the only language in which you can write the politest possible letter and actually be a complete dick to the person that you're writing to.
Well, maybe that's better, that you have a basic thing, so anyone visiting, trading, tourists come in and they can grab hold of me hungry, food where, and you've got it. As
we can do that in Slovenian as well. I mean,
yes, I know.
We will feed you.
Okay, but you know, my point is, why not start with a simple thing? And this isn't about Slovenia, because German has this, well, Latin had this with an ablative and a vocative. They could talk to inanimate objects, like tables, which is insane. And I just wonder, I need to find
that's a Latin thing, isn't it? That's something that I think we possibly dropped, but it comes from Latin.
Yes, the vocative was Latin, but the Germans have this, and they were not invaded by the Romans, except in little places. So I just wonder...
That's the one thing we did drop, the vocative. There is no vocative.
Well done.
We have 6 cases, not 7.
Yes, because they had nobody accused of data. Yeah.
The Serbian still has it.
Really? As a vocative?
Yeah, and the Czechs also still have it.
So they can talk to tables and walls. Oh, table, how tablish you are. Yeah,
it's mostly intended to call people over or get their attention, I think.
Oh, okay. Anyway, it's just kind of crazy. But you said you were taught how the reasons why English was simplified, because we're not taught that. So what were you taught? What are the reasons? Why
there's all sorts of things. There's 2 years of this, so, you know, the great vowel shift and things like that. But basically it was just
in a paragraph
used a lot, and there were a lot of, you know, for example, when we were invaded by the French in 1066, things started changing a lot because before you talk to Ari about this, about how you know, there are now different words for meat when it is prepared as opposed to the animal. And this came over with the French. So I'm sorry to say, but basically any word in English that is a bit longer and a bit more sophisticated probably arrived to English via French.
Actually,
Latin via French.
Actually, it's Latin, yeah, because we were a Roman country up to the Hadrian's Wall. So anything...
Yes, but they didn't. There's not a lot of Roman influence, and there's not a lot of Celtic influence. There's a little bit of Scandinavian influence. So some words like shirt, skirt, window, egg, kind of more basic words are of Scandinavian origin.
Yeah, they come in with the Danes and the Vikings, and then you got the Angles and the Saxons and the Jutes and the Geats and the Frisians all coming in. There were 5 tribes coming in. The French on top of that, but if it's 3 syllables or more, it's probably a Latin base, and it will be the same in French, Italian, and Spanish, pretty much. Transportation.
Yes, so about 40% of the British vocabulary is actually of French or Latin origin.
Yeah.
And then you also have a lot of other words. So English has been quite accepting of other words into its language.
Yeah.
And because, you know, having an empire helps with having to simplify a language so that you're able to communicate with people. So I guess that also played a role to an extent.
Well, I think we forced English onto people, but you know, in India in a very practical way, because I was talking to an Indian friend earlier in my podcasts, my runs, and he was saying how, you know, they have many languages in India, so English is quite a good bridging language, and that's what it is now. It's not because of Britain, and maybe a little bit more, because it's Hollywood and rock and roll, I think, which has made English so prevalent around the world, and it's just grabbable, usable, go on holiday with it, do business with it, science with it. It's just, and it's easy at its basic level. That's I think what we got going for English. So
Yeah, definitely.
that's not a nationalistic thing. That's just it's there. It's like a tool. It's like open source coding on a computer. The English language is now open source language for anyone to use. Put slang into.
It is.
Do what
And
they want.
I'm really glad that British comedians are sort of realizing that, and they're starting to tour the world and not just stay in the UK. Because I think before, a lot of comedians were sort of, oh, you know, our jokes won't be understood, our mindset is different or whatever. But you know, it's people like you or Jimmy Carr or Daniel Sloss, who's been to Slovenia many times, Dylan Moran. And you always sell out, right?
Well, I've got to say, well, yes, I pushed it hard. I've got to say, because in case the history books don't get it, I started that. So I pushed very hard for it. I pushed for it in different languages. I pushed for it in English. And there's also some other comedians went out early as well and played different places. But I was right there pushing for it because I just thought there is no British sense of humour. It's actually, it's a human sense of humour. And you just, your references change a bit as you go around. So now lots more people are doing it in English. And also, as you saw, Ari is doing it in 12 countries. My French friend Yassine Bellouz, another comedian, played 15 countries. And you can use this language as a bridging language, which is kind of amazing. So Yassine played Helsinki, so Finnish kids are listening in English to a French guy who's talking in English. And that third language that is neither, you know, it's not the mother tongue of either the performer or the audience, is connecting them with comedy, which is kind of beautiful.
It is, and comedy really is, you know, I actually find comedy to be one of kind of, it's something that tells you how well you actually know a language in a way, and how well you know a culture. Because if you're able to follow stand-up in a certain language, and you know, get the jokes and get the references, then that's a pretty good sign that you know something about that language, about that culture.
Yep. Yes, indeed. I found French is my best language, but I still can go to see French comedians, and I'll get all the build-up, all of where they're going, and then they do the punchline, and they've lost me. It could be a reference thing. They could use a slang word that I didn't know, and it's kind of tragic if you're sitting there and you've got quite a good level of French, but you're getting all the build-ups, but few of the punchlines. That's something that's still, well, I think comedy...
That's why it's really interesting that there are quite a few. For example, Frankie Boyle is really popular with my students.
Right.
Which I think is really interesting because, you know, he's very specific, he has quite a heavy accent.
Yep.
But people really get into it.
Is this your students in Sweden?
No, students in Slovenia.
Oh, in Slovenia, all right, okay.
Yeah, I only do research in Sweden, but I teach in Slovenia.
Oh, I got you. I understand. Yes, I've read that wrong. So, no, that is interesting, but I just, I think it's good for the comedians of the world to tour the world and play, and that will never go backwards. No one's ever not going to do it in English, or there's going to be young kids growing up saying, well, this guy from my country, he's using English to tour the world, so, and you can get a career, you can get a film career, a comedy career, television in different countries. It's all there. So as long as we get through this kind of right-wing nationalism, let's try the 1930s bit again, which is happening with the simplistic comedians, simplistic politicians, I should say. I'm saying Donald Trump here, basically, come up with no real ideas, just using lying as a tool of politics. So that's when it all goes wrong. So we have to get through that. But
absolutely. But there is a decline now in the number of people who sign up to study languages. English is the only exception, actually.
Yeah.
There's been a bit of a backlash with, you know, sort of this general idea that the humanities aren't worth studying and you'll never get a job and you should retrain, as your government put it, right? So actually the other languages are struggling, and the other departments are struggling to get, you know, the number of people, like a critical mass of students, which I think is really sad.
It is sad. I don't know how to get around it. I don't know how to try and make humanity come together, encourage people to use a bridging language. Because Spanish is out there in a lot of the world as well, but maybe English is the one that's going to bridge them all. But you can see people, English speakers particularly, if English is their mother tongue, you can just see them going, why should I spend that time? I don't have a great answer for that, but I'm going to do it. I'll push. I'll make the time.
Absolutely. Have you ever tried learning any Slavic languages?
I haven't. I want to learn Russian, so that's a Slavic language, I believe. Is that right?
Yes.
Yes.
It is, and also it might be a good place to start because it's, in terms of grammar, I think it is simpler than Slovenian in a way.
Oh wow, well that's good to know.
So Slovenian is not a language I would recommend learning.
Well no, you see, I've said this, I'm not superhuman, I'm just a determined human. So I can't learn everything. I've got French, German and Spanish on the boil. Got to get Spanish up to speed, then Arabic, and then Russian is my...
That's admirable, and not to mention doing all that while running.
Yeah.
You know, I really admire you for doing what you're doing.
Thank you.
I'm sure there are easier ways of doing that, but you just don't do shortcuts, do you?
No, well, thank you. So, I should say at this point, because I am hammering away on my 14th marathon, and if you'd like to donate, it's what it's all about. EddieIzzard.com. From anywhere in the world you could donate there, and you can help us raise. We're trying to head to £100,000, which would be about 110,000 euros, about $130,000. So that's what we're going for. Or if you're in the UK, you can text 70810. You write the word 10 and £10 will go off. If you write the word 20, £20 will go off. So that's 70810. 70810. Thank you. Sorry, I have to say that.
Absolutely.
They tell me I have to keep saying it so that people know. All right.
Listen to the lady, do as she says.
Yes, indeed. So thank you, Anna Maria. Great to talk to you. Is there anything that you want to say that I haven't covered? Because I've just been talking about this.
Not really, but I just remember that at the beginning of the marathon today, you were talking about Dragon Bridge.
Yes.
And I just thought you'd be amused to know that there's a sort of a legend attached to that bridge. I don't know if it's a proper legend because it's less than 100 years old. But basically, the story is that if a virgin crosses Dragon Bridge, the dragons will wag their tails.
Oh wow, there you go. And
no one's ever seen them do that.
So nothing particularly happens, but just a virgin. So basically, if school kids go over, then the dragon should be going crazy. But anyway.
I don't know. That's what they say. The association with the dragon and like the reason that dragons are important to Ljubljana, and there's also a dragon that's part of the flag of Ljubljana, is because apparently Jason, after having procured the rune, the golden rune, on his way back with his Argonauts, he stopped in Ljubljana for a little bit, and there was a dragon pestering the locals, and he killed it.
Oh wow!
And that's why we have a dragon. And you were right about why the Welsh dragon is not part of the Union Jack. It's because the Union Jack was made in was basically designed in 1606. And that's when Wales was a principality and was considered to be part of England.
Yes,
so
I know that. That's a whole Edward the First thing. I have to go. Thank you so much. Great to talk to you, Anna Maria, and you take care and be safe.
You too. Good luck.
Thank you. All righty. Now we're going to talk to Richard Iwadi. He will be on the line any minute. He's Mr. Chatty Man. No, not Chatty Man, anything. Travel Man. There's too many programs with man written on the end of it. But he is a chatty man, which is not his program, but in Travel Man. There we go. Now we're making sense. If you haven't seen Travel Man, have a look at it. I watched it and I said, can I go and visit a city? And he does blitz. He blitzes through, I don't know if that's a good word to use, but it's speed. Yeah, blitz just means speed. He shoots through different cities of the world with people with him. And he has a very good dry wit. Very good dry wit. tell me, David.
We're just getting Richard through.
Okay.
About 30 seconds.
Very good. I'll talk to him in 30 seconds. No longer than 30. Just 30 seconds. And then I'll start running again. They're doing the BBC Merseyside at 2:15 London time. So that's all going on. And we'll do the video round about 3 o'clock. So, just so you know. We'll do the middle video round about the 3 o'clock mark rather than the 2 o'clock mark.
Okay.
That's the middle video from 11 months ago. So I'm walking. Now I'm running. Off again. And I'm running in a crazy place. Richard. Hello.
Hi. Hello. Why am I more out of breath than you?
I don't know. Have you run up many stairs to get to your
No.
And you haven't. I don't know. Then maybe that's a thing. But you're a director. You're a film director.
This is just sitting.
All right.
This out of breath. How are you?
I am okay. Right at this moment, because when I'm talking, I think it's endorphins,
Yes.
endorphins as I call them, float in my brain, and I come out of my legs, and I don't worry about the legs so much. But I have tenosynovitis in my leg, which is completely unknown to anyone except my physio. And it took me about 3 days to learn it. It's really weird. I can hear my tendons moving when I do it. You go, it's very weird. So that's something in the right leg, and the middle toe of the left leg, left foot is lifting up and coming off. So that's kind of crazy.
They both don't sound like things you want.
No, not great.
That sounds like, crumbs. That sounds like sounds a Tin Man would make from Wizard of Oz.
Yeah, well, I actually recorded it. I got up and went for a pee at 4 in the morning, and because I could hear them, I just thought, is this really bad? Anyway, I recorded it on my iPhone and sent an email off to my physio, who noticed it was 4 in the morning. But he goes, it's like a door hinge, you know. But he says it's not that bad, even though it doesn't seem to. Well, it's getting vaguely better. But thank you for coming on.
It's absolutely fine.
Yeah, it's going to be okay. I've got a lot of Neanderthal in me. There's about 2.6% Neanderthal. Everyone has between 1 and 4%, including the Queen, including your good self. We all have a bit of Neanderthal. It looks like we killed them and had sex with them many years ago. And Neanderthals, they mend quicker. You see, that's the thing. So I might have more of the mending genetic in me.
Okay, yes.
If that makes sense.
I don't even want to go into my DNA. It's not looking good.
Now, I should say one thing. You're a film director. You've done, I think, directed 2 or 3 films. I would have thought you'd been in landscape rather than in portrait for your interviews.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can do that.
Yeah, but it's interesting.
I can do that. The only thing is that you are now running on.
Yeah. Have you?
The ceiling, like Lionel Richie before you.
Have you locked your screen?
It's a choice between me being.
Have you locked
Am
your
I
screen?
upside down? I don't know.
No, Richard, Richard, let me.
This is pretty exciting stuff. Isn't
Richard,
it?
you might have locked your screen. Have you locked your thing? It's an iPhone that's locked. No?
It's an iPhone. I don't really understand technology. It's a bit of a problem.
Don't worry. You can use it, but that's it.
Yes. I can't deal with this at this stage of my life. And we were where you are virtually now in reality.
Yes. That's why I wanted to talk to you. I've learned how to pronounce it. The J's are Y's. So it's Ljubljana.
Okay.
Ljubljana. All the way, I've played there a few times. I was there with you, and I could hardly pronounce it. Being dyslexic, I had a great difficulty pronouncing it every time I said it. But it's a Y. Just imagine a Y. Ljubljana.
It's a Y.
Yeah, and do you enjoy doing this?
And can I ask, how...
Sorry.
Say this again, sorry.
I remember asking you this before. Do you enjoy doing all those things you do? Because you said to me, I don't think you did. You just did them because you could do them. But you are extraordinarily funny in it, and I'm a very good judge because I think I'm pretty good. But your crafting of lines, which I think is just coming from the back of your head via your backside, and it's really out there. It is beautiful stuff.
It's from the back of my head. They're dormant synapses which are of no use. I'm not a good traveller at all. I'm sick on every mode of transportation that has been invented, and I think originally it only occurred. I think that show occurred because I went abroad with Noel once, and his great joie de vivre and humanity disguised my wretchedness briefly, and so then they did a show. But I have no idea. It all seems a bit of a strange clerical error. But you were obviously very funny and a delight, and I was very grateful that you came. How quickly after you agreed to do it did you begin to regret it?
Never regretted it. I was trying to compete with you with funniness in a kind of childlike, because I think you were head of the footlights, weren't you?
I was unopposed though. No one else wanted to do it.
Oh,
it's not about it.
I do understand that, because my whole idea, years before you, because you're 12, I know, and I'm 109. But I was.
Yeah.
But the footlights was my way through. That was my plan. I also had another plan at the same time of not doing any work at school, and then girls would think I'm a rebel. So I had these two parallel, and the girls didn't care because they were all very clever girls, and they all were looking for getting A's. So anyone not working was just an idiot. And I realised I was never going to make it to Cambridge, and so I just thought Edinburgh Festival. But because you are so funny, I was on that thing. I loved it. I do like travelling. I throw up on everything as well. I've thrown up on everything except a bicycle. I've thrown up on a train.
Okay.
On a train, would you? I don't know if you thrown up on a train, but I have, over an old lady.
Oh, yeah.
Have you done throwing up on trains?
Oh, yeah. I mean, on everything. My earliest memories are of vomiting. I'm barely able to make it up the stairs without a bucket. It's no good.
No, it's...
But I think you've chosen the correct path.
I think I accidentally did. What, not going to footlights?
I think so.
I think so.
I think you would have had to have done 50 years of sketches where you were a bank manager, and no one wants that.
Well, what would have happened, and correct me if I'm wrong, is the footlights has a massive history, quite apart from the pythons there, which is why I was going. And then my first year in Edinburgh, at 81, was when Stephen Fry, Hugh Laurie, Emma Thompson, and all the others, they won the Perry. So back footlights was back, and I would have, if you'd got into the footlights, then I assume you went up to the Edinburgh Festival, it sold out before you got there. Would that be correct in saying? The tickets?
Well, we didn't, because the stench of what we were about to lay out had already drifted into Edinburgh. So I think people were just queuing for refunds before we even hit the stage.
Because you were doing something very different?
No, we were doing something very much the same.
Oh.
It was just, I think it was just copying sketches from the tone of the day-to-day on stage. If you could imagine how ghastly that would have been done by 20-year-olds, that's what you were looking at for a lot of it. Although John Oliver was in our show, and he was very funny as a person, but there's nothing really forgivable about what we did.
Okay, I won't push you on that, but I think it was a boon to me. Lovely word, boon. It was a boon to me not going. Sheffield University Fringe.
Oh, you've frozen.
Oh, am I back? Tell me when I'm back. I'll just keep talking and tell me, Richard.
You're back. Yes,
you're
back now.
So, it was a boon to me not going to the footlights, because at Sheffield, I had to invent everything. From that point on, from 81 onwards, I invented my entire how to do anything, from going from sketch comedy at Edinburgh and then street performing to try and get through, and then stand-up. I wouldn't have done stand-up. If I'd done sketch comedy and made it work through the footlights, I would never have done stand-up, because I knew I couldn't do it. So I had to go all the way through this other stuff, which was a great training. So it's kind of beautiful that I had to build it.
It's good.
Yeah, it's good ninja training, failing for 11 years. That's what I got. 11 years of failing. And then it started to click in.
I'm sort of been failing ever since, so it's kind of best to have failed and at least draw a line under the failure, rather than continue it.
Well, no, it's good to know what it is. Some people fail upwards. That's not what I'm trying to do. But there's It's, you know, have a lot of struggle in your beginning years, and then you build up. Now, I'm going to let you go at any second. At 10 past, I'll let you go. So I've got 3 more minutes.
Yes.
So, how is it with you? Are you getting through okay? You got a family? Is it okay?
Yes. I contend it's harder for me this period because we're doing homeschool.
Right.
So you may be doing a marathon a day.
Yeah.
But I've got to manage several Zoom calls. I've got to pretend that I'm in any way academically ahead of children, which I'm not, and also I have to try not to remain in a bath of self-pity, which is generally where I remain for no good reason. The self-pity is terrible, but it's fine. You know, it'd be better were there not a pandemic, broadly speaking. But you are always attacking. You're attacking things in a very positive way.
Thank you.
Well, I'm naturally very negative.
Well,
and I don't know what to do about it. What can I do to stop my negativity, Eddie?
You've got to do, it could be drugs because they can tune them out, because you might have your synapses firing backwards, which could be, you know, if you're, because some people are glasses half full, glasses half empty. I'm a glasses 2/3 full person. You see, I'm accidental.
Okay.
I've got this ridiculous amount of positivity. I see that we need a world where a fair chance in life should be the right for every person, and I'm fighting for that as a trans person who's been out for 35 years, so long, and everyone suddenly noticed it and go, oh, you're a she now. Where did that come from? Well, I've been out for so long. And so I just keep pushing forward and trying to be open and reaching out and making connections. And it could be something inside your biochemistry that just fires backwards, which, you know, a number of people have. And if not, I'd say plan for the positive future. You've got a family, which is a beautiful thing, but you've got so much talent in you. Keep planning for doing positive things. They don't necessarily have to be big things. I love doing, you know, small charity things. That seems good. I'm obviously not getting paid for this, but it makes me feel good to feel I'm doing it. So something like that. I'm not brilliant at sorting out other people's lives, but
It's very good. Well, look, I will send in my invoice for this appearance. That's the first positive step I'll make.
Okay.
And also, I'll blame other people. That's what I'll generally I do, and that provides a brief moment of respite.
There you go.
To pin it on others.
I understand what you're.
That's what everyone in power really ought to be looking more of.
Yes, people in power need to. Well, this is it's an interesting point here, Richard. I'm going to let you go, but it's an interesting point, tipping point, whether we go positive or negative. But I need to thank you. What is your heritage? Ayawadi, what is that?
My dad was Nigerian.
Nigerian.
It's a Yoruba name.
Sorry?
Yes.
It's
a Yoruba name.
It's a Yoruba name. What does that mean?
That's just his broad tribe.
Oh, right, I see.
That's what it was, yes.
But what is lovely about African, I'm just going to say it's one thing. African, it's, if you look at a lot of African names, you pronounce, an English speaker pronounces all the letters exactly. Ayowade. It's, because I look at your name as a dyslexic and go, where do I go? But it is Ayowade. So a lot of African names are like that. So I thank the African people for making that work for us. Sorry, I interrupted you.
Well, we all thank you, Eddie. You're embarrassingly upbeat, and I just don't know how you managed to maintain this tenacity.
No problem.
But thank you and well done.
Take care. Be safe.
I'm sorry for the suck of negativity that even these 10 minutes has probably cost you more than a marathon.
No, it's good. I understand. I will send your fee. Your fee for doing this will be paid in air. So you get actually bags of air that you have to put together yourself, and they'll be outside your window. Just get a plastic bag and you can scoop it up, and 10 bags of air will be yours.
I would like that.
There you go.
Thank you.
Cheers. Take care. Be safe. Bye-bye. That is Richard Ayawadi. So that was fun to talk to him. I was with Richard in Ljubljana. I have to use my hands to Ljubljana because if you're an English speaker or anyone, any language, the J's turn them into Y's, and that's how you pronounce it. So L-Y, Ljubljana. because as a dyslexic I found it tricky to get in there. And if a Slovenian name, you see a name with a little, I think it's a little hat over the C, that means there's an H sound right next to it. So that's how that works. Now I'm going to be talking to BBC Merseyside at 2:15, which is in 3 minutes. So Dave, you can obviously see that I'm ready when they are, and that's not a problem. Talking to Tony Snell from BBC Merseyside. Oh, that was nice. Yep. So, we're getting along. 15k done. 3.5 hours more to run, even though it would look like 3 hours and 45 more to run. Well, it depends how many loo breaks I take. It's the loo breaks. Loo breaks are the hellish thing. Anyway, to donate, if you have a UK phone, 70810 is the number. Then you write TIN, T-E-N, to donate £10, or 20, TWENTY, to donate £20. That's 70810. Go to your texting, hit that sort of, I'm going to write a new one, and when it has a bit at the top, which you normally put the name of your contact in, Freddie or Steve or Susie, you just write the number in there.
Hey,
yes.
Tony for you.
Excellent. Hello, Tony.
Hi Eddie, how are you? I've just been watching you going along there on the treadmill. I've just called the tail end of your previous interview. I mean, this is some incredible thing, this.
Well, thank you, and thank you for using the words feet, because because the feet in both spellings of the word seem to come into it. Right, because I'm talking to people. I was just talking to Richard Iowadi, who you may know from Travel Man, and I did one with him. But it's talking to people really helps me, and I've turned this into a 6-hour podcast basically, because I stopped thinking about the aching legs and the feet which are damaged. The middle toe of the left foot has lifted right up, and the skin behind it is completely inflamed and has blown up like a balloon. So that's looking horrible. I've tweeted out pictures of it, and then the right foot is strapped up because I have tenosynovitis. I've learned how to say it. I'm not quite sure what it is, but it's creaky. My tendons are creaking. There you go.
I mean, well, we didn't get a chance to explain to our listeners why you are doing this. So I'll let you do that for us, because you'll be able to explain this and express this in a far greater way than I would be able to.
Well, it's a time when, a time of great separation, I feel. If you see what's happening in America, there's a lot of, there's a number of people who feel, come on, let's pull back, let's separate that into separate pieces. Let's pull. It's kind of a time of nationalism, basically. And I'm patriotism. I am totally into. I love my country. I'm very proud to be British, but I'm proud to be European. I'm proud to be a world citizen. And some people say my country is better than your country, and I think all countries have their positives and their negatives. I want to put them all up there. I just want everyone to have the right to have a fair chance in life. So I'm fighting at a time when some people are saying let's pull apart. I'm saying let's make even stronger connections than before. So I'm running virtual marathons representing different cities in Europe, and we're going to do one for Osaka in Japan, and New York in America, and also Kigali in Rwanda. So we'll be doing virtual marathons, linking up around the world, talking to people around the world, donating, people can donate from around the world, and running with Zwift, the Zwift app. People can get on a treadmill and run with me as avatars. So this is the crazy thing, and doing a gig afterwards each night at 7 p.m. London time, and people can watch from around the world. So all the money goes, all the profits go to charity, and it's tough, but I'm getting it done.
Well, I'm watching you now on the screen. I can see it's tough. I can see that. But this is 31 marathons, 31 stand-up comedy shows in 31 days in 31 virtual cities.
Yes.
You are helping other people. Are you helping yourself by doing this as well? Because you strike me as the kind of person who would not be comfortable sitting still and doing nothing?
I'm not really comfortable sitting still. I mean, COVID has been such a hard time for everyone. I suppose it was because I try and push myself. If people know anything about me, I've done these kind of things before. I've done filming around the world and doing stand-up around the world, so I do try and get out there. And at this really tough time, I just thought, let's do as much as you can to try and help not only people in our country, but anyone anywhere who's struggling. And there are 5 charities that we are championing with the money that's coming in. So that seems good. It seems like a good use of my time. And if it can help other people, I get a little gift back, which is fitness. Hopefully I get really super fit by the end of it. Maybe very knackered, but hopefully quite fit as well.
You are looking incredibly fit at the moment, I must say. Just to paint a picture for our radio listeners at the moment, you're there, you've got your red trousers on, you're on the treadmill, you've got your hat on. Incredibly long hair at the moment, Eddie. We have to say as well. I mean, is this all yours?
It's extensions. I bought extensions before lockdown, and I've had them for, I can't remember how long I've had them, but anyway. Yes, it's, you know, as people know, I've been out in trans for 35 years now, and I was trying growing my hair, but it takes a long time. If you're a young girl and you're growing up as a young girl, they will grow their hair from, you know, their first years, and quite often will keep long hair throughout their lives. But for me, it just was taking time, and suddenly I decided I'm going to get some extensions. So that's what I've got, and you have to completely change the way that you sleep, you wash your hair, how you deal with it, how you put tops on. It's tricky, but I do like having long hair because I always kind of wanted long hair. But yeah, so, and it's like it's a ponytail. So I think ponies have the same problem.
It is. I can see it swishing from side to side as you're running along there as well. What's it like on the body, this? Because I don't know how long you've been going. I think you said to previous guest, you were on about maybe 15 or 16k at the moment, but you know, as much as your mind wants to do this, the body at some point must say, hang on a minute, Eddie, this is giving you a bit of a kicking.
Well, the legs, the foot and left foot and the right leg is complaining. The whole body is beyond exhaustion. Weirdly though, talking to you right now, I feel pretty good. And because this is an interesting conversation, you're picking up, and you're making it easy for me because you're asking me some questions. And I've tried doing this with my guests. I say, can you ask me one question, then I'll ask you a question, rather than me interviewing them all the time. But what I'm doing, I'm
going to throw a strange question at you now, which you may remember, but you may not. The last time I saw you was in a shopping centre in Runcorn. I think you were on the campaign trail for Jeremy Corbyn. I didn't know you were there, so I was shopping. I said to my wife, there's Eddie Izzard over there. Is that Eddie? And of course there was a crowd around you. What a strange place to bump into Eddie Izzard in the middle of Runcorn shopping centre.
Well, it's a nice place to go because, you know, I've been a Labour Party member, you may not know this, but since '95, so I have supported through elections and European elections and national elections for a long time now. Since 2008, actually, I've been an active activist. And you may know I want to be a Member of Parliament, so I'm looking for a seat. And obviously next election somewhere away, by-election might come up, we'll see. But I have probably run everywhere and played nearly everywhere in the UK. So that's, I think, when I did my 43 around the UK, I came up through Liverpool, and that was a wonderful thing. 2 young kids came on bicycles with me, and they gave me their dinner money for the charity, which is beautiful.
Tell me about how long have we got with you, Eddie? Because I don't want to step on anybody else's toes in the next interview.
You've got another, let's say, another 4 or 5 minutes.
Okay, all right. Well, let's talk. I'm going to throw something else in as well. I watched you in the TV series my wife and I called The Riches, and it was fantastic. And then it just finished. I went, where the hell has this gone? What happened there?
Well, I'll tell you who's with you on that, because it stopped, and we did 2 seasons, 2 series, as we call in Britain, 2 seasons, as they say in America. And we had passionate fans. We didn't quite have a big enough army of fans, but and Samuel L. Jackson was in a lift with me. I was in a lift with him at the same time, and we were at an award ceremony. And then he turned to me and said, "What is going to happen with your son? You know, your son has been taken off by this guy, this character." That was at the end of the last episode, and we've put a pin in it. But you may know that a number of American TV series have come back from being shelved And so we never say never. We do have plans in our mind that we'd like to bring it back, but nothing is concrete at the moment. So it just stops. Sometimes they just stop, and we're frozen in time.
We're going to plug the numbers in the text because that's the main reason we're doing this in a second. But one final question for you. What do you do if you need the loo, and what do you do when you need a snack, when you're getting hungry? What's the score with that?
Snacks I can do. You can't see me, can you, online? Are you seeing the feed?
I'm seeing the feed, yeah.
Yeah, so I get little bits of stuff that I'm supposed to eat. I quite often don't eat. But I'm supposed to nibble and talk. The loo, obviously, I have to go away. The loo is out there, but I have to mask up to go to the loo and be COVID safe. So, but it's a loo that we only use, so we stay in this bubble, me and Sarah Johnson, my event manager, so we stay in this protective thing. So yeah, going to the loo is going to the loo, and they have to stop. You just slow the treadmill down to 0, and all the people running with me on Zwift, they just wait around. It's very nice, people running with me.
Yeah, great British manners, that's the way it works. Eddie, an absolute pleasure to talk to you, and thanks very much indeed for what you do. And where can we send our money to? How can we help you with this?
Now, the easy way for anyone in United Kingdom with a United Kingdom phone, just text to 70810 the word 10 TEN for £10 or 20 for £20. If you don't have the money, do not give it, because obviously it's a very tough time for people. But if you want to give less than that, you can go to eddieizzard.com and you'll see it all there. You can buy Make Humanity Great Again hats and things, and all the profits go to charity. You can donate, you can do loads of things, find out more information, or buy tickets for the gig tonight, 7 p.m. gig, streaming around the world, all in English, at 7 p.m. So yeah, eddieizzard.com, the easiest place.
Eddie, thanks again. If I see you again in the Runcorn shopping centre, you can have my dinner money for the cause. Pleasure to talk to you. Thank you very much, and good luck, Eddie Izzard.
Thank you, Tony. Cheers. Thanks to everyone listening on BBC Merseyside there. So now, I'm going to take a loo break. James Malabone on the Zwift is saying, Eddie Izzard, ? Yes, that's me. So there you go. So, yeah, I'm going for a loo break now. Having a pit stop.
It started with a box, and 2.8 million more just like it. Rations meant for war would now help those victimized by it. Passed from hand to hand, they moved together across land and sea, to a place where everything was broken, where everything had been lost. The box revealed its gift: food, survival, hope. The knowledge that someone, somewhere far away, wanted to help. Goodwill put into action, a world embraced, and yet only the beginning of the story. The need was bigger, deeper, more fundamental. It still is. A chronic absence of food and clean water. Hunger, starvation, desperation. Sickness that racks young and old. Mounting pressure on communities already in distress. The ones who can change the world for the better, stripped of their gifts. Every path blocked. And seemingly no way out. But as understanding of the problems grew, our simple box changed. It now turned to the roots of suffering, to empower those at the brink. Life flowing back into communities, nourishment sustained, the seeds of hope planted. Communities freed from sickness, the good building on the good, powering the engines of change. The future we will all share, built on a simple truth. That when you give of yourself, you can be the difference in people's lives. you can help deliver lasting change. Its colors are different. Its mission has grown, but it's the same care package. The simple box that gives us all the power to change the world for good.
Dave, Ian, anyone there?
We're just getting them lined up.
Okay. Is it live or is it pre-recorded?
No, it's pre-recorded.
Okay, we're cool. James Malibone, yes, the Eddie Izzard. There were 9 of us and we're all called the Back Running. So,
Eddie, I've got Phil for you.
hi, thank you. Hi, Phil.
Hi Eddie, how you doing?
I am all right, thanks. How are you?
Yeah, I'm okay, thank you very much. Thanks for doing this for us. I'm just making sure there's no delay on the recording, and there's not, so it's good, so I'll kick off.
Okay.
Eddie, first of all, just explain to people listening how far through your challenge you are.
I have already run 14 marathons and done 14 gigs, because I'm doing a show at the end of each marathon, and so I'm, no, not done 14, I'm on my 14th. This is how addled my brain is. Oh, wait.
Eddie, hang on, just pause a second. I don't think you can still hear us, but I'm getting myself back on a delay, so it's not going to be usable on air later.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm not quite sure where it's coming from. We haven't got any delay at our end, so I don't know whether you're not coming through your headphones or not.
You know why? I know why that is. I know why that is, Ian. There we go. It's because I had the website open to get the donate details.
There we go.
I was going to do the donate details as part of the interview. Right, okay. That should have sorted that out now, okay.
We'll start again.
Sorry, Eddie, sorry, that's my mistake. I'm sorry about that. So I'll just do the first question again, which is tell us how far through this extraordinary challenge you are.
Well, my plan is to run 31 marathons in 31 days and do 31 shows at the end of each marathon. Not do one at the end of each marathon, so it'll total 31. And I've now done 13 of the marathons. I'm on the 14th, and I'm doing running a virtual marathon because of COVID and lockdown. I'm on a treadmill, and I'm running for Ljubljana in Slovenia today. And then I will do a gig tonight at 7 p.m. in English. And I should say in English because 2 days ago I did the gig in German because we were running through Vienna. And that was tricky, trying to remember all my German. I hadn't done a gig for about 1.5 years in German. So, and it went quite well, so I was quite pleased about that, but stressed out. Yeah.
I should explain to you listening that I can see Eddie right now. And I've got to say, for 14 marathons in, you look amazing. And also, I don't know how you can even do an interview whilst you're on a treadmill. I couldn't do that.
Well, I think you could. I think we can all do more than we think we could do. And if you did this, if you listened to the beginning, the early ones, I was basically going, yes, and then did you find this? And it also would seem people might be thinking, why am I doing interviews? Because I'm actually doing a 6-hour podcast, basically. So quite apart from you talking to me here, I'm interviewing other people the rest of the time, and it takes me out of my body. This is the thing. So the chatting, even though difficult, even though I have to grab each breath, it stops me thinking about my left foot, whether my middle toenail is flipping up and being pushed back into the toe, so it's all inflamed. Don't quite know why that's happening anyway. On the right hand, I have tenosynovitis, which I've taken 3 days to learn how to say, and it's basically something's rubbing, something's inflamed inside my tendons, so that when I move and flex and extend my foot, I can hear the tendons moving. They go like a door hinge, which is alarming, but my physio says, yeah, that's no problem. That will get better. So I'm trying to heal myself as I run, which is the tricky thing.
How often are you being assessed by a physio?
Every night, every morning, every night. Physio Tim Crewster is my physio, and Sarah Johnson, who's the event manager. We're in the same home bubble, work bubble. We just stay. We're the only people who see each other, try not to argue with each other, and then things that, like most people, get delivered and left at doors. So he comes in via FaceTime or something like that, some sort of video streaming, and he will look at the leg that way. We send photos, and to Dr. Gary, my sports doctor. So those two keep us in line, and Sarah has to do everything by remote. She is the robotic arms of the enterprise, and I lie back and get strapped up because she can strap up the right foot, so it makes it easier. Just holds me up better.
In 2009, you ran 43 marathons in 51 days. In 2016, 27 marathons in 27 days. In February last year, 28 marathons in 28 days. Yeah. How can your body take another batch of marathon punishment?
At the beginning of each one, I wonder if it can, but right at this second, right talking to you now, I don't feel too bad, even though the legs are complaining, and I am beyond exhaustion. But, you know, if you're raising money, our campaign slogan is "Make Humanity Great Again." I don't know where I got that slogan from. I think there was someone else had a slogan a bit like it, I think, but I think they just got into the history books as a fake president. But anyway, this includes everyone. This includes everyone in America as well. All of humanity, 7.8 billion of us. So it just keeps me going, and if I just keep firing on, the body seems to get stronger. This is the weird thing. It seems to get stronger. And that's odd, but I do feel exhausted, and I am usually running on empty, so I should be eating more stuff.
And if the body's getting stronger, Eddie, what about the mind? What's the mind doing to you?
The mind is good. The mind is saying at the end of each one, it says, I want to sleep. Can we do big sleep now? And then I have a fitful sleep. You know, I'm taking a homeopathic sleeping pill at night, but the body is constantly going, come on, let's go, let's go, let's go. Now, is it now? Is it now? And I go, no, it's only 4 in the morning. All right, let's have a pee then. So that's what happens all night. But You know, I try to be quite strong. I came out 35 years ago. That is a trick. No, not a trick, but the reason. If you come out as trans all those years ago, it was very tough. If anyone thinks back to 85, come out as trans, very toxic situation there. And it didn't really get better until about 2014. So I'm used to having a challenge. I'm used to things being difficult. And I just keep pushing ahead. And hope it will get into a better situation, which with the runs, it tends to do.
And all the money that's been raised, Eddie, how are you disseminating that?
It's very similar to Sport Relief. I've done a number of things to Sport Relief. So the Make Humanity Great Again Fund, it comes into that. And then we have 5 charities that we are championing, that we are focusing on particularly. And they are Care International, Covenant House in America, based in New York. And then there's Fair Share, sharing food against food wastage, getting that around. And then there's Walking with the Wounded for service people, UK service people, helping them when they come out of the services, they're having a tough time, and unite to combine against neglected tropical diseases, including leprosy and elephantitis, which are still out there, 1.7 billion people affected by them. And Care International packages go around the world, and they're great help. So those 5 are the ones that we are highlighting, and then there will be others as well. And they bid to us and say, you know, please can we work with you? We're trying to get help going around the world. I was born in Aden in Yemen. It was a British colony. It's really Aden is what its real name is. But I always think of them having a civil war as well as COVID. So we want to help British people, but we want to help everyone in the world. We all make it together. That is my feeling.
So if you want to support what Eddie's doing to make humanity great again, then if you're listening to Times Radio tonight in the UK, to donate £10, just text the word 10, T-E-N, text the word 10 to 70810, 70810. If you want to donate £20, then it's the word 20, spell it out, T-W-E-N-T-Y, to 70810. Your text costs the donation amount plus your standard network message charge, and that can only be used in the UK from a UK mobile. If you're listening to us on the app or online from around the world, then you can donate via crowdfunder, and the easiest thing to do is just to go eddieizard.com, eddieizard.com, there's a blue donate button, just smash that and then you'll be able to get through and donate to the extraordinary feat that Eddie is doing right now as we speak. Tell me about the stand-up shows, and do you literally get straight off the treadmill and clutch the microphone, or is there a break?
It's about half an hour, so I just got to get myself into some sort of order. I'm usually finishing about 6:15 to 6:30, so I have to get into the room just across the place where we are. It's all shut down at Riverside Studios here in London, but we get across and then I do the show for an hour's worth of comedy, and it's been a little bit experimental, quite surreal. There's no audience, but I was kind of impressed with myself with the German show. It was not too bad. I made some mistakes, and but the English shows are getting almost like real stand-up, you know, because I'm putting in bits of I'm doing a best of the pieces I remember from before that I like and I want to remix. I'm developing that show, so it's getting better and better.
Has Le Singe dans l'Arbre made it in yet?
Oh no, we should do that, Sarah. Can you make a notice? Because I did that piece twice. I remixed it once, so it was Le Singe dans l'Arbre, and then in fact, the daughters of my French teacher actually found me, and I got in touch with my old French teacher, Elizabeth Drake, and she said it's actually Le Singe sur la branche, because dans l'arbre means inside the tree. So right. I did change it, and the second version I did on my album Dressed to Kill was that, and that was a much more fleshed out piece. But yeah, that's a fun piece. I should do that again.
Yeah, it's really, really lovely. And the Zoom aspect or the kind of remote aspect of the stand-up, how are you finding that? Are you having to leave beats where you would anticipate laughter, and is that laughter coming back at your end or not?
I'm so tired that I'm leaving beats anyway.
Right.
But I am not. I'm kind of like doing a gig to myself, so it's. I'm not worrying about laughter because I'm trying to stay vertical. I'm sitting on a bar stool for the first time in my life because literally the feet were hurting so much yesterday I couldn't actually stand up and do any moving about kind of stand up. So I just sat there and did it seated, turning left and right, and it kind of works, but I just have to do it. and hopefully people are being supportive because the profits from the gigs all go to charity, and so hopefully they're not going, that wasn't as funny as it was when they played at the Palladium. So I'm just, I'm out there, but I'm a pretty good judge of it because I have seen every gig I've ever been to. I'm the only one who's been to all my gigs. So I know if I'm doing something interesting. I'm talking a lot about dung beetles at the moment because they don't do anything but move dung, eat dung, live in dung. It's just weird. I cannot work out. I'm trying to have a young group of dung beetles say, what? Going to the careers advisor and say, what do you want to do? I want to be an astronaut. You're going to be a dung beetle. You're going to move dung around. No, what about a teacher? What about dung beetle? You know, I am a dung beetle, but do I have to move? Can I move something else around? Can I move knitting around? Can I move jam around? You know, it's just the idea that if dung beetles had consciousness, they would stop and say, this is enough. And so there's fun exploration in that. That's actually not old material. That's me just playing around with dung beetles.
It's a metaphor for 2020, isn't it? We've all ended up shoveling a bit of, you know what, around, haven't we?
Yes, maybe so. I think we can say the word dung on radio, can we? On
Yeah.
Times Radio. It's an official word. I think poo and dung are allowed. It's a true word. But apparently they help. Dung beetles help in the whole of thing. Because when cows do poos, then apparently dung beetles take it away and put it somewhere. I don't know where they put it, because they can bury up to 250 times their own body weight in dung per day. And you're going, why? What do you do? Is it like Treasure, the treasure of the Sierra Madre? Is it Dung Island, not Treasure Island? We got dung buried out there. We're getting a ship together. We're gonna go out on a big leaf and find Dung Island. It's bonkers. It's a bonkers little beetle. And I don't know why it's doing what it does.
Well, and I think the dung beetle's helping to preoccupy you right now, isn't it?
Well, yes, anything that could preoccupy me. I'm also talking about, you know, people going down the rabbit hole. We're all talking about going down the rabbit hole these days. And surely there are rabbits down there going, who are these conspiracy theorists down our rabbit hole? Well, they said this carrot is made out of Donald Trump. Is that true? Because he's orange. Are we eating Donald Trump? This is crazy. Everyone's down a rabbit warren with some crazy idea. How do the rabbits feel about this? I like those ideas. Everyone's going down a rabbit hole. So, if ideas, because then I'm just trying to make myself laugh. This is my technique. You know, I've been to all my gigs, so I'll know if I'm doing it or not doing it. And if I'm making myself laugh, then I go, oh, this is a fun idea. And I think both of those have got legs. And so I'll keep playing around with it. Just rabbits down there going, who are these people with their crazy things, crazy ideas? They seem very right-wing. Oh, yes, I know. Yeah. Yeah. So I will soldier on. And people have been very nice and coming and chatting with me, and people are donating at Izzard.com. I mentioned it again, go there and you could donate. And it's, you know, once I get past, 16?
Yeah.
31, 15 and a half marathons. This is in Poland. I'm running a virtual marathon for Warsaw in Poland. When I'm at 15 and a half, that is halfway. And then mentally, it's all downhill, you know, even though it is downhill, but it's less marathons to do than I've already done. And, you know, and this is getting easier as well. I can do everyone upstairs. It's all being controlled remotely, but we know what we're doing. We worked on, even working on trying to get the light on my face. I was saying, I look really old in the thing. Can we just put a filter on the light, please? So I look vaguely human. I know I'm 109, but so that's all looking good. And people at Riverside Studios, if they're COVID safe, they come along and they can even donate at the window, which is very nice of them. Hi there. I know, but anyway, yeah, there's the river. So it's got the river, you got the studios, you've got a walkway, so people are taking their COVID safe exercise as they go along. That's nice.
So at eddieizzard.com you can donate. You can also buy tickets there for the nightly stand-up gigs that Eddie is doing as well. And this runs all the way through to the 31st of this month.
Yeah.
eddieizzard.com, the simplest way to go and be able to donate and to buy tickets to Eddie's stand-up shows. And I'm really grateful to you for making time to speak to us, Eddie, and I wish you well with this. Like, from the heart, I wish you well. I think you look amazing considering the damage that you've described already to your body, and I just hope that you push through to the 31st, man.
Thank you, Phil. Willpower, you know, it is willpower. Just if we decide it in our heads, Do you remember when you did your first ever radio interview or first ever interview? You thought, how can I do this? My brain will explode. But we try to do things, and if we hope and if we're motivated, we can get things done. So that's what I'm doing.
Good luck, Eddie, and many thanks.
Cheers, take care. So, that was Phil Williams. That was a pre-record for the Times Radio. So that will go out, I'm sure, soon, and then be out and available online. And now would be a good time, Dave upstairs, to have this second video. This was shot, this is from Ljubljana. So we're running a virtual marathon for Ljubljana in Slovenia today. There's a Slovenian flag, and yes, and so I ran an actual marathon in Ljubljana 11 months ago to the day. So this is the 14th marathon, 14th of January, 14th of February, 11 months ago. I was actually there running. And I took 3 videos, one in the morning, well, one at the beginning of the run, in the middle of the run, and at the end of the run. So here's one from a couple of hours into the marathon and behind schedule. So, Dave, throw it on when you're ready, or tell me if... It's very cold. I've been running for about 2 hours. It's actually got colder than it was, which is weird. And I'm just so tired. Body's aching. Sometimes you get out and it's easier, and sometimes it isn't. So I'm shuffling along, as you can probably hear. I've done about 15 kilometers. Oh, I should have done more. I'm behind the schedule. It's the intense schedule that makes it so hard. Talk to you later. There we go. That's not terribly uplifting. I feel better now than I did then. But that was, I think I went out and it just, I thought it was going to be not too bad. And sometimes it just hits you. It also happens in the middle of runs. You know, you could be running along going, hey, everything's good, and then you suddenly kind of feel exhausted now. And yeah. So that was me 2 hours into the run 11 months ago. At 3 o'clock, I'm going to be talking to Catherine Lewis, who's a fan from the UK, has bought tickets and a hat, tickets to the stand-up show and a hat. That's another way you can donate, is you can buy hats, the profits go to charity, and masks and t-shirts, eddieizzard.com, and tickets for the Tonight Show or any of the shows. Bear in mind, the 23rd of January is a German show for Berlin. 28th is a French show for Paris. So that's how that works. And so, yes, Catherine attended 1st of January. Oh, right. So, Catherine was watching on the 1st of January. There we go. So that's going to be interesting. Have a chat with her about that, how that was, because that was a bit like a biography tour, and has bought tickets for the 31st. Her mum introduced her to like comedy quite a young age. Her brother would often reenact the Death Star canteen routine, cake or death options. Yeah, cake or death. Could you write down cake or death as well, please? As if they do that. Her motto in life is always to leave someone feeling better than when you find them. That's very nice. And she thinks Eddie does that. That's very good. Nice of you to say so. She has created a range of remote well-being support programs for her employees, including creating a run club, launching a virtual boot camp, which will see 60 of her employees start their Run Stronger program. She wrote her first book on the importance of open and honest communication in 2019. So we will have a chat then at 3:30 we have social media questions. And that will be on Facebook or Twitter or YouTube. You can put questions in from any of those mediums. There we go. And at 4 o'clock, talking to Holly Bradshaw, an Olympian pole vaulter. I've always looked at pole vaulting, and I thought it's never for me, for one, but it does look ridiculously scary. I suppose without the big mat at the end of it, it would be insanely scary. But with the mat, I suppose it's a little bit better. So we'll talk to Holly, and who is a Mizuno ambassador, as we are sponsored by Mizuno here. Oh, so running along. Keep slowing down and speeding up. No, that's not so nice. 5.5 I can do. Just slowing down a bit. Oh, I should eat some more food. No. Coming up to 21k. Less than 1.5k to 21k. That's the halfway point. Always a good point to go for. Much better light to go today, guys. Thank you. Has anything turned up for the toes? Any of those things, or not today?
Yep, they came earlier. Yeah, we've got them. Yeah.
Should we do that? Should we do that now? I think the foot would. I think the toe would like it.
Let's try it. Yeah, yeah.
Gonna have a break, guys.
I'm not gonna lance it right now, though.
No, gonna have a break, guys. That is what I said. Having a quick pit stop. Okay.
Hi, I'm Kevin Ryan, the President and CEO of Covenant House International. For nearly 50 years, Covenant House has been a place of promise and of hope for young people experiencing homelessness. Now more than ever, we need partners in the community to unite with us to end youth homelessness. Every person deserves a safe place to sleep and hope for a brighter tomorrow. For young people, homelessness interrupts progress toward adulthood and a future of independence and self-sufficiency. Covenant House's doors are always open to all young people who need housing and help, regardless of their race or their religion, their sexual orientation, their gender identity or expression. Our trauma-informed services help bridge the gap between potential and progress, and we also advocate for systemic change through public policy while promoting awareness of the critical issues related to youth homelessness. The Covenant House mission is centered and built on community, where youth and staff and volunteers and our partners love one another unconditionally, respect each other absolutely, and dedicate ourselves to a covenant of compassion and hope. Learn more about resilient young people at Covenant House and our life-affirming services at covenanthouse.org.
NTD. It's not terribly descriptive. Needlessly tricky denomination. We need to disentangle, need to define, nothing to declare, National Turnip Day, never tickle dinosaurs. No, that's daft. Now the disclosure. Neglected tropical diseases. Not that difficult. Neglected though? Deserted. Disenfranchised, desperate, dying. No, that's dreadful. Now, these diseases need to discontinue, need to disappear. Never mind the difficulties. No more tedious delays. Now's the decade. Nations together declare no to disease, no to discrimination. Nobody treated differently. Neglected tropical diseases. End the neglect.
So, Catherine Lewis.
I'm going to put you through now.
Thank you. Hi there.
Hello, Eddie.
Hi.
Nice to meet you.
Hi, Catherine. How are you doing?
I'm actually doing really, really well, thank you. I am hugely impressed by you still running today.
Well,
I tuned into your show last night. It was great.
Oh, great. Thank you. Because I've got a bit of information in front about you, which says that you bought tickets for the first. Is that true? On the very first day, or was it actually yesterday that you bought tickets for?
So I thought I would join you on the 1st of January, and I did that one.
Oh, right.
And then I thought I'd check in midway through your challenge, and did that yesterday. And then I'm coming to the 31st as well to see how you are at the end.
Well, thank you. So now, tell me, the 1st of January, I don't know what that was like. That was kind of me doing my own, talking about my own life, really.
It was a little bit different to what I expected, but it was really nice because it was, I hadn't seen you talk about those things before at all.
Yeah.
So, less stand-up, I'd say, and more of you kind of setting the scene, and I could see you working through your own thoughts as to what you'd be doing over the next month.
Was yesterday's a bit more funny, a bit more like stand-up?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so...
I live on my own, so I'm here just like laughing away to myself.
Well, I'm trying to get them better. So, we're heading off in the right direction.
And I sympathise with you because I'm also a runner. I haven't managed a marathon yet. I will get there. But I've lost 2 toenails on the way, so when you were talking about it... Yes,
I know. I was just having the toes strapped up a bit more. So, what are you up to? What distance are you up to in your running?
So I managed a half marathon.
Great.
I did 4 of them last year, and actually I did the Couch to 5K program. I started that maybe 18 months ago, and then one day I just got up. I signed up to the Hackney Half Marathon, but a bit like you, I was just like, I'm just gonna go for it and mind over matter.
Yeah.
Didn't have any training, just went for it and managed to get a half marathon done, which I was so proud of.
Excellent.
So yeah.
Yeah, that's it. It's you have to put it in the diary and tell your friends you're doing it, and then you find you will hopefully not back out of it. That's the trick, I think, which you seem to have done.
And I actually break it down rather than counting kilometres. I'll break it down into content. So I'll think, right, I'm going to listen to 2 podcasts today, or sometimes I'll listen to stand up as well. So having a good laugh while I'm running along. And do it that way rather than tracking my speed or distance or anything like that. I find it really helpful.
Yeah, whatever gets you through the thing.
Yeah.
And, tell everyone about Couch to 5K, because that sounds... I've heard about that.
Couch to 5K is great. So my boss, he always sets wellbeing goals for us every year, and one of them was for me. He said, "You really like running. You should start doing that." So I hold my hands up. I'm somebody who at school pretended I had asthma to get out of running. I just didn't think I was a runner. I didn't think of myself as sporty.
Right.
I fitted in with that crowd. Couch to 5K is so accessible because it's not all about winning or going the distance straight away or any of that. It's taking it step by step.
One thing, Catherine, tell everyone what it is. It's an app, isn't it?
Yeah, it's an app.
Tell everyone in case, encourage other people to get it.
Yeah, it's an app. You can get it for free on your smartphones, and I think it's an 8-week running program.
Yeah.
Actually, my own run coach, Ben Davey, so you can find him on Instagram. It's @MoveWithBen. He does that Couch to 5K program.
Right.
And it has changed my life, like really positively, because through this whole lockdown, running has been everything for me. It's my own medicine, I suppose.
Yeah, and it just sounds great. It literally gets you from a couch potato kind of thing, someone who doesn't move, and gets you up to doing 5K, 5 kilometres.
5 kilometres, and once you're there, I went from 5 to 10, and from 10K I then made the leap to just going for a
21
half marathon.
Yeah, 21K, that's it. So
yeah,
that's brilliant of you.
So good, such great fun. I love it.
For the people I'm trying to encourage to get the Couch to 5K, because I think it's a great starter. How does it work? It says 8 different things, or is it broken down into bits? Or
it's broken down, so you will do sessions where it will be, say, 3 minutes on, 1 minute off, 3 minutes running, 1 minute off, and you build it up over the course of 8 weeks.
Yeah.
Until you're just going for it, and you just will be so proud of yourself, and you will be stronger than you realise. It's really great.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Excellent. So now I've from the information I've got, and your mum introduced you to my comedy when you were young. Is that right?
Yeah, she did. Yeah, she did a long time ago, and yeah, my family's all big fans. Often quote my sister even Ash is like, "You've got to ask cake or death." But I've just sent to my mum, because I've read it and I really, really loved it, your book, Believe Me.
Yeah.
And I have to say, it's one of my favourite writings because it's just so conversational. I listen to it on Audible, so every morning in lockdown I'd pop in my Audible, play your book, and it was just like I've never met you before, but it was like listening to a friend while I was walking around the park, because you're just so open and honest about your story, which I really admire. And I wanted to ask you some questions about it.
Yes, do.
Like this next 3 months, we've had like nearly a year of it now, but it's just the perfect opportunity for myself included to take time to write your own story.
Yeah.
And I think it's such a project people can procrastinate about, because you're just worrying about not going to be good enough, are people really going to be interested, is my writing great, all of these things. So I wanted to ask you when you knew it was the right time for you to write your own story.
Well, I must admit, I thought I was going to do it later, but I was given an offer, and it just seemed like I should go for that, and I could do one at halfway through my life rather than at the end of my life. So that's what I decided to do. And Laura Zigman, who did a lot of the heavy lifting on it, shaped it into a shape. I just told her a number of stories, and and I. In the end, I started dictating a lot of the pieces, but the ends of chapters she would shape into conclusions, and then we go into the beginning of a next story. So there's a number of stories there, but there's a whole number of stories in my life which are not in there, and so there will be another book later on. But I find I'm very reluctant to sit down and push all the ideas out onto my fingers. Some people love writing, and I love the performing side of it. I remember John Cleese talking about writing. He sat down and he wrote his autobiography, and he was just very happy writing away. And I'd rather tell the story, as you saw me do on the first gig on January the 1st. I'll talk about things. Then this happened. My brother was there, my mum and dad, and that's how I tend to roll. But I could ad-lib my next book into. Maybe I should learn to do that. I was actually told I should do that. I should just, because you can ad-lib a story. I mean, you can talk a story into a tape recorder. But if you're trying to get down into prose, you actually have to dictate it, which is different to just talking it. You have to go. So I went into the room and I sat down, full stop. And then I began to think, colon, and you need to do the punctuation as well to make it work. And that's the tricky bit.
I have not tried that before. I can talk all day long about. The next book that I want to write is on open and honest communication and encouraging leaders to be more truthful. It's in internal communications business. But I can stand up and talk about it for hours. Writing about it now, I'm like, where do I begin?
Well, you could try this then. Is dictate all your ideas onto. Into a tape recorder, and then you'll find someone in your local area who is a good typist and loves it, or do it for, you pay them money and they'll just type it all out so you have it printed out, and then you could shape that into a story, at least give you good notes from which to work.
Is that how you began yours? So you wouldn't necessarily start at the beginning of your book, you've just picked out things that have been of interest to you throughout your life and then pulled it, had somebody help you to edit it together at the end, say here is the flow?
Laura did she did say, you can start anywhere with a autobiography. You can, quite often people start at a certain point. I started the day my mum died. It was my starting point, which obviously I was 6 at that point, and then I went backwards and then you go forwards, and you can move around. There are kind of no rules, but oh, I've still got stuff. So yeah, there are no rules, but getting it down. Sometimes people say, like film scripts that I need to write, they use quite a strong word, vomit out the first draft, and then at least you've got something to play with. It's easier to rewrite than it is to write.
I always find when I'm running that I will have ideas or beginnings of chapters or concepts will come to mind really clear, so I do like it a lot for that, but then it's remembering to get it down as soon as I get home, because I've had that clarity of thought whilst I've been running.
Yeah, you have to just but you can add lib into your smartphone, because they'll have a recording facility on your smartphone.
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
That's a really good idea.
That's what you need to do. Right. So running is now part of your life. I got something.
Yes.
Correct. You're gonna. I'm gonna read this out to you, and then you can tell me if we've got it down right. You can, a range of remote well-being support programs for employees, your employees, including creating a run club.
I work for a company called Reward Gateway.
Yep.
Our company mission is to make the world a better place to work.
Right.
And my role is head of employee engagement there, so making companies where people truly love and can thrive, and a big part of that is their well-being. This last year has been very challenging on well-being, so we've been introduced in loads of different ways to help and support people. And this week we started our own virtual boot camp, which every Tuesday, actually partnering with, I mentioned it before, Ben Davey, we're doing an 8-week Move Faster, Feel Stronger and Rest Longer program for all of our team. And on Tuesday we had, I think it was about 30 people all out running remotely, connected through Zoom, listening to our run coach doing the first introductions to the new starters.
Yep.
And it's really nice. It felt like a real community, although we're all apart. There were people from the US, Australia, Bulgaria, all joining and running together. So really, really nice.
Great. Well, excellent for doing that. This is good. Now, I'm running away here. I've gone into a bit where I'm kind of struggling a bit now. Are there any other questions you'd like to ask me, or anything else you'd like to say? Because I can answer that quite easily.
Quite easily. I just wanted to just say, I think what you're doing, it's just, we need more role models like you in the world right now, so keep going. I shared with my friends on Instagram that I'd be talking with you today, and I had many of them contact me, Kath, Rob, of my family, and lots of people at work, Sarah, all saying, please tell Eddie like what an absolute hero they are, and how much of an influence, a positive influence you've been throughout them growing up, and being able to have somebody who really just does and acts and says everything and really truthful in your being. So thank you.
That is quite all right. Thank you to all of them for saying that. I'll keep pushing on, soldiering on, trying to get the job done.
Yeah.
And thank you.
Good luck with that toe. I hope it heals.
Yes, indeed. I hope it's. I don't know what it's going to do. It might fall off, but then it should come back if it does. But thank you for buying tickets, and you bought a hat, I believe, as well.
I have bought a hat, yes.
Excellent.
It went down very, very well with our US team at work. They really, really liked it.
Yes,
they liked it. But I wear it on my running now, because if I ever feel tired, I think, do you know what, Catherine? My stepdad always used to say to me, you've got legs, use them, and I think about my hat and what you're doing, and it really spurs me on, so.
Yeah, make humanity great again. The hats are available for, you talk about the American team, they can buy them in America. If they go to Izzard, if they go to Izzard.com, we will ship them all around the world, any country. You can, and all the profits go to the charity, and the masks, and the t-shirts for Make Humanity Great.
Yeah.
So that is there for everyone. And humanity includes everyone, so we are against nationalism, which is my country is better than your country, but we are for patriotism, saying people are proud of their country. That is fine. That is good.
I have to ask Eddie, as the charity that I advocate for, I'd love to know if you've heard of them at all. They're based up in Manchester. They're called Hope for Justice.
All right, I haven't actually, but tell me more.
Okay, so Hope for Justice are an anti-slavery charity. They work to rescue, reform, and raise awareness fighting modern slavery. There's a lot of quite high-profile modern slavery cases that they've been assisting the police, and they work with the government to try and fight it. But they're a very small team up in Manchester doing absolutely incredible work. I got to meet the charity because they have a volunteering programme called Connecting HR, and I spent it was a year fundraising for them through different events, and when it was allowed, we were doing gigs and all sorts and having bands playing, bringing people together to enjoy it and make money for a great cause at the same time. And then also part of the programme, I went to Ethiopia for a week to go and see the teams, meet the teachers, the social workers, the psychologists and the leadership team there. My role was to help them with engagement and communications and all of these things within their team, but getting to see what such a small team does and the impact they make is just absolutely incredible. They have rescue rehabilitation centres there with kids that they've taken out of domestic servitude and modern slavery situations and put them through, I believe it's a 60-day programme, and then connecting them back with their families. So they would be teaching the communities and saying, like, this is what's happening, telling them about the dangers of trafficking and just reuniting the families, and also setting them up with business support so they can look after themselves and reform the lives that they should have had that were stolen from them.
Yes.
They are amazing.
well, that sounds great. Well done to them, and keep going and keep supporting them. Sounds a very positive thing.
Have you been to Ethiopia?
I have. I've trained in Addis Ababa.
I was going to ask if you've done the Addis Marathon.
I haven't. I've never done any organised marathon. I've only done...
Just go rogue and do your own epic ones.
I do my own ones. I just measure them out in my
Love
finger.
that.
So yes, but I have Addis. It was very difficult to breathe. Well, not very difficult. It was quite difficult to breathe. But I could feel how thin the air was. You know, it's altitude training. You know. In
Did you go north at all to the Tigray region?
No, I was just in Addis for a few days.
You would have. There's a region there called the Dalol Depression, and it's honestly one of the most fascinating places on Earth. So it's the lowest point on Earth that you can get to, and the ground is all these mad fluorescent colours because it's just like sulfur, and it looks like another planet. It honestly felt like I'd either gone back in time to when the world just began. But completely untouched. It's stunning, and you have all these salt plains, and it just showed me just a beautiful side to the world that I didn't think I'd see ever at all.
Wow.
Really incredible. And then there's the Tigray region as well. They have these, I know you like the history, they have these rock churches that are hidden at the top of the high mountains in the Tigray region. So 4th century churches that were carved out in stone from the top of the mountains.
Right.
And I didn't expect to. I did a climb to the top to go and see them. It was absolutely terrifying, but I got up there, and incredibly our guide said to me, you find this difficult because you grew up in a city. He's like, I'd find cities very hard. What you're doing now, and you're finding it a challenge. He said the whole village do this. Every time anybody gets married or any time somebody passes away for our funerals and things, the whole village comes up the mountain together.
Wow.
And honestly, it's like a pretty much vertical climb with no ropes, nothing at all. They'll just go up, and there's like baptism videos and all these things that they'll go up together. It is so crazy, but such a strength of community there. It's I think you would be amazed by it.
Well, it does sound amazing. Thank you for telling me about this. Now, I'm going to have to let you go, I'm afraid.
Yeah,
and shoot
that's
off.
so nice to speak to you.
Great to speak to you.
Thank you for your book, and thank you for such great content and company during this lockdown. It's great.
That's quite all right. And the answer to cake or death is, of course, cake.
Yeah!
Because or I suppose, but yeah, that doesn't make sense. Anyway, yeah. So, but people ask me that question. I don't really know quite what to say, but anyway, very good. Thank you.
Thank you. Lovely to meet you.
Take care. Stay safe.
You too.
Cheers. Bye. So, I am off to the loo again. Lou, I'm so sorry. Having another loo break.
COVID presented itself as an evolving crisis. Women rights organizations were able to adapt to really offer emergency support. But we've seen progressively also women rights organizations realizing that they need to also adapt to being now into the mode of recovery. And that is even where we come in as care.
So tunajaribu kupunguza hiyo ujauzito wa mapema.
With Superb, we basically reach out to women and girls. We are looking at the reasons, the causes of GBV. How can we come in to ensure that this young girl cannot be exposed to sexual and gender-based violence? We had to adapt into different approaches and interventions to see on how we can be able now to reach out to our girls.
We decided to take a hotline number that is provided nationally, but many women don't know about it, 1195. So as we go around giving them the soap, mask, and sanitizer, we'll give them a briefing on that this is not just sanitizer. This is sanitizer to protect you from infections, COVID infection, but also it has a secret number that you can call anywhere without airtime, and you can get a relief. You can get counseling, you can get support. There are two curves to be flattened. There is the COVID-19 curve itself for the pandemic, and there is the curve for the gender-based violence here in Kenya. So the government and also the stakeholders need to invest in flattening both the curves, because both the curves actually are on the rise.
Adam Koffler, I am here, I'm back. Back running. So, we're over halfway. Media questions. We'll be talking. If you want to write questions to me on Twitter, Facebook, or YouTube, go to those sites, my sites, on those feeds, and you can ask me questions. So, that's right. Yep, so Adam Koffler, hopefully you can find me running. I seem to be running slightly ahead of everyone. Maybe that's because I just started quickly. Oh, we're over 21k on the 14th marathon. Is that right? So 15 and 15. So is it tomorrow? Sarah, if this is the 14th, am I running? Tomorrow will be the 15th. Oh, right, so I'm going to do the 15th, and then it's halfway through the 16th. Yeah, this. Where's tomorrow? Because Warsaw's in two days' time. Running in Warsaw in 2 days' time. So we're going to be talking to Holly Bradshaw, who was an Olympian, just Olympians generally, but she's a pole vaulter. She's a British track and field athlete who specialises in pole vault. She's the current British record holder in the event indoors and outdoors. The gymnast is age of 6 until she was 11. Then she decided to do running. Interesting. Not until she was 17. She tried pole vault for the first time. Oh wow, that's curious. And competed in the Rio 2016 Summer Olympics. In the final, cleared 4.7 meters. 4.70 meters on her second attempt, and ended up finishing 5th. Unfortunately, just outside the medals. That must be a pain in the bottom, I would say. But yeah, this must be worth it if you come 4th. You get so close to a medal. Okay, Adam Koffler. Yes, I'll put an MHG on it. Yes. And Chris, I do think walking to the loo, if you've got a pod on, if you've got a foot pod on, walking to the loo works. Can I adjust my name? Let's see. Oh, I can't change my name. Can I? Can we get Sarah on the screen as well? Dave and Sarah, could you tell everyone how to do messages? And then we'll answer.
Yeah, sure. So we are about to do some questions from social media. So if you, this can be Facebook, YouTube, or Twitter. For Facebook, if you go to the live stream on Facebook, and then you can put your questions in the comments. You can do that now. YouTube, if you go to Eddie's YouTube channel, that is the best way to find the live stream. If you already follow Eddie, then you're already there. If not, then you can search Eddie Izzard. It should come up. Click on Eddie's channel, which is called Eddie Izzard, and then click the live stream and put your questions in the chat section there. And then on Twitter, the live stream should be pinned at the top of Eddie's Twitter account, and Eddie's Twitter account is @EddieIzzard. And then in the live stream, in the comment section, you can put your questions there And yeah, we'll try and get through as many as we can.
And we're ready. I'm ready when you are, sir.
Okay, let me fire up the first few questions. Oh, actually, I've just scrolled through and there's a lovely message here saying from Sue Wilkinson saying, "Hi Eddie, you're doing brilliantly. It's my birthday today and I'd like to give you some of my birthday money." Isn't that very lovely?
Sue, happy birthday. Happy birthday, Sue. Thank you for that. And very kind of you. That goes and helps people around the world.
Okay, so first question from Karen Ross, who says, "Hi Eddie, you're a true inspiration for a lot of high-intensity endurance events. Apart from a good level of fitness, a lot is mind over matter. How do you mentally prepare for the challenges you do?"
Ah, and who is that from?
That is from Karen Ross.
Karen, it's I don't prepare for any thing I do, because I'd say, you know, all the runs, obviously they're very tough. Doing the gigs afterwards, the gigs, you see, the gigs in French, German and Spanish are very tough. All I'm doing is constantly preparing for all of it. So I've set my mind up that I want to do things. I want to do things. You know, I'm a trans person. I'm someone who believes that a fair chance in life should be the right of every person in the world, 7.8 billion people. And if I'm going to fight for that, I'm going to have to do things which are, you know, as I say, I'm a radical and a moderate. I have to do some radical things with the moderate message. So I am ready, I'm always ready to do something positive, something difficult, something maybe a bit out of the box, a little bit different, so that people notice, hopefully, and go, oh, let's donate to that, let's look at those ideas and all that kind of stuff. Adam is MHG. Adam Koffler on Swift is MHG. Make Humanity Great. We've only got 3 letters in ours, so that there's no confusion happens. MHG. So I've put those letters on my name, Adam, but it isn't showing up at the moment for some reason, and I think I have to restart the race, which I'm not going to do. It'll be there tomorrow, but yeah, Adam Koffler, MHG. I'd like to know what MHG. Thank you. Make Humanity Great. Thanks, guys. So you're putting MHG in brackets. It's how we're doing it. Sorry, thank you. Next question.
Okay, next question is from Elise, who asks, "Who are your favourite comedians? Or do you tend to stay away from watching others stand up so that there's no risk of cross-influencing into your skits?"
There is a thing. There is a thing with that. I think Billy Connolly, just to say that he didn't really want to watch them in case it flowed in. I have sometimes quoted other people's stand-up, but I quote them. I say this is their material. Because if it's a beautiful idea, I will say this comedian does this beautiful idea, and I don't try and do it like it's mine. I just say, do it like it's theirs, as an advert for them. You know, just a 1-line or 2-line thing. But really, my influences are from before. Monty Python, who were obviously sketch comedy, but half of my stand-up is really the little sketch ideas I play out, and then it's really Richard Pryor and Billy Connolly are the other 2 influences. Particularly the idea of talking a comedic idea, an unusual idea, and then acting out the scene from that idea. So that is the beautiful area, the motherlode of a comedy seam. If you can find an idea that it's a seam of comedy and you can set up a thing, an idea. At the moment I'm talking about dung beetles, and then if you talk about a family of dung beetles, and or a young dung beetle growing up, and so waving to people outside, reading the thing. So if you a young dung beetle say, going to the careers advisor and say, "I want to do something different." "Well, what about dung? Well, we're working in dung." "Yeah, well, my dad's worked in dung." "Well, you're following your father's footsteps." "No, I'd rather not follow in his footsteps, because his footsteps are covered in dung, you see." covered in dung. You know, can I be an astronaut? No, I think dung, rolling dung. That's what I suggest. What about burying dung? We have rolling or burying it. You can do that. No, I just don't want to work in dung. There, so you got this thing, and I play with it until I get an interesting little script out of it with a kid, a careers advisor, a father saying, now you're 18 minutes old, and now you have your whole world of dung ahead of you. I don't want to be in dung. Don't think I am a dung beetle. I think I'm something else. So that's, I like to find the seam of comedy. So yeah, those are my influences, particularly Richard Pryor and Billy Connolly.
Okay, so next question. Actually, I'm going to do one from Twitter, which is from Tide Lloyd, who says, "Hi Eddie, if you were stuck in a lift with 5 other people, dead or alive, who would they be and why?" I assume dead or alive, not actually dead in the lift. I find these ones very difficult to do. So my body keeps running out of puff. Should say elevator as well for everyone who says elevator. Elevator in the United States. I don't know what you do in Canada. Are you lifts? I think you might be lift people. But lifts, I say, those, you put them in your shoes. Goddamn lifts. Well, I'd like to have had a longer chat with Nelson Mandela. I'd be very happy to chat with Abraham Lincoln. Chatting. More people. The guy that was Yeshua, that the Greeks called Jesus, and the guy that was Muhammad, that the Muslim people called it Muhammad, which is very handy that he has the same name, as opposed to having changed it by the Greek version. I don't know why we're not calling him Yeshua, because Jesus was not his name. And those were real people, I believe, and you know, particularly Muhammad said he was a real person, he's a prophet, not a son of God. I think they turned Yeshua into a son of God, and he was just a guy being positive. And there have been men and women who have been very positive down the years. Women have been suppressed and pushed out of history, not encouraged to become leaders. So Joan of Arc is a very rare exception of a woman who got to a place where she could actually be a leader. But they have been, and yeah. So I'd be happy to talk to those. Happy to talk to Joan of Arc. Actually, no, I think she'd been on a. She'd say she's got God inside her and she's off on a mission. She did amazing things, but I do think that was more. What's the word? Yeah, I think she was just in a different mind space. But amazing happens if people really believe in the thing they really believe in. So, yeah, that's my answer. Okay. Next question is from Dave Weston, who says, when you took over Channel 4 way back when, did you enjoy it and would you do it again? And they also say, can we have more Skip Watch, please? Skip Watch was the best bit. It was called Channel Izzard for a little bit on Channel 4. That was kind of fun, but the weird thing is I decided I didn't want to have a career in comedy on television. That's the odd thing. So I wouldn't do it again, but Skip Watch was fun. We just put CCTVs on skips to see what happened, what was chucked in. And I think I'd gotten a skip at one point to see if people would throw things in and I could get things from them. Because I know people who used to go around just pulling things out of skips and using them. That was their thing. When I was a street performer, I needed people who would check every bin. Check every dog's bin. I think that was the song that the Mother Superior sang in The Sound of Music. But yeah, Skip Watch was fun. And I also did speed archaeology, because I like the idea of archaeology, but can we not just get to the hell of it? It was a comedic idea of using gelignite to blow up stuff and
try and get down to things. But then the time team must have started around that time I've been on. But that was wonderful. They did in 3 days as much as you could in archaeology. I love time team. I think I've watched nearly every episode. I have watched them all. And now, if you're a fan of Time Team, go on More 4 on the app if you're in the UK, and you can see them. They've remixed them. So instead of doing this was episode, this is another episode, they've done everything about the Mesolithic time, or the Neolithic time, or the Roman time, or the different ages, Middle Ages. They split it up into different times. So they've taken bits from a number of different episodes, and they are all sort of edited together. So I love it. I love Time Team. And you worked with Mr. Time Team, didn't you?
Yes, Tony Robinson, the lovely, fabulous Tony Robinson. Yes, I toured with Tony back in, I think that would have been 2006, I think, with Tony's show, which was, fantastic. He's fabulous.
I was watching Tony from Sir Tony Robinson.
Yes, actually, yes, Sir Tony now, yeah.
Which he insists, no, he doesn't. Some people insist upon it. I'm sure he's very relaxed about it. But he's a decent guy, so it's good that if he wants a title, he's got a title. He's done a lot of stuff in this area and just made it so accessible. And he can do what he wants, so he can front any program. I've seen this Walking with History once. I've seen those. You put him on any program, he'll go through the history of it. And I even saw the early ones before Time Team, where he would say he would be the battle. They were down here and they'd run up here, and he was doing what I would want to do in a history program. Like Paul Merton in the UK, and Have I Got News for You? He was doing exactly what I would have liked to do if I was doing a panel going. So
yeah, Tony was just, his enthusiasm is brilliant. I think that's what's always brilliant with his shows. And I saw one recently, I think it was here in the UK, I think it was on Channel 5, and it was about, he did a train journey from like the Arctic Circle, I think in Sweden, Swedish Lapland, all the way down through Scandinavia, and also visited the model railway in Hamburg that we didn't manage to get into.
Yes.
So yeah, it was a great program.
We need to phone him and get their number.
Actually, we should.
Because I want to talk to those guys.
Okay.
Because we have, if you go to the Bexhill Museum website, if you search online for Bexhill Museum, and you hit the model railways button on the top of the menu, you can see the Izzard family one, which me and my brother, my dad, worked on down the years. It's been made into a lovely working model railway. And then the Bexhill 1940 winter wartime model railway, which is there and shows Bexhill in 1940 when it was invasion was supposed to be happening in 1940. We thought it could happen in 41, and it's got burnt out houses, bombed out houses, gun emplacements. It's a military Bexhill on sea. So there you go. And there's more to come for that after COVID goes away. They have the final extension up to the beginning of, right down to the seaside and the Delaware Pavilion. So all that stuff. Yeah. Okay, next question, please.
Okay, next question is from KevDog on Twitter. And they ask, what language that you don't already know would you most love to do stand-up in?
Well, I'm already doing German, French, and Spanish. Arabic is the one after Spanish, and that is the land where I was born. I was born in the city of Aden, / Aden, in Yemen, and it'd be great to learn Arabic. The dialects are somewhat different, but if you learn Egyptian Arabic, that is the one that has the greatest reach. So I do want to go back to Aden and eventually do a stand-up show there. It'll be very difficult this time. There's a civil war on there, COVID, all too hellish, but That is a plan in my head.
Okay, so next question, going back to Facebook from Hayley Hart, who asks, how do you practice and accomplish your American accents for stage?
Well, the American accent, I developed it for the accent I did in The Riches by just living and breathing it and staying in the American accent the entire time when I was filming, and even if we weren't filming, I stayed in it and I just basically lived it so that I could lock it in. And my real test of whether it was working was when I was stopped by a policeman for jaywalking. I was actually jay running across it. You know, it was a thing, and in Britain you just go across, there's no traffic, but hey, there's a red light there. So he stopped me, and I got out my California driving license and said I'm sorry. And, oh, 170 bucks or something like that. And then I realized I was British, and if I'd pull out my British driving license, which I also had on me, I could have just talked like this. No, I'm sorry, I'm terribly sorry. Oh, what happens? Oh, is it illegal? You know. And hopefully he might have gone, well, this seems too much paperwork, but don't do it again, you know, give me one of those. But 170 bucks for walking across a road where there's no traffic. I think it's a crazy rule. Jaywalking, I think there's more things, better things that the police do. But honestly, you know, how the great American people could get across the plains to the West Coast and think of the bravery of that in the difficult situations, and then you get stopped for walking across a road when there's no traffic but the lights are red. It's just completely against the whole pioneer spirit. It doesn't happen in New York. It does happen in LA. And a lot of the West Coast, actually. Don't know why. Okay.
Okay, next question is from Emily Glaziner, who says, hey Eddie, what was it like working on What About Dick with people like Eric Idle and Billy Connolly? Who inspire your work so much? And how much did you ad-lib when doing that show?
I ad-libbed quite a lot. Eric Idle is part of, and was part of Python, and so it was wonderful to work with him. And Billy, I think the only time I've worked with Billy, but it was just great to be there. And it was we're doing sketches, which is really original wheelhouse, my original skill set. Before I did, it was a story, so the kind of sketchy forms of characters and review style. So I was really at home. I kept changing my punchlines, and Eric kept looking at me, and I go, I think I prefer this one. So I was a bit forward on shoving in different punchlines, but it was a fun project to do. And where were we at? I think we were at the Montalban Theatre. I think that's where we performed. And that's a wonderful theatre. Used to do a lot of radio plays in there. They used to have a film coming out, and the actors from the film would go and perform a radio version of the film. And it would be recorded live from there and go out across America. So, yeah, it's a great theatre. And it has a rooftop. So we will be playing the rooftop at some point on the Montalban Theatre. Is it Ricardo Montalban? The great actor who was in The Wrath of Khan. He was Khan. And in Love Story as well. But The Wrath of Khan, I suppose, is the one everyone remembers. Great fit for him. Yes. Yes. So that's what that was.
Okay, next question back from YouTube. L3214 says, or asks, Eddie, what is your favourite punk band?
We see, I was never really punk, but if you go Stranglers, Police, you know, I don't, these are at the time of punk, Squeeze Cool for Cats was my first vinyl record I bought, but I pure punk was totally intimidating to me. And it was rebellion, there was energy, it was a lot of people from very working class backgrounds, and I was this kid who, my mum had died. I ended up going to these boarding schools, so, and also music. My musical tastes were very melodic and mainstream. I have since dragged them over, but punk had this raw energy to it which didn't line up with me, so I grabbed hold of pink vinyl, Squeeze Call for Cats. I heard it and I said, this will go to #1, and I was almost went to #2, and then about Injury and the Blockheads, New Boots and Panties, hit me with the Rhythm Stick, second single I ever bought, and so he embodied this great place. Stranglers, loved that, loved them too. They were older and coming in. It was the Police, Andy Summers, in that Police mold. Oh, the three of them. If you've seen the documentaries on the Police and how they bounced off each other, it was a movement that wasn't the centre of my being, and I wasn't, and I wasn't a kid going for music. I was going for film and comedy. I was breaking into Pinewood Studios, film studios, and listening to endless Monty Python. So that was not quite in the same place as me, but that's why my taste is so eclectic. But yeah. I think that answers the question. I think I've got time for one more, then I'm going for another pee break, and then we'll talk to Holly Bradshaw.
Okay, so last question from Facebook, from Janie Marlowe, who asks, did you enjoy working on the drama Hannibal?
Yes, Hannibal was great. Brian Fuller, the executive producer on that, brought me into that. Very dark place to go. It was easier to make it than to watch it in a way, because it's very macabre. Very dark to watch, and but if you film that kind of stuff, it's sort of easier because there's practicalities going into so that you can actually film it. But yeah, I got so much reaction for the character I played in Hannibal, and it was great to do. So I had people reacting from all walks of life, people I'd never really reached before, and I knew I was on the road. I was doing some dramatic stuff that was very dark and out there, and I wasn't quite sure where I was going to go. So I spent years trying to get to that place. So it was very good to be there with Mads Mikkelsen. Mads Mikkelsen from Denmark, and his first name is written M-A-D-S, but the D is silent, pretty much silent. Whereas if you're Swedish, it is noisy. It has a noisy D. So it's Mads, but in Denmark it's Mads. What's Mads Mikkelsen? Yeah, great playing opposite him.
Cool. And actually, I should also say, Liz Blue on YouTube is enjoying my teacup. So I will tell you, Liz, it's from IKEA. There you go.
There you go. Cheers, everyone. Thanks for questions. More tomorrow. Just going for pee. Endlessly peeing.
Shockingly, over 2 million tonnes of food a year is wasted within the UK supply chain. FareShare is tackling this problem in a strikingly simple way. We work with farmers, producers, distributors and retailers to save good quality fresh food from being wasted, so we can get it onto people's plates instead. In practice, it's a huge logistical feat, involving hundreds of volunteers working tirelessly to unload the produce, unpack and sort it at any one of our network of food warehouses across the UK. The food might be surplus, but it looks and tastes just like the food you'd eat at home. Most of it arrives well before it would have hit the supermarket shelves. Food becomes surplus for all sorts of reasons. A glut of courgettes from overproduction, or a lack of demand as unpredictable weather plays its part. Incorrect packaging and labelling, wonky fruits and veg, and cancelled orders. Wherever it comes from, with the support of our team of volunteers, we prioritise the incoming food, itemising it for traceability and breaking it down into smaller quantities for redistribution. FareShare gives nearly 11,000 charities access to food, all of whom are onboarded safely and meet all food safety regulations. These charities and groups range from food banks, children's breakfast clubs and homeless centres to small local community groups. Not only does this food save charities thousands of pounds on their food bills, it means they can offer the people they support more fresh, healthy fruit and veg and a wider range of food in general. New innovations like the FareShare Go app have seen direct pickups from the supermarkets, meaning perishable goods like fresh bread and fruit can quickly be redistributed. FareShare is more than meals though. Food brings people together. It helps local organisations tackle loneliness and isolation within their communities, or help connect struggling families with the services that can support them. It's such a simple concept. Food that could have been wasted is instead used for good.
Okay. So I'm ready to talk. With Holly whenever she's ready.
Eddie, bring you through to Holly.
Thank you. Hi, Holly.
Hello.
Hi there. How you doing?
I am great, thank you. How are you?
I am knackered and moaning. I'm trying to moan.
No.
Sorry. Yeah. I feel like moaning, but sorry. I'm just trying to get this thing. So there we go. I sort of want to. I want
25k into the marathon.
Yeah, just over 25k. So, good. But do you run marathons?
Absolutely not. I was literally just thinking before I came on here, I was like, my mind is literally blown by what you were doing, because I tried to run a 5k in lockdown and it was bad. Like, I did a training session before it and I had to stop after 4k because I was hyperventilating, because what I do is not endurance at all, it's just speed power. And I do get frustrated a little bit because a lot of my friends, we walked up Snowdon in September, and they were like, oh, you'll be great, like you'll be speeding on ahead. And honestly, I don't do that stuff in training. The longest I run is 80 meters. So the thought of you doing 31 marathons in 31 days, I honestly can't comprehend it. Like, it's mad.
It is interesting. The fact I've done it before helps me say, well, I hopefully will get there. And the fact that I'm on marathon 14 also helps me feel kind of confident that this hopefully should happen. But yeah, it's, well, you know, it's all in the mind. Like for you, you're an Olympic pole vaulter, and just to get to the Olympics, to get to that level, you know, other people are, well, how do you do it? It's all in the mind, isn't it? The mind controls everything.
Yeah, I think the pole vault especially, the mind, like, it's almost slightly different, but maybe the same with endurance kind of things. For me, it's getting over the barrier of, like, fear.
Yep.
You know, you're running in super fast, massive pole, you put it in the box, you flip upside down, and I've had it go wrong quite a few times in my career, and it's scary when it goes wrong, and it's really dangerous. So I think that for me is the fear element and the stuff that I have to do in terms of mind, like mind control, is like being super confident. So when you're not confident, things are more likely to go wrong, whereas I feel like, honestly, my coach always says, like, you are the least endurance athlete I've ever met, because I just don't have that tool in my toolbox. I can't keep going, I can't, like you said, I just know I can do it, I'm going to keep going, pushing through the pain. I don't seem to have that ability, and it's just, it's weird how the brain I can be so super strong in terms of mind, in terms of pole vault. When I come to do a circuit or a 5K and I'm so tired I can't keep going, I'll just stop. So it's really interesting.
Can I ask how old you are? Is that a rude question?
No, it's not rude. I'm 29, 30 this year, actually.
I would say, because when I was young, distance running was not my cup of tea, and I would say you probably do have it in you, but you've trained yourself in had to train yourself in such a specific way that it feels like it's not in you. But if you ever had, okay, I'll put this, motivation is the key thing, yeah? So you were motivated, but imagine this, in your family, a loved one, if there was a lockdown situation, they couldn't get a car, there was medicine urgently needed to save a life, and it was 13 miles away, it was 21k away, you would get there and you would get back. It would look pretty crappy if someone happened to film it, but you'd get it done, wouldn't you? You would get it done.
No, that is right, yeah.
It's just...
yeah.
It's so
I think because I've trained it, like you say, I've spent the last 10, 15 years of my life only running 80 metres, only doing speed power stuff, so when I do try to do endurance stuff, it's not there. But, you know, I mean, I've always thought this when I retire, it's just a logical thing to do as an athlete, to do a half marathon, a marathon, and I always just say, no, I'm not going to do it, that's not me. But I honestly, like you say, I think I could do it.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure.
I think what you do, just do a 5 or 10k, you know, relaxing. And if you do a 5k, because you say I'm 80 meters, and then of course, what is it? It's 1,000 meters is a k, and so you know that distance. So if you did 5, you go, okay, I've done 5k, only 80, but now I've done 1, and you do one park run, and you go, this isn't so bad. And then after that, it's just a decision and motivation. You don't have to do it. I'm not encouraging you to do it, but if you ever wanted to, I think you would find that tool somewhere at the back of your toolbox, hidden underneath a potato or something, or hidden beneath a handkerchief. There we go.
I mean, in lockdown, I did challenge myself to do a 5k, and like I said, I did it with my husband, which was good, and he's always been an endurance athlete. Like, I remember when we first met, I timed one of his sessions down the track, and it was 20 times 400 meters off a minute, and I was just like, this is impossible. But he did it with me, and he like paced me, because I really wanted to get under 30 minutes. And I ran 29:09 or something, and I did feel amazing afterwards. Like, it was awful during, like, I was getting snippy with him, like, if he wasn't giving me like intervals of like the times, how long I had left, I was getting like, I was a horrible person. I was like, give me the time.
Yeah.
But I did feel amazing after, so I can see like the benefits of it.
Yep. Now I should say you're a Mizuno ambassador, are you not?
Yes, I am. I'm very proud to be a Mizuno ambassador.
And we are sponsored by Mizuno. We have the Mizuno crest, and you also have Make Humanity Great Again on your hoodie, which is of course what we're doing. So they helped us get going, so that people know that Mizuno, which is a Japanese company from Osaka, and which is an East Asian country, and I was born in a West Asian country. I was born in Yemen. So, same continent we were born in as the Mizuno brothers, so thank them. That's good that they're helping us do this. And I'm interested in your journey to pole vaulting because I have information in front of my eyes which says that you were doing gymnastics from 6 until 11, then you went into a bit of running, and not until 17 did you do pole vaulting. So take us through that. That's an interesting in and out change of course.
So I've always been like super sporty as a kid. I remember when I was 4 years old, my mum said I had so much energy. I was just like flipping off the sofas that she was like, I think I need to take you somewhere to like get rid of this energy. So when I was like 4 years old, I went to a football club and was playing football with all the boys, and then got into gymnastics through the ages of 6 and 12, which has actually been really useful for pole vault because it's very similar.
Yeah.
And then through like 12 to 15, 16, I played football for a women's side, and that was really great. That helped me in terms of like speed and things like that. I was the one that was just chucked up front. They'd kick the ball to me and I'd sprint off and then score. And then when I went to high school alongside playing football, I found like an inspiring role model in my PE teacher, and badminton, tennis, cheerleading, dance, gymnastics, anything involved in sport in high school, I just got involved with because I almost just saw her as a role model and wanted to like do anything where kind of she was there, and that was really important for me. And she introduced me to athletics and went down to athletics, was doing a bit of hurdling for a couple of years, and then finally found the pole vaulting. Honestly, if it wasn't for my club Latin Harriers, I would never have found pole vaulting. Like back then, it's 2008, I didn't even know what it was. I'm pretty sure 99.9% of the whole of the UK didn't know what pole vault was. You don't try it at school. Not many athletics clubs even have the pole vault there or the poles. So their background is endurance running, so they kind of was like, right, we want to try and get these kids involved in pole vault. We were going to competitions and we'd have no one in the pole vault, so we'd be missing out on all these points. And I kind of being crazy, having done loads of things in the past, was just like, oh, I'll give it a go. Rocked down the first week and absolutely loved it. Did 6 weeks on the chart, and then the coach that they've got to come and do the pacing sessions saw something in me and invited me to train with him full time, and it just kind of spiraled out of control since then, really.
And is it very different from high jumping?
Yeah, it's so different. It's totally different, like somatotypes. With high jump, you only run about maybe 10 meters. I think only like 6 to 8 steps, and you've got to be really like explosive off the ground and quite light. And whereas with the pole vault, it's like raw speed, really strong upper body, the gymnastic ability to get you upside down. And yeah, it's really, really different. But I've tried a lot of the athletics events, and I'm obviously biased now, but it's one of the most fun and exciting and exhilarating events in athletics.
It looks bloody scary to me, I must say. You said it's, I mean, you know, I was always smaller, so high jump, I could never do it. Nicole Cunningham always won. I'm talking the under 11s here back. She won everything. We had boys and girls together. She won every race, and high jump and long jump. Assault course, I think she might have come second or something. It was kind of brilliant with retrospect that this. I have a picture because it's mixed boys and girls at my school, and at the beginning of the race, and you could see people starting, and some of the kids, it's mainly boys and maybe 2 girls, and one of them's Nicole. And most of the boys, or a number of them, are starting in like this. Their first step is like all over the place. I'm quite good, but Nicole has got this athletic thing, and I use it in I do a biography tour. I just talk about my life, and I say, look at this photograph. Can you see how Nicole has already won? This is step 1 of the race. You can see that she's won. You can see she's going to kill everyone, and she was quite tall as well. So she was the. Yeah, we had a whole thing together, which was kiss, chase and stuff, but also she kept beating the hell out of me in all the races. And then she got ill, and I won the races when she was ill, but she was ill, so. But she went to another school and won every single race at that other school, so there you go.
It still counts if you win and they're ill, like, you're still the winner.
Well, not really, but I did get a cup, but I got the smallest cup in the world. And I did this weird thing. I don't believe in a mystical God, but I did pray to God that day that Nicole, when she had the stomachache, can you keep that going, please? Is that all right? You know, I didn't think that was a very good use of God, but I think it was just she had a stomach bug that day and she couldn't do it. I won the hurdles, you know, it was ridiculous. Anyway, so that's my one little cup. It's that big, and she would win these trophies. So I think that was punishment. You can win an egg cup. That is your thing. But pole vaulting just looks like, you say it sometimes if it goes wrong, it's quite dangerous. I don't even know how you can say that. You don't even want to say what dangerous things happen, but it does look, you've got to get that thing into a specific thing built into the concrete, yeah? That hole, that whatever it is.
Yeah, if you were looking at it, you would basically, it's a metal box and it is like this, and then like that. You can imagine that in the ground, and you basically slot the pole in, it hits the metal back, and that's what creates the bend. And it's actually a small target. Like, I don't think about it. I've been doing it for 10 years, it just happens. But when I strip it all back and I think about this box, it is actually tiny. And to think, like, I'm quite in control when I'm jumping, so things bad don't often happen. I would say once or twice a year, maybe even once or twice every 2 years, because I'm quite in control and reserved. I'm not really like flapping all over the show out of control. But I mean, in America, pole vault is really, really common, and they do it from a young age, and it's taught not very well, in my opinion. You know, there's a lot of people in America and not many coaches. So there's actually been, I don't know if it's one or two, but there's been deaths in the US through pole vault because it's just, well, it can be taught unsafe to the point where they brought in a rule where they painted a white square in the middle of the mat, and if you cleared the bar and didn't land in the white square, it was still a failure, because they were trying to instill in these coaches that you needed to teach it safely. Because for me as a professional athlete, you can basically move the bar closer or further away to you. Like, there's so many things. I could sit down with you for 3 days and I still wouldn't have finished chatting to you about pole vault, because there's so many little intricate details. But when you're running down the bar up, and then the stands hold up can move forward or back, and that depends on like how you jump as a person, but also you want the stiffest pole possible that you can physically take, because it recoils quicker and springs you higher in the air. But then the danger is, if the pole doesn't reach, you're basically pushing the pole like this. So when you're pushing the limits, if it reaches only here, you might want to bring your stands in. And I think in the States, they push that too much at a young age, and they have their stands really, really close, and people are landing like on the track instead of on the mat. But yeah, in terms of my fails, they've always been when it's been windy. So the worst wind for a pole vaulter is a crosswind, because you're carrying this pole, which when you're holding it at the end, it's actually really heavy. So then the wind's coming in, it's catching the pole, and you're trying to steer it in, run, think about the jump, lower it to this small target, and then the wind catches it. And then a couple of things that's happened to me is the pole just misses the box, and then if you imagine it's then not hit anything to bend it, so it's just a stiff pole, and then you almost get whipped under, and it's not a pleasant experience.
Sounds. And how long is the pole?
So, for a female vaulter who's elite, it'll be between 4 meters 30 and 4 meters 60. For a male, 4 meters 90 to 520. And that you basically choose the pole that is right for you. So the taller you are, the more plyometric you jump off the floor, the longer pole you can take. Because like everyone always asks me, like, why don't you just take a super long pole? Well, if I can't push it to the vertical, then I can't take it. You know, if I was to take a 5 meter 50 long pole, there's no way it would bend and move and naturally move me into the pit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, gotcha. Now, because I'm sure once the pole goes in, it's all kind of and it just goes very quickly. But when you first said, I'll have a go at this, How did they get you up to that level? Because they obviously didn't say, here's a pole, stick it in the thing, jump over the top. They must have built up. How did they build up to it?
Yeah, and the thing, that's the one thing with pole vault is it requires like a lot of patience, because like with the 100 meters, you run it and you're like, okay, I see what I need to do now, I just need to run a lot quicker. Whereas with the pole vault, I didn't bend the pole for the first 6 to 9 months of doing it, because basically the thing that bends the pole is gripping high, and the way I describe it to someone who doesn't really know much about pole vault is, the way you start is you imagine there's a river, and if you were to cross that river with a branch, you just stick it in and flip yourself on over to the river, and that's how pole vault starts. You just run down, put it in the box, get onto the pit, and then the more confident you get, the more you can move your run back onto like 6 steps or 8 steps, and then the more speed you have, the higher you can grip. And then it's really about weighing up the speed and the height in which you can grip what starts to flex the pole. And then one of the biggest barriers for a pole vaulter is actually swinging and getting upside down. Mastering that in your brain is really, really difficult, because it just isn't natural. Like, if you were to do pole vault yourself for 9 months, you'd just be like, it's so unnatural. Which, actually, if you ever want to try pole vault, you're more than welcome. Come to Loughborough and I'll give you a little masterclass.
Holly, I'm never going to do it. It's not in my toolbox. I think somebody once told me things in the toolbox. I mean, if I had to get medicine, it was on the other side of the river, then I would be down there. You know, if it was the only way, I have all got that open in my head. And if you said, this is an emergency, you've got to try and use this thing, and then I'd probably think of yourself, and I'd go, okay, I've been told about this, let's just do this. And
well, I feel like you need to prepare for that moment. You know, you don't want that just to be sprung on you. If you need to get these medical supplies, you can be like, oh, remember that pole vault session I did? I can draw on that and I'm going to get that medicine.
Well, I'm doing this, and after this I've got a rest plan where it's mainly sleeping, as you can probably guess. So I will bear that in mind, as if I ever need it, that I'm going to call yourself and you're going to tell me how to do it.
I did want to ask you this, like, how are you like recovering? Because for me, doing like a marathon every day and then doing your stand-up, like, what are you doing? Like, are you a good sleeper? Do you just go to bed and you like do 12 hours or?
No, I tell you, if you do endurance running like this, I think everyone has this. The thing that on this is that the brain and body have got to sync up, and the brain is going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. And so all night, the brain is going, come on, let's go. It's 2 a.m., let's go, let's go. It seems to keep waking me up. And I take a homeopathic pill, sleeping pill. I don't know if I can take 2 of them, because I still keep waking up. And I had this problem since I started doing it back in 2009, which doesn't lead to a great sleep. But once I finish the gig, it's all psychological for me. So when I finish this, it's thank the stars this is finished. The gig is a tough 9 gig, and last night I couldn't even stand up. I had to sit on the bar stool because my feet, the toenail on the left foot's up, and I have tenosynovitis, which I don't know if you've ever heard of because you're a professional athlete, but that's what I got. The inflammation around the tendons in the front of my right foot, which is a bit scary, but apparently not that bad. And so I do the gig. Once I've done the gig, it's, that's brilliant. Now I can rest a bit, I get food and, protein, some carbs, load up, go home, relax a bit, watch a bit of stuff on the telly, and I have to wash my clothes for the next day because I've only got my Mizuno kit here. I've got 2 versions of the same kit because I was very choosy. The guys from Mizuno saying, what about this? Try one of these. That won't work for me. That won't work. I'm a trans person. I gotta choose very carefully. So I've worked hard and long and hard to get these blue leggings and this blue top and get it all working. So yeah, and then once I'm up in the morning, a lovely breakfast. Sarah, who's an event manager here, we're in the same bubble, and she makes the breakfast and I wash it up. And then it gets a bit tough because I think, oh God, now here we go again. Once I get past halfway, I'm on marathon 14 now, so once I get past 16, it should, when I get into the 20s, I think I've done the 10s, I've done the noughts, the 10s, now I'm into the 20s, I'm only going to 31, not too far to go, so it should hopefully you know, ease up in some way, but my body has to heal while you're pounding it. That's the tricky thing. So.
Do you get any like sports massage or anything?
I've got a massage gun. That's it.
Oh no.
Yeah.
I've got them. They're really good.
Yeah, they're quite good, but it's but that's it. It's a shower, hot shower, and a massage gun, and that's all I got because of COVID. We can't really go into that. And Sarah's trained as a tour manager rather than someone who's going to get into my legs. But
I feel what I found quite useful. I don't know whether it's too late for this particular challenge, but I feel like there's going to be more down the line. Is like a Normatec. I use that quite a bit, and it's
what? Sorry. What?
It's called a Normatec.
What is that?
So it's basically, it looks like just a pair of trousers, but it's just leg sleeves.
Right.
And you plug it to the machine, and it basically compresses your legs and relaxes, compresses like that. And I usually put it on for about an hour, and it's basically just like getting the blood flowing back through your legs, and I find that super useful.
Can you spell it for me? Because I can't quite. We could see if we can get one.
Yeah, it's like, I think it's Normtec. Let me type it and see if that's right. Yeah. So it's like Norma and then tech.
Normal tech. Yeah. Can you write it
Yeah,
down,
so like,
Sarah? Yeah, we'll see.
I'll spell it again. It's Normtec.
Normatec. Okay, I got you. Yeah. We'll see if we can get one delivered to the doorstep. That's how we do it. That's how we roll in COVID. Well, it's great to talk to you. Thank you. Are you doing okay in COVID? Are you surviving? Are you managing to train? How's that work?
Yeah, March, April and May last year was really difficult because I just had to train in my garage, whereas thank goodness this year, since October I've been able to train kind of like just as normal, as if COVID hasn't been there. And I think that's to do with like a lot to do with the Premier League, because the Premier League has been allowed. We've had like an elite exemption that only, like if you basically are unfunding, have represented your country in the last year, or have like an Olympic qualification, you're allowed to train as normal. Like you still have to wear like a mask and stay 2 meters from everyone, but I've been able to train as normal and things are going really well. And I have, fingers crossed, got 6 competitions lined up in February and March, so hopefully they'll still go ahead.
Very good. You stay safe. Thanks. Great to talk to you. And take care.
Thanks so much, Adam.
And don't miss that box.
I'll try not to. And don't forget to email me when you want to try it.
Yeah, don't hold your breath on that one, but yeah, it's there. I've loved it. Thanks, Holly.
Good luck. Bye.
So, that was Holly Bradshaw. I got an open invitation to learn to pole vault. She was talking that marathons are not in her toolbox or endurance. And I just thought pole vaulting is not really in my toolbox, but maybe if the only way we could survive a pandemic was leaping over things with poles, then I'd get pretty good at it. I think we all would. Needs must. Yes. Necessity is the mother of invention. And what have I got going?
Calamity.
No, flatulence is the mother of gas masks, I think.
That was it.
And ratatouille is the mother of something else funny. I need to pee all the time. Now I'm talking live with Sky News at 4:30. Dave, that's all still lined up?
Yeah, we're lining it up and working on it.
So you came out as quiet as a mouse on that, and it seemed to be blah 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 blah. So that one to me.
Sorry. Yes, we're getting that lined up now, so it should be good for
1:30. 1:30, very good. Well, I'm ready for that. Then we're going to talk to Jenny Falconer, who's a Scottish radio and TV presenter. And Jenny has only 50 minutes, that's at 4 o'clock. So, hang on. That must be 5 o'clock. Sarah, can you see this list? And then they're doing stuff upstairs.
Shall I come have a look at your list?
No, well, it's the same as this one. It's got 4 o'clock Jenny Falconer, but we're now at 4:25, so I assume that means 5 o'clock Jenny Falconer.
Yes, I would say it is. Yeah, I will do a little double check, but yeah, I imagine so. That's a little
okay.
Screen glitch.
So, I can feel my, what have I got? Tina synovitis. I can feel that going on. Still, hopefully, hopefully that eventually will go, but that's still there. And my middle toe of my left foot is completely bound up as the nail wants to come off, and it's all full of fluid and looks hellish. Did that go out on Twitter?
Your foot?
Yeah, my foot and my
Yes,
foot and feet.
are you happy for that to go out on Twitter?
Well, I thought you'd already said that, hadn't you?
No, not yet. No, we'll
need
go to. Wanted to check with you.
No, I've told you every day.
Okay.
People need to know what's happening with the
Got
feet.
you. That latest picture. Oh well, a picture has already gone out, but there was a picture from today where it's got a bit worse.
What, you're not going to put that out?
No, we can. Yes, totally. We can put it out if you're happy with that.
Well, I don't know how many.
So all pictures, all the naked pictures
if
will
I'm
throw
saying
out
take
there.
it, then show people, because to an extent I want people, I really want people to give money, and if they think it's as easy as pie, I'm running through pain.
We'll put a disclaimer that says, don't look at this while you're eating your tea.
Well, it just doesn't look very nice, but that's what you got to do to soldier on. So.
Yeah, it doesn't look great, does it?
If you're taking a photograph, I'm saying put it out.
Yeah,
otherwise
your
it just
toe
looks
is...
like I'm floating along and having a laugh.
Well, that toe definitely isn't. That toe is suffering at the moment.
But you can't really see it on the right calf, but it's still creaking. I can feel it. I test it every time I've got the strap off.
So yes, we should tell everyone, yes, we're due to lance your toe later today, which is a nice word for pretty much bursting it, I think.
Yeah, I think when we get back to, not here, I don't think. What do you think? Maybe after the gig?
Yeah, I think tonight.
No,
Tonight when we get
later
back.
on, yeah.
Yeah.
Later on.
Just in case it entirely explodes.
So if you're watching, I'm about to go on Sky News, I believe, live to air. Talk to Sarah Houston, and Dave upstairs will tell me if it's all lining up. Okay.
And yes, just to get back on the next thing in the schedule, that is 4:45.
4:45 is Jenny Falkner. Okay.
Yeah.
Can we scroll up at some point? Can you see what's after Jenny? Can that list scroll?
Yes, well, I can see here I have a slightly different look, but we have the finished video for when we were actually in Ljubljana.
I know that's a big thing. It's better for me to see what's after that. Matt,
Then we
that's
have
when
Matt Lucas. Yeah,
Matt
straight
Lucas.
after that.
Talking to Matt Lucas. Thank you, Dave. That is brilliant. Okay, so now you can scroll back a bit, just so I have the 4:30 on the screen, please. Dave, do scroll that back. Now that I know there's Matt there. If we can just scroll that back, that'd be beautiful. On the screen, so I can see it. Dave, scroll it back, please. Ian, Dave, anyone there?
We might just have a slight delay there, just trying to figure out the connection for the next
Thank you very
interview.
much. So Sarah Houston coming. Okay.
Just so you know, Eddie, Sky are just going for a break, and then we'll come live to you. So
Okay.
it'll be about 3.5 minutes.
All right, maybe I'll slow down for a second. Have a bit of a walking do that. I know at 29k. If you'd like to donate, go to eddieizzard.com. And you can donate from all around the world. and
And if you'd like to see Eddie's toe, go directly to Twitter now for that picture with a warning of don't be eating your tea. It's pretty
I've
pretty
just been
tough.
sent the photo so we can put it on after Sky.
Okay, after Sky. Can we put it up now? Because then Sky might be able to pull it up themselves. Let's donate. Let's put it out now, please.
Do you want an iPro, Eddie? Do you want to switch to iPro?
No, okay, I'll finish this off, please.
Okay.
Sometimes things go down the wrong way. So, still running with Clive, Finnemore, and lots of the guys of the blue team, Make Humanity Great team, out there running along. Thank you. Yes, and I'm coming up to 30k. And yeah, then only 12k to go and just about half a k.
Hi Eddie, it's Ian here. Just under a minute, and you're talking to Sarah Houston.
Thank you very much. Talking live on Sky Need. If you have that live, I'll be on that. And yes, to donate, eddieizzard.com. You can donate from no matter what your currency is. You can donate on there. And if you're in the UK and have a phone, 70810, and you write £10 in. Just write 10, T-E-N, to donate £10, or 20 to donate £20.
Going live.
Hello.
Arrivals from all of South America, Panama, Portugal and Cape Verde from tomorrow. It comes amid concerns over a new COVID-19 variant that first emerged in Brazil.
Stand by, not long now.
The calamitous impact of COVID-19 on hospitals after figures revealed a record number of people waiting to start hospital treatment. And Richard Leonard has stood down as leader of the Scottish Labour Party with immediate effect. Actor and stand-up comedian Eddie Izzard has set an extraordinary New Year's resolution, attempting to run a marathon every day throughout the month of January. Eddie will run 31 marathons and perform 31 virtual stand-up shows in cities across Europe in just 31 days. Her Run for Hope challenge will raise money for charities that support disadvantaged and vulnerable people. And Eddie joins me now from the treadmill, still going. Eddie, how are you?
I'm very knackered, as you would probably guess. I'll tell you my complaints first, just so that people, in case people think, oh, they've done it before, it's going to be easy. It's not. It's a grind. So I'm on the 14th marathon. On the left foot, the middle toenail has decided to push back and come up, so it's sort of almost coming off. So I'm trying to strap it back on. And I've got tenosynovitis in my right shin, and I don't even know quite what it is, but apparently it's inflammation around the tendons, and I can hear them creaking. I've recorded them. I can actually hear them it's like a creaky door. So my legs are complaining, but my body is very tired, but I'm still there, still soldiering on.
I've seen the picture on your Twitter feed of the toe, Eddie. It's probably not for pre-watershed consumption. I mean, you are no stranger to taking on these epic challenges, but tell us about this one and what makes it different.
Well, it's at a time of great separation around the world, of great difficulty. There's COVID. There's an idea of maybe we're all going to go in a place where everyone pulls back and separates out. And I think a lot of us are thinking we need to learn from COVID, that we can go forwards. And we need to be reaching out and making connections, learning from how other people do lockdown. If another one of these comes, or a different variant, that we can come up with vaccines that work around the world. There are 7.8 billion of us in the world, so Make Humanity Great Again is pushing for everyone, for all of us. A fair chance in life should be the right of every person in the world, so that's what I'm fighting for.
And you are running around various different cities. Ljubljana today. I learned a lot of facts about Ljubljana listening to you earlier on your live feed. What more's to come?
Well, on facts or just on generally on different places that we're going to run to?
Where are you heading?
Well, we're heading all around Europe. We're also going to be running in Osaka for Japan, because we're being sponsored by a wonderful company from there who are helping us, and that's East Asian. And I was born in a West Asian country of Yemen, Aden, where I was born, and having a very tough time at the moment with a civil war on top of COVID. New York, we're also going to run a virtual marathon for them on the 31st and on the 30th. Kigali in Rwanda, which suffers from neglected tropical diseases. Their citizens there have a tough time. It's 1.7 billion people suffering from neglected tropical diseases, which you wouldn't think. It's just so many people. So I'm just going to keep going. But there's a gig every night. This is the interesting thing. In English most nights, sometimes in German when I run Vienna and Berlin, and one in French on the 28th for Paris. But that's a tricky add-on to what I've done before.
Yeah. So you perform a virtual show every night after this, where most people, I mean, I'm quite amazed. You're running and talking to me while you're doing this. You're talking throughout the whole day as you're doing this, and then you go and do your stand-up. How do you find it, without that live audience in front of you, to have that spontaneous dialogue?
Well, maybe it's a problem of, my ego is that it has to be at a certain level to be a performer. You have to have an ego, and I've done so many gigs, and I've now done it in 3 extra languages, as French, German, and Spanish. So I feel that I've probably got some good stuff. I'm doing a best of set, so I'm going through my old material and pulling it back out and saying, this is a bit I liked before. So I'm trying to build that into a set, and so because I get no reaction, so I trust that it's pretty good because it's already got laughs in previous shows, but also I don't have the pressure of audience not laughing, because no one's laughing. So I have to use my own brain to think, I think that's funny, and now I'll go on to this bit, and I think this bit was funny, because it was funny, 7 years ago when I was doing it. So that's how I'm doing it, just letting the brain tabulate it all. As I sit on a stool, I'm doing sit-down stand-up, which is, I've never done before, but I'm so tired and the feet hurt so much that I can hardly stand up.
Yeah, I think you've earned a sit down. You are raising money for charity. Your slogan, Make Humanity Great Again, we can see it on your cap. It may sound familiar to people, of course, Donald Trump with his Make America Great Again. I have to ask you what you have made of events in the United States over the course of the past week or so.
Well, if you look at what Arnold Schwarzenegger has tweeted out, I retweeted it out. Just look, tap in Arnold Schwarzenegger online and latest tweets. He's a Republican. He's being very sensible and forthright like this. He's also someone born in Austria just after World War II. And he says that, Germany went through this. Germany and Austria went through a situation like this. And you could say it's been overblown, but imagine if Hitler had been in 4 years and then was voted out. You wouldn't have had the whole of World War II. You wouldn't have had 60 million people dying. Trump is doing lie upon lie upon lie upon lie upon lie. And Goebbels, working for the Nazis, said, if the lie is big enough, people will believe it. And we know that was a fair election. We know President Biden, President-elect Biden has won it. But Trump just keeps saying it's negative, pushing against it. And that is a lie. And that is a huge lie. And a number of people in America are believing it. So it's a very dangerous point. And it was insurrection, what happened on the 6th of January 2021, another day that will live in infamy.
Let's end on a positive note, shall we, Eddie, and talk about some of the causes that you're helping to raise money for.
Yes, we have 5 that we are championing. So it is Care International, care packages all around the world working, including in Yemen. I'm very pleased about that, and around the world. They've been going since World War II, the first care packages. Covenant House, based in New York, working in 6 different countries, young people having a difficult time, and they help give them accommodation to get through this. And then Fair Share, doing wonderful work getting food around to people very struggling in the UK. Very difficult situation with COVID. Marcus Rashford, another person who's doing very similar work in a similar area, and that's great to see that going forward because the kids really need it. And then we have Unite to Combat Against Neglected Tropical Diseases, which include leprosy and elephantitis that you might have thought have gone, but they are still there. So that's a tough one. And then we have Walking with the Wounded, people from the UK forces who have gone to the forces, come out and gone into difficult times, and they help them. It could be physical problems, mental problems, mental health problems, and Walking with the Wounded does great work there, helping people, ex-forces people, get on a good footing in the world.
Eddie, I believe you're talking to Matt Lucas next, so we will let you get your breath back before that. But thank you very much indeed, and good luck with the remainder of the marathons over the course of this month.
Thank you. They can go to eddyizzard.com to donate if they wish. That would be lovely if they can. So that's where all the money comes in. Thank you.
There you go. Eddie Izzard, thank you.
Cheers. I got a plug in there. Very good. So, at 2:15, we will talk to Jenny Falconer, Scottish radio and TV presenter. I am ready when you guys are. I'll just tell you a bit about Jenny if you're listening in around the world. Jenny is a Scottish radio and television presenter. Appears on ITV daytime show this morning. As a regular travel reporter, was a regular presenter of the National Lottery draws. All right. In March 2019, Jenny, a dedicated runner, announced the launch of her new podcast, Run Pod. The podcast sees Jenny Falconer meet a selection of celebrities and former sports stars. In July 2020, Jenny became the new running coach in the Start to Run app, guiding and motivating others to start and keep on running. There we go. So we will cross over in a number of areas. Now I've got an interesting thing happening in my left leg. Let's talk to Jenny. I'll tell her about it. Hi, Jenny.
Ah, Eddie, hello there. How are you?
I am okay. I'm hanging in there. I'm keeping going, soldiering on. And,
well, do you know what? I have been watching you. You've been looking good. You're looking strong. And even at the end of yesterday, after, day 13 and doing a marathon day, you look like you've maintaining the pace the whole time.
Well, it's weird. Sometimes, because you probably know that I've been talking to people for 6 hours, and I sort of asked if I could do that because it takes my mind out of the body. And sometimes I'm talking away. Maybe it's serotonin in the brain, or endorphins, as I like to call them. And I'm sort of going, God, I can do this. This is here. And then sometimes it sort of fades back away and you go, oh God, this hurts. And just now the heel of my left foot has started talking to me and saying, hello, we're gonna be with you for a bit. I go, what's going on with the left foot? And sometimes if you have a pain on one side, you run funny a bit and it affects the other side. So I have tenosynovitis on the front of the right shin, inflammation around the tendons down there, and the middle toenail on the left foot is lifting up and wants to flip off, wants to disappear. So we're trying to strap it down and encourage it to stick around.
Yeah. Which is, I love the toenail chat. It's something that non-runners will not understand, but anyone who runs will be like, yeah, I get it, I hear you.
Yes, and it's all inflamed around the bed of the nail, which it just doesn't look good, but I'm hoping I can save it. I mean, I could lose it and then it does seem to come back, because when you first lose a toenail, as you probably know, you think, okay, will it really come back? And then it does. So
it never comes back the same though, does it? That's the only thing.
Oh, I found it does come back. I find the first one that comes back, the first version that comes back, you go, oh God, is that going to be my nail? But then that grows out, and then it says, I'm back, I'm just a toenail. So that grows off and you'll cut off the end bit and go, okay, this looks like a toenail. I came back kind of bobbly, like a waffle. And the first one, I lost the outer toenails when I ran the 43 around UK in 2009. But yeah, I'm just, I'm running on with Zwift, the Zwift app. There's a number of runners out here running with me. They're all wearing blue tops to match mine. And we're just kind of powering on. And And they're putting MHG after their name, which is nice. Make Humanity Great in brackets. So we're the blue team that's powering on. I don't know if you can see them on your screen. They're in the top corner of my screen.
I've got to say, you're doing such a brilliant job and you're raising money for such great charities. Please, if you are watching right now, look what Eddie's doing. I mean, look, I've run one marathon up a year. I don't think I could run 31 back to back. So I think what you're doing is incredible. And you've already raised a ton of money and you're not even halfway through. So, I mean, you're going brilliantly. I was out running today, Eddie, and I was running in central London. It's absolutely bucketing down. And I did think you are quite lucky that you get to miss out on the really cold, miserable weather that we're having outside at the moment.
Well, we've now got into the habit of playing, because you may know that I ran 28 marathons through Europe in February, and I'm matching those marathons in January. So Ljubljana, 14th of January is the virtual one, but 14th of February last year, I was there, and it was freezing. And I just showed about an hour ago the second video. I used to do 3 a day from my phone, and it looked, I was just miserable, and my feet were dragging, and it was cold, cold, and you're just trying to get the kilometers to go down and go down. So it is easier in here, but it's also mind-bogglingly boring running on a treadmill for 6 hours.
It is, but you know what you said? Because if you're watching now, Eddie did a brilliant episode of my running podcast, Run Pod. It came out on Christmas Eve, and this was all before the challenge. So we were talking about it, and Eddie, well, you admitted that you've never run on a treadmill, let alone run 31 marathons in a row on a treadmill. So how was it, and how's it been so far? How was it getting on that treadmill, and how is it so far?
I did the training before. I did some training. My training's always sporadic, but I did find, because the MHG group, the Make Humanity Great group, the little group that makes this happen, I would podcast them. No, I would Zoom link with them, and then if I was talking to them about stuff, I found that the time zipped by. But if not, I was trying to watch videos, films, and I found it very difficult to keep going, because, if you're outside and you say, I'm going to run a marathon, you measure half a marathon, you run the half, and then you've got to run back. You've sort of got to run back. I mean, you can get a taxi, train. Back in pre-COVID times, it was quite easy, but I wouldn't consider that. And there was an incentive to run back, and then you've done a marathon. But on this treadmill, when you go to the loo, each time you stop or have a bite to eat on your own when you're training, you just think, oh, I'll just do a bit today. I won't do the whole thing. So once I got on this thing, they're great treadmills, but I just said I need to talk to people. I need to be chatting. I need to get my mind out of this, because it's tougher than hell.
Well, the other thing people don't really think about is the fact that when you're running on a treadmill, as opposed to outside, you are doing the same motion repeatedly, continuously. Well, then you're outside, there's different terrains, there's incline, it's a complete mix. But on this, you're using exactly the same muscles continuously. So I bet you feel the same aches and pains every night.
Yes, that is true. I can vary it with a little bit of incline, which I keep forgetting to do. I'm just doing it now. So 0.05 of an incline, up to 1.0 of an incline, just to move the muscle things around. So yeah, it is the same areas. But then when I was doing the marathons in the cities are usually kind of flattish, and I don't look for hills. I must admit, who looks for a hill if you're doing your own marathon?
I quite like downhill. Downhill's quite fun, but you can't put the treadmill on downhill, can you?
No. Well, actually, if a slight incline, I find better than anything. And flat or the slight incline. Downhill, sometimes you push your toes into the end of your shoes. So that's all.
Not with those toenails. We don't want that. Can I say as well, when you spoke to me, you said that when you do any multiple marathons, it's about day 10, day 11 that your body goes, okay, this is what we're going to do. That's what happened, because you're day 14 now.
Yes, I did go through that, but it wasn't quite a ringing bell. I talk about it, so every time I get to it, I think, no, does this quite happen like I remember it happening? It's not quite as dramatic as it seems. It just feels stronger. Maybe it's the number 10. Of course, truthfully, it's as you go on, the body just gets more used to it. But still, you can have a miserable time after number 10, at any point. It just goes through this tough, like right now it's tough. I don't know why it's tough right now. And then it'll calm down again. Then it gets tough again. And I'm trying to finish for 6 o'clock, but I keep missing it and ending up at about 6:30. So I just do what I can do in the end. And see.
But I think you're doing brilliantly, and you've got a nice steady pace, and that's what's important. I tell you though, at the end of the evening, you must be so tired. You must sleep well.
Yeah, well, I can fall asleep anytime. It is a bit odd because, yeah, I've fallen asleep in the gigs. I do the gigs at 7 o'clock, and I actually have fallen asleep a few times in mid-sentence, which is a little worrying, a little maybe to be expected.
Have you been adapting your gigs every night, depending on things you think during the day, or have you not had time to kind of be creative in that sense?
That is a crazy question. Adapting my gigs? I'm not going to do anything. I say whatever I can out of my mouth. Sorry, Jenny, if you think about it, there's just no way I can spend any time, sculpting the show. I do know I'm trying to do the best of in the English shows, but I have been doing German shows. I got a German show that I just did on the 12th because I ran Vienna, and on the 23rd for Berlin, and the 28th is Paris, so I played in French. But apart from that, I just say kind of what I can. I've got a list of stuff that I'm going through, but that's it. I'm not going to be clever. I'm not going to be beautiful. But
how many languages have you spoken so far?
Well, in the shows, how many?
Yeah.
Well, I do it in French, German, and Spanish. So I speak fairly fluent French, and okay survival German, and I've just started in Spanish, but I can translate the whole show into Spanish. But I've got Arabic and Russian to come, but it's as regards here, unfortunately, my Spanish wasn't good enough to do after the Madrid show. But yeah, 2 German shows and a French show, that's good enough for me.
What I admire, I mean, I really admire you for doing this, but what I think makes it even more commendable is the fact that you quite openly said to me, you don't actually like running. And you did it because it was a challenge to you, but it's not something that you necessarily get enjoyment out of.
I think there is sometimes enjoyment. You see, when I was initially running, I was running what I call holistic marathons. I was just running, it would take as long as it wanted. I could stop when I want. And I kind of preferred those. Now I've got into this thing where I have to do a gig at 7, so I have to finish this at a certain time. And before, when I was running Europe, I had to catch a train or a boat or a plane, and so I had to, I've got deadlines, and I don't like that so much. It's, I like stopping when I want to stop and listening to my body, and but the VO2 max, personal best, I'm not into that stuff. If I'm not winning the world record, which is 2 hours, which I'm not obviously, I'm just not going to stress about it. I like floating out there. That's when I like the running, is when it's a nice running day, kind of maybe cloudy but sunny, breeze, spring, autumn, not too hot, not too cold, great vista in front of you, that's great. But there's quite a lot of grind in there. You can't, like on a bicycle, imagine on a bicycle, you could freewheel. You go along and say, oh, I'm a bit out of puff. I'll just easily, pedal along this bit. Oh, here's a downhill bit. I'll take my feet off and I'll go wee. There's no going wee in...
It makes me wonder though, if initially when they came to you and they said, look, we've got this running challenge, because that was really your first challenge, the first time you ran. What was that, 10 years ago?
No, they never came to me. I came to them.
Oh, you went to them? Because I was going to say, if that was the case, which other activities could you have done? I mean, could you be sitting here on a rowing machine, maybe doing a rowing challenge?
No, there was always a human political layer to what I was doing. So when I first ran the UK, I ran with an English flag, then a Welsh flag, then a Northern Irish flag that I had invented for Northern Ireland, bottle green at the football team, plus the white dove of peace. And then I ran with the Scottish Saltire, and then back to the English flag. So it was saying that we're all different, but we're all the same. We are England, Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland, and we are UK, we are the world. Everyone in the world is made up of the same people. That was my message underneath it. So running is elemental and visceral, and that's why I chose it. But I went to them. They didn't, because no one, if you think about it, no sport relief challenge is going to say, could you just run 43 marathons, please, around the United Kingdom? They're not going to ask that. They're going to say, can you do 3? Can you run down here? But not 43. So that was me.
Well, it was impressive that you went to them. I didn't realise that was the case at all. I thought that they'd come to you and they'd just decided that maybe you'd be up for the challenge.
Well, they put out the call generally, you know, anyone with a bit of profile, would you like to do anything? And I was trying to do challenges. I thought this could work. You know, the Make Humanity Great Again, our slogan, it wasn't in my head back then. But that's what I was trying to do. I hadn't articulated that. Of course, it sounds a bit like something that some other politician came up with who's disappearing off the political scene quite soon. But, you know, I wanted to, I did want to reach around the world and say there are 7.8 billion of us as there are now, or whatever number it was back in 2009. We need to make a fair chance in life should be the right of every citizen of the world. And that's what I'm fighting for.
No. Well, you've done well. Do you know what I'm going to do? I just want to say that you've got 5 charities at the moment that are benefiting from the money that you're raising, aren't there? At the Fair Share, Walking with the Wounded, Care International, United to Combat Neglected Tropical Diseases, and Covenant House, New York City. Those are the 5, aren't they? Yep.
And the Covenant House works in 6 different countries, and it's New York based. I've got a lot of people in America who back me because I play for all 50 states there, so I'm trying to reach out politically, politically, all around the world. That's why I've got the UN flag here as well. And yeah, I just encourage people to go to eddieizzard.com and they can donate from anywhere in the world, any currency, and or they can do these easy texts in the UK. If you've got a UK phone, 70810, and they just write 10 for £10 or the word 20 for £20. To 70810. So it's quite easy, and then we're gradually getting more and more money coming in, and I think it will pick up towards the end as well. People sort of don't really, you know, it's like round the world yachting race. You know, there's a bit of noise at the beginning, and then a long period of silence, and then at the end they go, they're coming, they're going to do it. So everyone's waiting to the end of the race.
Well, you are doing such a good job. I want to spread the word on my Instagram as well, so I'm going to do a little video here. Look, I'm chatting to Eddie, she's right there. Hi. And day 14 of 31 marathons. And so eddieizzard.com, you've got to go there and show your support for Eddie. Come on.
And you can buy the hats as well. You can buy hats and masks with Make Humanity Great Again. It's all there. All the profits go to charity, so thank you. Anyone watching, and gigs, 7 o'clock every night, London time. There will be a gig going out of weird comedy coming from me.
It'll be great. Listen, Eddie, brilliant. You're doing a great job. Keep going, keep it up. We're all behind you and watching you at eddieizzard.com the whole step of the way. So well done.
Cheers. Thank you, Jenny. Great to talk to you.
Cheers. Take care.
Okay. So now it's 15:15. Going to be talking to Matt Lucas at 5:15. Let's get the video on. Oh, should we show? If we show the video now, Sarah, or maybe I should show it. I should tell Matt that towards the end I'm going to show the video, then come out for it. I don't know.
Oh yes, you could do that.
Do you think it blows the flow? It might do.
Possibly so. That's a good point.
Yeah, because that's why I didn't do it last time.
Yes, that's a good point.
Okay, well, let's show it now. Let's if you Dave up, we're going to show the final video. This was 11 months ago when I was in Ljubljana, in Slovenia, running the actual marathon that I'm doing now, virtually. Here we go. So, Ljubljana, in Slovenia. I've had to just fight this one through. Tough as hell. Ljubljana is a lovely place to visit, but running from 4 AM. Oh, there it goes. Upside down, but that's my thing. Oh, so. done 14 marathons out of 28 days. Thank you for supporting. I'm now going to wash myself and stuff food in my face. Bye-bye. There we go. It's a bit weird showing me stopping 11 months ago. I quite like to have that feeling now. Okay, now I'm going to go to the loo. Loo stop. I keep going to the loo and not peeing much, which is not great. Back in a bit. Loo break.
Life is a journey. We set out not knowing exactly where we will end up. It can be tough. It can be hard. Sometimes it takes a I will. Other times a simple I do. We take each step with our focus ahead. We have plans and strategies, but they do not always work out. There are times when we get knocked down and doors close behind us. Our hopes can often be replaced by fears. We can lose our direction and struggle with change, become passengers in a life that is spinning too fast. At times like this, we need someone beside us. Someone to listen, to advise and support us, see what is really possible. Someone to give hope and to get us over that line. And someone to say bye when the job is done. Walking with the Wounded supports ex-servicemen and women with physical, mental or social injuries to gain skills and qualifications to develop new careers outside the military, reintegrate into society and provide long-term security for themselves and their families. Our programs give vital support to the most vulnerable and hard-to-reach veterans, those who are wounded, homeless or within the criminal justice system. Support more of our wounded to regain their independence.
Oh. So, what? Hour and 12. Oh, it's taking a lot of time. So we're going to talk to Matt Lucas at 5:15. And let's see where we can get to. Let's go back. I have about an hour of running to go. Now, is Tim around if we should need him, or not today?
I think so, yes. I was just messaging Tim now. I'll message him again.
Or just... I'll try and talk to Matt. And is Matt with us because he needs to get away? Because it's 5:15, it's a bit of early time. Is that because that's how we'd like it? Or because he needs to get away or anything?
I will check.
Oh, that's the question. Thank you. So, running along. Everyone on Zwift, thank you for coming. We need to get to about 37k. Less than 10 to go. So not too bad. If it's less than 10, I've already run 30k. And I just want to get to the last hour. And Dave and Ian, of course, in the last hour, that the clock will come up, I do believe. And we're going to do it as a standard thing, is that correct?
Indeed, yes.
Thank you very much. Okay. Some more water or maybe some
switch to iPro.
So here we are, running along all the pictures of Ljubljana. If you'd like to know how to pronounce Ljubljana and you're English speaking, thank you. Try making the J's into Y's in sound terms, and that's how it goes. So it's Ljubljana. Ljubljana. That's how it works. Yes, Stephen Cousins, you know it's the real me because I have a tick. I think because the Zwift people have given me a tick. I think I'm a little bit privileged there. Oh. So, Tino synovitis, do look that up if you wish. That's what I've got in my right calf. And left calf is fine, but left foot has got the middle toenail is lifting up and trying to break off, which doesn't look nice at all. Rather scary. But I'm running along here. So, pushing away there now. Dave upstairs, is Matt online for a 5:15 start? Is that?
We don't have him yet, but as far as we know, we're planning on a...
We're planning on a 5:15. Okay, very good. Very good. And I will forge away. Try and get this done.
Do some more Slovenia facts if you like.
Yes, please.
Okay. Here's some more Slovenia facts. It says it is home to Europe's cheapest ski resort.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Kranjska Gora, the cheapest ski resort in Europe.
There you go. It doesn't mean it's bad, it just means it's...
Yeah, reasonably priced.
Reasonably priced. Yes.
So there we are, there's the thing. Here it is about the lake. It says that they have one of the world's most beautiful lakes. It's Lake Bled. I said that wrong earlier, it's Lake Bled. It says, mild thermal springs warm the water of this impossibly beautiful cobalt blue lake to 26 degrees C.
Wow.
I didn't know that.
That's
Yeah.
great, we should have that.
That's lovely. Yeah, making it a great place for a dip well into autumn.
Is it anywhere near Ljubljana? If it's anywhere close next time we play, we should visit.
And Dave, do stop me whenever. I will carry on telling everyone about Lake Bled.
Is it anywhere near Ljubljana?
Oh, good question. Let me look at the map. Lake Bled. In Bled, obviously, in Slovenia. It is a little bit away, I would say. Let me go directions. Ljubljana. It is 55 kilometres northwest in the town of Bled, which makes sense, being Lake Bled.
There you go. It's a bit of a out of town. Very good. Matt, hello, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
I'm struggling.
Are you?
Yeah, I'm struggling a bit. It's a 14th marathon. Always tricky 14s, you know how it is. It's 13 or 5, 15s. No, it's a bit of a grind. Well, it's a lot of a grind, as you could probably imagine. And the legs are complaining, so I've got this thing called, it took me 3 days to learn how to say tenosynovitis. I'm quite proud that I have tenosynovitis. I'm more proud I can say it, I think. But it's inflammation around the tendons in the front of the calf. And you can hear them moving. As I extend and flex my foot, I can hear them, which is a bit scary, but apparently not too much of a bother. That should heal up. And the weird thing is you have to keep pounding away while you're trying to heal the body. And that does sort of work, but it's not science, it's not medical science as we know it. It's slightly counterintuitive. On the left foot I've got the middle nails trying to flip up and come off, which is looking horrible, and it's all got a bit inflamed there. So we strapped that down, and I'm just pounding away, trying to get to the end.
Do you have a physician there, sort of checking up on you?
I have a Dr. Gary and a physio Tim, but they're of course virtually here. We do FaceTime with them and stuff, and I take the camera down and show them legs, and they advise us. But me and Sarah Johnson, who's event manager here, we're in the same home bubble, work bubble, car bubble. We just stay in this. We get to Riverside Studios here in Hammersmith, and then I do a gig afterwards at 7 p.m. Have you heard about that?
Yes, I mean, everything you're doing is utterly extraordinary. I mean, people talk about couch to 5K. I just do couch to fridge, and there you are, doing a marathon a day, a gig a day. I mean, it's unbelievable, and that you're doing it for charity as well. Muzzle tov to you.
Thank you. You'll probably know the name of our slogan, "Make Humanity Great Again." People ask me where I got the name of the slogan, and I can't remember, but I think there was some guy in way back in history came up with some phrase a little like this. But I thought I'd be more inclusive with mine, so that's how I've done it. All of humanity, let's work on them. And so yeah, And it's just slogging away. So now I know Couch to 5K is an app people can get. Couch to Fridge, is that also an app? Is that, can you work your...
Well, if I'm the hardware, Couch to Fridge was actually, I came with that software installed already. Didn't have to download it.
But some people only get Couch to the front, to the door of the living room, and they don't quite make it to the fridge, and so we need to train them to get further closer to the fridge.
Yeah,
so that they get...
Well, I will say, in fairness to myself, I am now, I'm actually on a diet. I've lost 10 pounds this year, and I'm trying to sort of change my shape.
Congratulations.
Well, thank you. I mean, I haven't done much exercise with it, so that's...
Well, no, but the thing is, a body is made in the kitchen. Have you heard that saying?
No.
It is true. It's 80% what you eat. It's about 20% how you exercise. This is good, and we were designed as hunter-gatherers, so these things are supposed to move. Your body type is the same as mine, I think. Some people, they eat a pig a day, and they put on nothing, and we say, what is going on here? And then the rest of us, we eat a lettuce leaf, and we put on, a whole load of pounds or kilos, and we're going, well, what is this about? It's because we were designed to survive glaciation periods. So we're designed to look at things and just hold on to calories. It says, lettuce leaf, let's store that as fat. You're going, no, I don't need it. But that's what we're designed for. But there's no glaciation periods going on. And so that's the disadvantage. But we are designed in that way. So, but the whole thing about the kitchen is that it's calories in and calories out. It's kind of boring, but it's not really the exercise. A body is made in the kitchen. If you check that online, you'll see stuff about that. And I love penguin biscuits. I used to live for penguin biscuits. I used to actually do a drugs ritual where I would score down with a knife the top part, take the top part off. So it was 2 biscuits for one. One full of the fudgy chocolate bit, and the other one with hardly any on it, which I'd eat first. And then the second bit would be pure joy, and I'd drink milk at the same time. But now I can't do any of that because I just do another one, then I do another one, then I do another one. I have no braking mechanism.
Well, listen, you're preaching to the converted here. And I used to enjoy a club biscuit, the orange club biscuit, but they no longer have a filling in the middle, I think. They're just solid now. I think times are hard, what can I say? But when you're running a marathon a day, you need to presumably have a much higher calorie.
Yes, it's weird, and Sarah keeps bringing me these little things, which some are carb. There's a carb one and there's a protein one. Actually, Sarah, you can bring me another one if you wish.
Yeah,
of both, because I've got through them. But I'm reluctant. I nibble at the carb one, and then I sort of nibble at the protein one. I kind of just want to finish this, but I'm trying to arrange my mind. Thank you, so that these are the things I nibble all day. That one's got some carbs in it, and this one, bizarrely, is protein. It looks chocolate, but it's actually a protein thing. So, but when I finish, it's joyous. Imagine, because people say, do I love the running? No, the stopping. Stopping is fantastic. Oh, I've stopped in many places down the years. I remember stopping. I could tell stories of stopping where I've stopped. And that's what I live for. But the running is, sometimes it's beautiful, but quite often it's tough.
And you're running for what, between 5 and 6 hours a day? Is that
It's
right?
about 6 to 6.5 hours, 6 to a quarter, 6.5. Today it will be about 6 hours 20, and then I've got 40 minutes to get myself together, and then I do stand-up show. Sometimes in German. 2 days ago I did it in German. I know I'm trying to impress you, because you're a very talented person, so hopefully, am I showing off here? No, I am impressed with my German show, because if you can imagine doing gigs in the second, third language, a bit off the charts, and I've pushed very hard to get that. And I haven't done a German gig for 1.5 years, but I did do a session in Berlin where I was improvising. And if you do a second language and you're improvising, I did it in French and then I did it in German, it's very scary at the beginning, but after a while you get this confidence, self-confidence, Selbstvertrauen in Germany, and confiance en moi-même, I think it is in French, and that builds, and then you can sort of say anything. You're just chatting, you know. You're saying, "Guten Abend, Berlin, wie geht's? Mein Show auf Deutsch, warum the fuck nicht, baby?" And they dig it, and so I had to practice it. I get up normally at 8 to ready for breakfast at 9, and I'm going to bed about 11. But that morning I got up at 6 to be ready to practice my show in my head for an hour at 7 a.m. Then talk with Sigrun, my German teacher, conversational friend, at 8. Then I had breakfast. Actually, it was 8 till 10, and we did 2 hours. But the show was quite good. In German, it's quite good, not too bad. So I was very pleased with myself.
When did you do your? I know because I remember you hitting the headlines when you did your first show in French.
Right.
But when that was what, 15 years ago or something?
That was about 97. 97 was my some time ago. And
I remember seeing a documentary about it.
Yes.
And you being quite candid and saying, well, actually, I've got to work some more to get all the texture in I would be able to get if I was talking in my mother tongue. And so I'm sure that you're now way up there with French. How are you with German? Do you feel that you can get the same details in?
German? I did this, I can't remember the cutting I did. Did you ever do German at school?
I learned ein bisschen, yeah. My grandmother is from Germany.
Ah, sehr gut, sehr gut. Guten Abend, Grandmutti. Is it Grandmutti?
Großmutti.
What's it? Großmutti, yes. So, well, you know that they have a masculine, feminine, and neuter, probably, and they have a nominative, accusative, dative, and genitive. They've got all these endings, and my idea, radical idea, was stuff that. I'm going to assume that all the German people are very sharp on it. They're coming to my shows. They're going to be groovy people. I'm going to make mistakes like a child would make, and they can work it out. So I'll just estimate the ending. And that's how I did it. It takes a lot of pressure off. And if it's genitive, if it's of, it's probably des. Except if it's feminine, I think it's der. But I just go des all the time. Des. And I just throw it together. And sometimes I'm saying my grandmother is made out of cheese omelettes and it's all sounding rubbish. I have listened back to my shows and thought, that is not very good German. But sometimes if I make Sigrun laugh, if I can make Sigrun laugh or my brother, older brother Mark, who is the expert in language, he's pretty fluent in German, French and Spanish. So if I ever hear that he's laughed, I have to get told that he's laughed, because he'll never tell me. And then
there are subtle distinctions, aren't there? Because is there some story, I may have misremembered it, about JFK or one of the American presidents making a statement saying "Ich bin ein Berliner."
Yeah, that's Jeff.
Which meant I am a donut.
Yes, because ein Berliner is a type of donut. Ich komme aus Berlin, I come from Berlin is how they say it. Ich bin ein Berliner is not how they say it. So ich komme aus Berlin. So he actually said, "I am a donut," and they went, "Yes, you are." And I think in a way he was. He was a jam donut, and that's what they wanted right then. They knew what he meant. You see, that's it. He assumed he just got it wrong. I don't know why no one actually told him that. Actually, I'll tell you something. I was doing the film Valkyrie with Tom Cruise and Ken Branagh and a whole bunch of people. Tom Wilkinson. Excellent cast, me, ex-street performer, there with all this great cast. So I love films. I broke into Pinewood Studios when I was 15, so it was always where I was trying to get to. And we had a big scene. It's my first day, 6 pages of film script, which you'll know from doing films. That's a huge amount for one scene. 6 pages. Was it 6 pages or 3 or 4? It was a lot. Just me and Tom Cruise. What a tough first scene for a film, and your new character you're getting into, General Erich Feldgiebel, and at the end of it we shot it. I had a really tough morning, and then it got easier in the afternoon. I got mine done, and then Tom was shooting his coverage, Chris McQuarrie, the writer, really helped sort of save my life, my career that day. And so we're getting on to the later part, and then it was basically, the scene was set in a toilet where Tom Cruise's character had cornered me as I'm having a pee and forces me to, come and join the conspiracy, the attempt to take out Hitler, which was a good idea, I feel. And at the end we put on the beginning bit, because it all started in a party, which I called the Nazi party, but it was a party for Nazis, one of those things. And so we'd done that, and we were shooting that, and that was all great, because the pressure was off. And then at the end of it, you got all these German extras there, background artists, and we're shooting on the outskirts of Berlin. And then Tom says, I think we should go and say thanks to them. I said, yeah, good idea, let's do it. So we went up towards the stage, because there was someone had been singing on the stage. So it was set out like a club, like a sort of place where, had a singer and a band. And he went up to the microphone, and as he's going up, I said, because I knew a bit of German, say to them, meine Damen und Herren, vielen Dank, many thanks. Ladies and gentlemen, many thanks. And he said, yeah, that's good. So say it to me again, meine Damen und Herren, vielen Dank. Okay, that's cool. So we walked on, and then we went up the stairs on the thing, and he said, one more time, meine Damen und Herren, vielen Dank. Meine Damen und Herren, vielen Dank. That's it, you got it. And he walked forward, microphone, meine Damen und Herren, vielen Dank. And standing ovation. It just blew their minds. It was just, and it's just one line. If you try in another language, just one line. And they knew that Tom Cruise didn't speak German, but they heard him say it. Boom. Beautiful little moment there we had.
Yeah, people appreciate that, don't they? I have actually a question to ask you about acting.
Yeah.
And because I saw you on stage in the Cryptogram.
Oh, yes.
Many years ago, you were terrific. And I don't feel this as much with theatre acting, but with film acting, even more so than TV, there is an awful amount of waiting around, and it's what actors sort of say. And not just waiting around, but travelling somewhere in the middle of a day to have a costume fitting, and then travelling home, and then maybe travelling back 4 days later to try a different costume because that one wasn't right, and so on and so forth. All the sort of gubbins around before the moment where you're actually on a set acting. And given that you have such an active mind and such an active body, how do you sort of give yourself over to those periods of seeming inactivity? Because I struggle with it, and I don't have a fraction of the active mind that you have, or the productivity that you have. But it's one of the things that I found myself in a trailer where when you dream of being in a film trailer, don't you? Yeah. It's beyond the stuff of dreams. The reality is, I sometimes sit there thinking, oh, really, I've got this book to finish, or I've got those sketches to write, or I could be doing this thing. And I find it sometimes hard to reconcile myself with taking on those acting jobs, which sounds really ungrateful, and it's not meant to be. It's my own. And by the way, I don't express those feelings to people on a set. I don't try and hurry people along, or I don't moan about it. But inside my head, I'm sometimes thinking, am I doing enough? Is there enough going on? Well, do you ever feel that?
I'm fine on a film set because, as I said, I broke into Pinewood when I was 15, and it was a beautiful story of finding out where it was on a map and tracking it down. So I'm happy to be there. Have you not found? You said you're in the trailer in a film set, and you think I could be writing this book, I could be writing a sketch. Can you not do that in that trailer, or do you?
Yes, I can, and I can. And years ago, I co-directed a TV series, and I was filming Alice Through the Looking Glass at Shepperton, and things were taking longer than scheduled. And actually, it sounds really grand, but the edit moved into my trailer for a bit.
Oh, wow.
And the edit set up the avids and things. So I would actually be in my trailer, like in between setups, sort of overseeing the edit of a series.
Gotcha.
But it's the stop and stars. It's the you can write, but you don't know how long you can write for, so you can't always get into the zone. And also it's being called to set, but where you don't have your laptop, but actually waiting for an hour and a half before they actually do need you without you. It's that I find. It's almost like a guilt. I almost feel guilty at not being productive during those times. I think that's what it is.
Well, I look at it in a different way, actually. What I have found is if I'm doing a scene, and probably they will call me to the, I suppose they'll call me to the set, they probably won't send me back to a trailer. For people listening, the trailer is back at base camp usually, and the set is usually somewhere away. But once I get into a scene, I kind of want to stay in that scene. So I will actually ask, while they're moving everyone around, if I can sit in the chair when they're doing all the other stuff, because I want to stay there in that reality. I get very locked into that, because that for me is my character in that chair. And okay, stuff goes on, but I can block it out. So that's how I try and work when I'm doing that. In between scenes, if I feel I haven't got the scene down, I will practice that scene. But once I've got it, I will escape into whatever it is on an iPad that I want to watch. I'll actually take my mind out of it because I can slip back in very quickly. And my most beautiful version of this was I went to university. I'm much older than you, so when I went to university it was 81. No, it was 1980 in fact. And videos had just arrived. And there was a guy in the house I was living, and he'd got a video player. You know, one of the first video VCRs in the whole, of Sheffield where we were. We had one, no one else had one. And he had a TV, and somehow he got these things, and we could tape stuff off the television. So we taped Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid. And so I watched that about 20 times, because that was one of the few videos we had. Then I was in LA, and I was up for 2 films, one of which was a Western by a French director. And I thought, I'm going to do the Western. So I was suddenly playing a German cowboy in a Western, playing Prosit in a Western with Michael Madsen and Jaimin Hunsu. And it was 3 months in Mexico. And that was amazing. Big horses. We're on horses. I'm riding horses. And then we went down to Almeria, Spain, where my brother had gone to learn Spanish. So I'd already been down to Almeria, and they have actually installations of, Western towns that you can hire for adverts or for films or whatever. And so I'd been, Texas Hollywood is one of them. And I'd actually been there with my brother and his wife, my sister-in-law. And we visited it as a sort of visit thing when he was there. And suddenly I was back there doing a bloody film, the film. So I was sitting in my trailer. So it's a French production, right? Not a spaghetti Western, but as I said very wittily, a baguette Western. And, which I thought was very funny, but no, I had to force people to laugh. But I was sitting in my trailer. We had an espresso machine before anyone else had one. This was way back. And I was watching Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid on DVD on my player, because I knew where I was going with the scene. And they'd say, Eddie, maintenant, sur la scène, s'il vous plaît. And I'd say, okay, pas de problème. And I'd get there, we're doing the film in English, but a lot of French crew. And I'd get out, and I had spurs on, and I'd walk down the main street, clanking in my spurs from a Western. I'd been watching a Western, then I'd go and shoot a Western, and then I'd go back and watch the Western. And I found that beautiful. I can slip between them. Okay, it doesn't bother me, but I don't know if I could write a separate thing, be creative in the dressing room. I think would be tricky for me. But
yeah, I think it's. I think I feel like almost guilt, like I don't have a right to be inactive. That there's something, or there's something nagging away. Is there something else that needs doing? And I struggle with that waiting around. Or we need you now, we don't need you now. Is there what do they say? Hurry up and wait.
Yeah, hurry up and wait.
Yeah.
I don't really mind. I do remember this thing of the Avengers, the British Avengers, with Uma Thurman and Ray Fiennes and Sean Connery. Was my second film, and I was shooting at Pinewood, which I'd broken into when I was 15. So I'm going, I'm there, I'm at Pinewood. I got a trailer. Look at this trailer, it's huge. And then I got it out and I saw Uma Thurman's trailer. I go, oh, that's very big. And I started doing trailer envy. I got trailer envy. I thought, what am I doing? I've just got this small part. What do you think of that? But I did walk up and down and pace out how big mine was and how big a really big trailer was. Trailer envy. There you go. But
well, I got a trailer for Alice in Wonderland in Hollywood, and I walked in. It was like a log cabin. I thought it was amazing. It had it was kind of retro. It was kind of old, but it was still great. And I walked in and I was so happy. And then Dick Zanuck, who was the one of the big producers on it, popped his head round, after about half an hour, and then said, "You like your trailer?" And I went, "I like it very much, Mr. Zanuck." And he went, "I don't." And then the next thing I know, I was moved to an even bigger one, which I hadn't even asked for. And I felt like, but the funny thing is, I would sometimes be days and days and days in that trailer without being used.
Yep.
And so it was actually, I was quite grateful in the end to have such a palace to myself.
Yeah, if I had that, I don't think I've ever been on a production where I had that, we got enough money, we were a big success, because you'd already had Alice in Wonderland, if you were doing Looking Glass at that. Was it Looking Glass or Alice in Wonderland?
Yeah, no, Alice in Wonderland obviously came first. Alice in Wonderland was the one where I was just waiting around, round and around and around, because there'd be a scene, and obviously my characters, the Tweedles, would be in that scene, but they were still figuring out, they were using mocap and it was green screen, and I think they were just, often they were working out on the day which bits they wanted and what they needed.
Yeah.
So nobody wanted to be responsible for me not being there if I was called.
Yeah.
So I would be there. Yeah, it was a very nice way to be idle. But sorry, you were saying.
No, I don't know what I was saying, but I do. Yeah, I'll tell you my story. You haven't asked about it. I'll tell you how I broke into Pinewood, because it needs to be said, because I've got a corollary to it, if that is a good word for follow-up. So, at 12, I thought I wanted to be in films, and I realized that films exist. At 7, I wanted to be an actor. So this is a long time pushing to get there. And at 12, I realized there were real people in films. So what do I do? How do I get to know more? Family was not linked to films or acting or anything. And so I started watching television. At the end, at the credits, I would note things down on a pad. Didn't really help. But one film, Battle of Britain, has a final title. It says, shot on location and at Pinewood Studios, Ivor Heath, Bucks. So I wrote down that Pinewood Studios, Ivor Heath, Bucks. And Ivor Heath sounds an odd name. Bucks, I was 15. I still didn't know what Bucks really meant. But I got a map in W.H. Smith's in Bexhill-on-Sea, and it had alphabetically every town, city going. And I looked down, there it was, Ivor Heath. Buckinghamshire, okay, that's Bucks. And I worked out where it was, and I took a train, about a couple of weeks later, took a train to London, tube to Uxbridge, bus to Ivor Heath, got out at a roundabout. Where's Pinewood Studios? Half a mile down the road, mate. So, go down the road, there's the big, I don't know if you've been to play, they filmed at Pinewood, but
we did actually do some of the bake-off at Pinewood.
Oh, right, yes. Bake-off Pinewood. Well, you've seen the old entrance. The new entrance is quite a space age. The old entrance is this gable entrance. I went up to that was the main entrance, the posh entrance. And I said, I'm going to be in films. I need to be an actor. Shall I come in again? Just this gabble of, I'd like to act. Does someone discover me now? Is this how it works? Can you let me in? Can I come in? And they either said, no, please go away, or piss off, kid, or fuck off and die. Just very, I can't remember what they said. Somewhere between very strong and not strong. And then I found there was another entrance. I thought, I'm not giving up. There must be another entrance, and there was. The main entrance, what used to be like the work entrance, so anyone who's actually really working in there, not a star going in and chauffeur driven. So I saw some people, I looked at it, just like in Where Eagles Dare, when Clint Eastwood and Richard Burton are trying to get into the entrance of the Schloss Adler. They watch it for a while and they go, come on, we'll just front it out. And so I fronted it out and got in, and then I was in for 2 hours. I was in Pinewood Studios like a dog that has escaped from the house, and I didn't know quite what to do. And I just couldn't do this last bit. How do I get into a film? How do I get into a lead part? So for 2 hours I tried to get a lead part in the film, a small part, a sweet part, nothing. So that happened, and I went away a bit crestfallen, but I had got in. And because Spielberg broke in, Universal at 17 or so, and he got a career going pretty damn quick. And mine took 15 years.
Well, I broke in to me and my friend Nick. It's not quite as dramatic as yours, but the results were pretty good. His grandfather was a bookmaker at Hackney Wick dog track.
Right.
And Nick and I were at sixth form college together, and Nick said, "Oh, my grandfather's told me they're filming Minder there next week." So we bunked off college and we went down to Hackney Wick dog track, and then we actually joined the extras.
Yep.
Or background artists, as you say now, and we just sort of joined them, and nobody realised that we weren't extras, and we were both in Minder.
Great.
So we were really, and there is a screen grab that Nick sourced and gave me of the two of us in the background behind George Cole in shot.
Great.
Because we loved Minder, and so we were just thrilled, and we were very excited because we recognised some of the other background artists, and one of them had been in Indiana Jones, Raiders of the Lost Ark, and their face, I think, had melted at some point.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and somebody else had been in a Fruit and Fibre advert, and we recognised them and we chatted to them. But there was one take where I didn't realise we were actually filming, and I looked straight down the barrel and they had to cut, and the first AD came and told me off. And then I was like, oh, we're going to get found out, we're going to get chucked out, but we weren't. So that was my first acting on TV was Infiltrated. But can you remember what was shooting at Pinewood when you broke in?
I went up to the Bond stage, but I didn't. I thought I should have knocked on the door, and I should have just gone in, but I didn't see anything overt that I remember. But when I got the part in the Avengers, I probably got it because of that story. I told Jeremiah Chechnik, who was the director, and Jerry Weintraub was the producer, and they took me out to talk to me for a meal away from Pinewood. Let's have a meal, Eddie. Let's discuss this role. You're playing a big orange teddy bear. Can you do that? So, and I was a henchman. I was Sean Connery's second in command, which was kind of amazing. And so I told him that story. I think I probably got it because of that story. Jerry Weintraub phoned ahead very nicely to the guard office at the gabled entrance. So when we drove back, I didn't know this, but when he got to the gabled entrance coming back, I was now going to be in the Avengers. And he winds down his window, and they go, "Oh yeah, I'm guy at the gate. Yeah, Miss Jerry Weintraub. Yeah, Mr. Weintraub. Yeah, in you go. Yeah, I think there's a message that came through. A message? We'll just go in, mate. It's all right. You're good. You're a producer. I think there's a message made for Jerry Weintraub. Mr. Izzard is in the car. A message. Harry, put the cat down. We got a message. Some guy called Wizard, or is it Lizard? Wizard? Izzard. Oh yeah. And he'd phoned ahead to get the guys to go, "Mr. Izzard, welcome to Pinewood." Something like that. But what the guy got, he got, we got the message is that you're here. You are, it's okay. We won't kill you. All right, off you go. And I went, and you drove in, and he said, yeah, that didn't quite work. That was a weird.
It's sweet that they tried to do that. So what was the moment? Did anyone apprehend you while you were at Pinewood? Did you talk to any other living being?
No, I should have, because I thought as soon as I'm caught, I'm out. But I should have it should have been my last thing. With retrospect, I should have said, okay, go to the bond stage. I would have knocked on the door, but I shouldn't. Knowing now films, you don't knock. Go in if the light's not on. I didn't know about light. And then wing it. And then they would have thrown me out. But then I have a third story to it. Third part of the story. I was training for my marathons. I ran them last year. 28 marathons through in February. I'm matching the route this time. And I thought I'd run out to my friend, Dr. Gary, and his house was out in Ross-on-Wye. So I took a bead out there, and I was, as you run along, if you run with Google Maps, as it has a big long line. And so as you've done a bit of line, you can start the route again, and it might choose a slightly different route. And at a certain point, it flipped me right past the gate of Pinewood. I said, we got to do this. I'm going to run to Pinewood and ask if I can come in again. So this was last year, 2019. I'm running up and I had Sarah, my event manager, the tour manager was there, Physio Tim was there, 3 of us. And I went up and I said, they had a car, so I said, you park the car, I'll ask. So I went into the security thing and said, I'm Eddie Izzard, can I have a look around, please? And they went, have you booked this? No, I'm just doing this. I'm just asking if I can come around. And there were security guys, and I think they sort of vaguely knew me. I'm not really on the mainstream radar. So they go, yeah, they didn't say anything like, oh, you're that guy. They just said, I'll have to check. So trying to talk to Kevin. Is Kevin there? He's busy. He's on a conference call. Right, and I said, how long am I going to be here? So it was all this badinage going on. And then they got through to someone, and then someone came around, and they were beautiful, because I thought either way it would be a great story. If I was thrown out, then I'd make that the story. I was thrown out twice. Once when I was 15, once when I was 57. And instead, they showed me round, they gave us a coffee, they gave us free crisps. They, unfortunately, no one would talk to us again, because anyone filming, we're busy. We don't care. We're doing underwater stuff. So, but I do love it. I do love Pinewood, because of breaking into it there. Such a fun, and I have filmed it. Whenever I film there, I go, this is my studio. It's in here.
Isn't it funny though that it's a weird thing about being famous, I guess, because I experienced this a bit, which is when you could go to a nightclub. I mean, I don't really go to them, and the guy would just go, yeah, when you arrive, and you go, oh, my name's Matt Lucas. He goes, yeah, you're not on the list. And you'd go, well, you haven't checked the list. He goes, you're not on it. And then you sort of go to the back of the queue. Some people in the queue might be looking at you going, why are you queuing? But you just, you want to be humble about it.
Yeah.
And then on the next day, you could be walking past Buckingham Palace, and somebody could go, hey, the Queen's in there, do you want to go and say hello? Just walk in. Yeah, she's just in there, just walk in. She's just through there, yeah. It's really, the weird thing is the inconsistency, which is either a door is opened and you are welcomed, or somebody just looks blankly at you, and you can never know whether you're going to be able to sort of, whether your face will open a door or not.
I know that thing. I thought you were going to go to a slightly different comedy place where you go to past Buckingham Palace and they go, hey, I'm the Queen, you should come in. Yeah, but you thought you were going to play that one. I did one after I think there's a Hilton, there's a big hotel by Wembley, and I remember going to a gig, I think at Wembley Arena, about 10,000, 11,000 people, and afterwards, if you go to, a lot of people coming out trying to get home, but if you go to the, whatever that hotel is, you go to the bar, you can have a drink, wait for it to quieten down, then get a taxi home. It seems an easier, pleasanter way of doing it.
Yeah.
And I went to a big football match. I think it was probably Crystal Palace, my team, getting into the...
Oh, we're playing you tonight. I'm Arsenal. We're playing you tonight.
Well, my dad was Arsenal, so
yeah.
You're having a bit of a tough time at the moment. We're having a We always have a bit of tough time, but we're ups and downs. Anyway, whatever. But yeah, I could have been Arsenal as well. But after this game, it could have been an England game, it could have been a Palace game. I thought, I know what to do, just go to this hotel and it's just relaxed. When we got there, of course, it's 60, 70,000 people leaving, and a lot of them had the same idea, go to the bar. So I didn't know if this face would get me in. And it was quite pleasing to get up to the front and do that pleading look, and the guy goes, it's that geezer. All right, that geezer. Yeah, my dad's here with my brother. Yeah, all right, that geezer. I got in as the geezer, who was vaguely recognised. Sometimes it can work. And like, logically, sometimes people go, it's that geezer, the one I don't like at all. That's not so good. So,
it's the weird inconsistency of it. That's just, it's good because it keeps you humble.
Yeah.
Because unless you are so famous, you can never ever assume that something will or won't happen. You know, you could go to a shop and be mobbed, or you can go to a shop and nobody notices you or cares. And also, the other thing I always remember is that just because someone recognises you doesn't mean they're a fan. They might think you. In my case, they know I hate it, Little Britain. You know, so I never make any assumptions, or you know. But
I found a good line. I found a good line. If you're with a group, if you need to use it, you get these, and they're getting blocks. You say, "Do you know who I am?" And they go, "No." And you go, "Do you know who he is?" No. "Do you know who she is?" No, "What about them?" And you just try and get out of it by saying, "I'm doing a survey, you see, to see who knows who that is." But I believe Peter Cook once, someone was trying to get into a restaurant and say, "Do you know who I am?" And he got up and said, "Please help everyone. This man doesn't know who he is. He has lost a part of his brain. There's fallen down his back of his socks. And if anyone can help find out who this man is," that's a nice Peter Cook moment, I think.
Did you ever meet Peter Cook?
I didn't ever meet him. I think Peter suffered from being fantastically confident and hitting a stride so early that the genius that was in him went to his brain, and he said, "I am a genius, I'm doing genius stuff." And he was doing real good stuff. I think he had two different separate reviews in London when he was still at Cambridge. So it was really ridiculously high. And then his relationship with Dudley was interesting because he almost hectored Dudley some of the time. He would, that improvising thing that they would do, that anyone does, and he would quite often talk over Dudley, and it gave him a tough time.
Yeah, in that film, the film of Derek and Clive, when they're in that recording studio, it almost looks like Peter Cook is sort of bullying Dudley more.
Yeah, I mean, that is the word that I'm reaching for, and he does. And then he would use too much drink or whatever he was doing in New York. This is the big show that they had a hit show, and then Dudley went off and said, "I'm going to do LA," which Pete obviously thought, "I'm not doing that." And then when Dudley hit, what was it? It was a Blake Edwards film before 10. Then he got 10 from it because he did a good supporting role. Then it was 10. Then it was Arthur, and it was huge. And Peter Cook had real difficulty with it. And he went and did that thing with Elaine Stritch, which was not the place for Peter Cook to be. Not as the second banana on the couch. You know that thing? That chat show? So he did it was kind of an Orson Welles career. If you hit your stride, well, not your stride, if you hit success too early, it's not your stride, it's hitting success too early. And maybe I had 11 years of flailing around, so that really, with hindsight, is brilliant training from the age of 19 to the age of 30, where I couldn't get anything working. So by the time I was 30, I was ready and fully trained in 3 mediums of comedy, sketch and street and stand-up. So,
do you feel that have you had a whole challenging period professionally since you became so famous and so acclaimed? Or do you feel that it's actually because I feel like I've definitely had, I had a few years where I couldn't get anything off the ground. Like you go in and out of fashion, but I've never personally felt that with you. I've always felt that your role was always, you were always at the summit.
Well, I did a few weird strategic moves because I used military strategy in my career, which sounds ridiculous, but I wanted to be in the forces, and so I used it's kind of like a military brain. I don't know about you when you're growing up, but comedy on television was my thing. Monty Python, sketch comedy on television, that is the way. That is the way through. It works, you take off, then films and everything. Get there, get there, get there. I spent so long getting there, going from sketch through street, which almost killed me, almost destroyed it did destroy all my confidence, and I rebuilt it accidentally, piece by piece, a bit like Clint Eastwood in A Fistful of Dollars, where he learns how to shoot left-handed. I did that, sitting in the cave. I learned how to do street performing. That was my left-handed thing. I couldn't do street performing, but I'm here because of street performing. It's ninja training for performers. And then he took that into stand-up. And once I got stand-up going, it was difficult to stop me because I'd done sketch and street and stand-up. And no one would do street after doing stand-up, so it was just too hard. So getting through, I could feel it taking off. I could feel the stand-up. I could just, I could bite into it. I came off the circuit. I love playing the circuit. Christmas '91, I was there, one of the 5 comedians at the Comedy Store. If you're at the Comedy Store in the Christmas week, just before Christmas, you're going to be the best in London. You're going to be one of the best in the country. I was in that privileged position. And also, when you finished a gig, you're always desperate to get more gigs. And the booker, Kim Kinney, came up to me and said, "Can we put you in the book for some more?" I said, "I'm never playing the circuit again. I'm off." And that was Christmas '91, and in January '92 I opened in the Bloomsbury and I started playing theatres, and I made a decision. I'm not going to do comedy on television. I'm not going to do the sketch, I'm not going to do the sitcom, I'm not going to do the comedy film. I'm not going to do any of it. I'm going to go into drama, get a separate agent, which I have a separate dramatic agent, and I'm going to work my way up with Nicky Van Gelder to the place where Stephen Frears gave me, playing Edward VII against Judi Dench's Queen Victoria. That is going up the separate mountain. Instead of going up to the top of the comedy mountain and jumping across, I've gone to the bottom of the drama mountain. I've been hacking my way up the drama mountain for 25 years now. And my early work was rubbish, but it had to be. It had to be, because I had to learn how not to lean on my comedy muscles. This is the thing, I have comedy muscles. Anyone does comedy, you have comedy instincts. You go into a dramatic role, if you lean on those instincts because you think, I don't know quite how to make this scene work for my character, then you'll blow it. And I knew I had to so I cut them all off, I switched them all off, and I had no instincts because I had no dramatic instincts. I had not been to drama school, I'd studied accounting, but I loved the idea of being an actor. So I thought I have to go through it. So the early stuff of mine is really rubbish, and people saw it and thought, this is not good. But I kept pushing, and it got better, and it came up. So I've had this weird career that the comedy thing should have gone further higher, but I blunted it and went sideways, and I've been building up these separate things, and then political activism. But I must say that Hollywood did invite me in, and then there was a point where Hollywood said, "You're not doing as well as we thought you were, so we're going to not quite so invite you anymore to things." And I felt that, I did feel that, but it doesn't really matter because it's all fluff. Doing good work is all I care about. Good work in comedy, good work live, doing gigs in French, doing gigs in German, improvising in those 2 languages. No one's filming that, no one's giving me anything for that, but I love it. It's like beginning again, standing on a stage in Paris and going, "Bonsoir, hey motherfuckers, ce soir je vais faire un spectacle en français, tout en français, anglais, transgender is transgenre," and then mucking about like a child, and them going, "This crazy trans person is doing okay French, and it's quite funny. Let's go with it." That is beautiful. It's like I found a different taste of drug out there, instead of the bright lights and the red carpety kind of thing so much, which is great when it happens. Victoria and Abdul, beautiful, going around the world promoting that. But after a gig I've done in French, a good fun gig, where my French friends are saying, "C'est très drôle," c'est marrant, marrant. So my friend Yassine Bellous, very surreal, beautiful guy, and Algerian French guy, And I had this thing about superheroes. Batman. I said he's the key. Attacked by bats becomes Batman. But bats can attack anything. A giraffe. A giraffe. No, too many bats. Bat giraffe. With the skills of a giraffe and a bat. Bat crocodile. Who's mainly a crocodile. And I said, but the best one is Bat. Who is a bat attacked by bats. No, he becomes two bats. Bat. Disguised as a different bat. Not him, but looking a bit like that bat. And he's got a belt. And he stops fruit bats from taking strawberries and selling them to the Chinese to get money so they can learn German. And it was so stupid. But because he loved it, I thought, this is good. He said, keep bats, c'est formidable. You know, and I'm doing it in French. I'm even inventing things, even not just translating English stuff into French or German, but inventing it in that language. The first time I hear it. That's what I did with the last show. So it gives me so much joy. So much accomplishment. No one really knows about it, but I don't care. And it doesn't really wobble so much, No one can fire me from Paris and my own French shows, Your career is over. You didn't get the numbers, kid. Stuff that. I'm just going to keep doing it. And my brother said this interesting thing to me. The French like you more now. Not that they don't like your stand-up more. They like your French more. It's like I've got to get to a good level of French before the French establishment will say, okay, il parle français maintenant, okay. And I'm just about at that tipping point where I can do an hour-and-a-half interview on French radio. I don't know if you've ever done this, but a whole load of French, you can imagine in English, somewhere in London or anywhere, say in the UK, maybe America, a whole load of stars come in, drama thing, a dance person, they say that thing. And now, Eddie Izzard, tell me about your thing. You're all sitting at a round table with a radio program, one of those long radio programs, kind of Radio 4-ish type thing. And then they say, Eddie, what do you think about what Julie has done? So you have to listen to what everyone's saying so you can comment on it. God, with the pressure of that. But I made a joke and I got a laugh. And it showed that I obviously knew what they were talking about. So it was beautiful. So I love it. That I love hugely. Sorry. No, carry on. I just love that hugely. Sorry, carry on.
Can I ask a question? Because recently you've become more public about the pronouns you're using, has that changed your attitude in terms of playing men as an actor?
No, because I'm gender fluid. As I've tried to explain, I'm gender fluid.
Right.
And so I was on a program. I was on Young Portrait Artist of the Year on Sky. A number of people watched it. It's available on Freeview, not on Sky. So a whole bunch of people saw it. They just asked me politely. I was in girl mode, as I call it, boy mode and girl mode. Not great little phrases, but if anyone's got a better phrase, I'll use that. But I'm using that at the moment because it's the best I've got. Man mode, woman mode doesn't really work. And what pronouns we like to use? Well, I'm in girl mode, so she and her would be great. That was it. And then that's all it was. And a year before, I'd had a wonderful thing where I'd been honoured with an honorary doctorate at Swansea University, and I used to go to school there, and I lived there with family, and the Chancellor, the woman who was the Chancellor of the University of Swansea, she got up, and there was a meal the night before, honouring a few people, so honouring this person, that person. Eddie Izzard, she's done this, she's done that, and she called me she. I didn't ask that, but she did that, and I just felt fantastic about it. And afterwards I said thank you. Local press in Swansea mentioned it, Wales Online mentioned it, and then the Daily Mail said, what's going on? So I made a statement. This was over a year ago, right? And I've been out for 35 years.
Yes, I mean, I remember in the late 90s, or certainly the early 90s, seeing you perform in your country was more...
Yeah, I was wearing dresses and stuff and makeup. Yeah, I came out 6 years after I came, so I came out in 85, so 91, I was doing shows in girl mode from 91 onwards. Yeah. And it's a bit like the world said, are you serious about this transgender after 35 years? We thought it was a tax dodge. We thought it was a joke or something. It was a bit like that.
Tax dodge, count me in, because I've got a bill coming out. No, go on.
There you go. But so I did this thing. I made a statement. I said, I'm gender fluid. All my dramatic roles will be in boy mode as a man, but I will be running, I'll be doing comedy, and I will be a political activist in girl mode. So from up to my 50s, I thought I was in boy mode, based in boy mode, expressing girl mode. So now on, I'm going to be based in girl mode, expressing boy mode. I thought I'd switch that around. So it sounds a little complicated, but I'm just telling people the truth of how my head works and the genetics. They're getting closer and closer and narrowing down how the brain is coded. It seems the brain is coded differently to the body. In most recent genetic finds, if you look online, you'll find out about this. If you look at, the gender of the brain and stuff like this. And so I was open about it. I said, I requested, never insisted, ask if you can do pronouns, but, she, her, great. But if not, just call me Eddie, call me mate, call me mush. I don't mind. And, really trying to be back, sat back about it. And a lot of people were very supportive. Some people, maybe the usual suspects, were very negative. And, but since then, I seem to have been promoted to she. I have been promoted. And I'm now about to do a role in boy mode after this in February. And it looks like on the set, they're going to say, please go she and her on the pronouns. So I don't mind that, doing boy mode. I think that's wonderful. And I'm very honored to have she and her pronouns. But if people say he, I don't mind. They say Eddie. If they've got a problem, just say Eddie. It just fits in. Eddie's going over there. Mate,
also,
mate. Yeah.
It's good, isn't it? And you have the right to constantly assess and change. I mean, I know somebody who identifies as non-binary, and I had never heard of the concept until I met them. And it would be somebody who would have, I suppose, biologically presented as female if you'd met them, but absolutely identifies as non-binary. And then a couple of years ago, decided to have a double mastectomy.
Yep.
And following that, prior to that, they had said, I really don't mind which pronouns. He, she, them, it, whatever. I'm chilled about it. But I think, if I recall rightly, after the surgery, the pronouns then became they and them, and very much were good for them. It's in that way.
Okay.
But it's about I didn't know about it, so for me it's been a massive sort of learning curve.
Yeah.
And sometimes there's an assumption, because I'm gay, and sometimes there's an assumption that gay people will just get it more quickly. But I haven't found that amongst necessarily gay friends. It's still a big, the idea of gender fluidity is still a big learning curve. And also, I think some people can't tell the difference between gender and sexuality. They sort of, they get confused. They sort of, and actually they are very different things, And so thank you because I feel like I'm still learning about it, and I appreciate you talking about it, because I think it's great. It's great that you're expressing yourself, and it's great that I'm able to learn about it.
Well, it's a little bit of a tricky obstacle course, and I can only speak for myself, but I don't mind. I'm not going to, maybe later on I will move to a different place, but I have found all official organizations are either using Eddie, or if they're going for pronouns, they're going she and her. So I'm cool with that.
The email came for this chat set up. Well, I have an assistant, and it was just she, and there was no sort of reference to it. It wasn't in inverted commas. It was just like, oh, okay, she. And I think it's an amazing thing now, and I'm finding more and more when I'm going places, or sometimes for jobs, they ask you what your chosen pronouns are and things like that. And I think it's really positive.
My hair is now fantastic, as you can see.
Yes.
And that doesn't go part and parcel with it, but no, I feel wonderful. I feel like I've been promoted to she, and I'm very happy. And if I have to say, okay, you're going to choose one, I'll go in that for the rest of my life. That's cool. And women, I'll fight for women's rights. Women should have had equal rights since 70,000 years ago, when we had the cognitive revolution, and it's brain power is more important than muscle power, and therefore should be equal rights, equal status from 70,000 years ago. So women are owed back pay and back rights from then. So I will do what I can, but I'm not going to make a big deal on the pronouns. But other people, some people are really fighting on my behalf, and sometimes they'll give other people a bit of a hard time who are just trying to be nice to me. So on my behalf, I'd like everyone to be chilled about it. Thank you for backing me up, but I'm chilled. That's all I'm
Oh, yeah. I just think it's a great thing, and it also, what it does as well is it gives, it's another reason to talk about it. You know, there will be people out there who are, you know, wondering if they are gender fluid or they're just questioning what has been assigned to them, or how they've been treated, or what's been taken for granted, and it may be that they don't change how they identify themselves, but just the fact that it's something that you talk about gives people another reason to have those conversations, you know.
Yeah.
I think that's a really positive thing.
Yes, it is. I think the extreme right don't agree with us, but they're going to have to bog off, I'm afraid. But
evolution happens at different times, you know. We made jokes years ago that we wouldn't make now. You know, you grow, you evolve, you learn, you change, and you know. And I think it's a great thing that you're doing, and in addition to all the other amazing things that you're doing, including at this very minute.
Now, at this very minute, can you see? I don't know if you can see the screen, but there's a clock counting down, and it's got 42.2 in orange on it. Can you see that on your screen, or can you only see me?
I can see a clock, and you have somebody else lined up to talk to you, do you?
No, can you see 42.2 in orange?
I can see. I can't see that, but I can see where it says. I can see the time as 5:30.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, 41:50. That's kilometres, is it?
No, that's kilometres. 41.5. I finished at 42.2, so I finished in under 5 minutes. So we need to say, would you like to? You can give the call to arms. You need to say, go to eddieizzard.com to donate, and the text. I don't know if you can see that, but if you'd like to do that,
You're nearly at the end of today's moment. That's incredible. But listen, everybody, please go to eddieizzard.com.
That's it.
And
from anywhere in the world, if you love the incredible work she's doing, you can donate to eddieizzard.com. The text costs your donation plus one standard rate message. Yep.
This is a TV presenter.
Now read that bit. Read this bit out. To donate £10.
Donate £10 in the UK. Text 10. TEN 70810.
Yeah, or 20. Or 20.
Or 20.
Yeah, you could write
£20 in the UK to 71. No, was it
708? Okay, I'll do it. So it's 708. If you've got a UK phone, 70810. You write the word 10. £10 will go. If you write the word 20, £20 will go. It doesn't matter if it's uppercase or lowercase. It'll go off, and you get a response very quickly with the text. So I'd love your 10s and 20s if you're in the UK. I've got 3
I'm going
minutes.
to do it right now myself.
Thank you. 3 minutes and 36 seconds. You can show people how quick the response is, because I did it today myself. It comes back in a millisecond, it seems. So
here we go.
70810.
There we go. Message 1 of 2. Thank you. There we go.
What does it say? Did it say message received? There you go.
There we go. Well, listen, it's been a great pleasure talking to you, and I'm a big fan of everything you do, and hopefully we'll cross paths in the real world again soon. And congratulations and good luck with the rest of this extraordinary venture at Break a Leg tonight.
But you can't go yet. You've got 3 minutes, I'm afraid.
Oh, I'm going to stay with you then. All right.
Can you see, if you can see the blue one, that's got to read 42.2.
Yeah, so right now I can see the clock counting down.
Oh, you can see the clock.
So is the last couple of minutes, does it suddenly get easier? Do you suddenly get that burst of energy?
This is okay.
You're Superwoman right now, because you can just run and run and run.
Yeah, I love the film Wonder Woman. I love the fact that it hit so big, and so I've always wanted to be Wonder Woman. I have her body. That would have been very good for me. So I'm trying to be my own version of Wonder Woman with my long ponytail. I wonder whether ponies go around going, I've got a fantastic ponytail. I should talk about ponytails. But yes, I do. Last 2 minutes, you think, I can't fail, it's got 2 minutes to go. I just got to keep going.
Yeah. And do your legs want to do you do a wind down at all? Or do you just go, no, done, stop, I'm off?
I'm on stage doing a comedy gig in 40 minutes.
I mean, physically, your legs, are you supposed to sort of slow down before you reach a halt?
No, I just stop. I just stop and I stagger off, yeah. Yeah, you'll see it happen. Because we don't go dead on the second. Because I have to say thanks to all the people on Zwift running on the blue team, because there's an app here and people running along with me. They run on treadmills all around the world. So thank you to the Make Humanity Great team. Another 14th marathon. Only got, I've got 17 to go. 17 to go, not too far. And how long have we got? We've got 1 minute 23 to go.
Yeah.
It's funny because you think, okay, I know it's 2 minutes to go, that'll be done very quickly. Oh no, it's going to take 2 minutes to get through.
But isn't it fantastic? Isn't it? It's extraordinary what you're doing, and you know you have a tally of how much has been raised so far.
Yeah, we're over £60,000 now. We're trying to get to 100,000. We should get that, but it tends to bunch up towards the end. And but I'm supposed to tell everyone to donate more. So go to eddieizzard.com to donate. Please help us raise money to make humanity great again. And the texting is so quick, 70810. If your phone is for the UK, you write the word 10 and £10 shoots off. You write 20 and £20 shoots off. And it's,
that's right.
I'm gonna get
70810.
70810. I can tell you where we are on the money at the moment. 25 seconds to go. And so we have, where's the total? Oh, it's about over 60,000. So, yeah, very cool.
I wish I was there to wrap one of those silver foil cloaks around you.
Yeah, I don't need that. I just need to get 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. Just about it. That's it. That is. I've got confetti going off.
Yes.
1.17.
You did it.
There we go.
Casually ran a marathon.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you. Break a leg tonight. It was a real pleasure talking to you. And go and do whatever you need to do right now.
Thank you. Well, I'm going to drink this. This is a protein shake. I think it's a protein shake. Yes, recovery shake. Does recovery things to me. But thank you. You take a rest now. Thanks for talking to me.
You're a marvel. Lots of love.
See you down the road. Cheers.
Thank you. God bless.
Thanks, everyone out there. I have run 14 marathons. My left toe is not in a great shape.
And we should say so far time 88.58 hours running, 590 kilometres, which is 366 miles, 803,110 steps, 30,328 calories. That is where you are at the moment.
But
incredible.
Have a chocolate bar, you deserve it. Yeah, I'm allowed one now. The recovery drink. Thanks, everyone. See you tomorrow.